Pleasant good morning, Virgin Islanders. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance of July 30th, 2025 is hereby called to order. I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and I'm the chair of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance. I want to say good morning to all present, listening and viewing. Before we proceed, my congratulations to Ms. Jennifer Matarangas-King on her nomination to serve as the Commissioner of Tourism, and of course, she'll be going through the nomination process over the next several months. Today, the committee will receive budget presentations of the St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation, the Department of Human Services, and the Frederiksted Healthcare, Inc. All of these agencies coming before the committee today serve the territory's most vulnerable residents and play a vital role in our community. The St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation will defend their proposed general fund allotment of $2,700,000. The Department of Human Services will defend their general fund request of $69,153,007. And finally, Frederiksted Healthcare, Inc. will defend their budget request of $3 million. I do not envy any of these agencies before the committee today. The cuts in the recently passed Big Beautiful Bill will certainly impact how we deliver healthcare and social programs in the territory. In the context of a very challenging and fluid federal environment, these agencies will attest to the importance of their mission, as well as the need to minimize any disruption in service to the community. Today, we will hear of these agencies' operational accomplishments, challenges, performance matrix, and of course, any special circumstances that may affect their fiscal year 2026 outlook and budgetary needs. At this time, I'd like to remind all those in the audience, as well as the testifiers and my colleagues, please turn your cell phone off or turn them on mute as to not to interrupt today's proceedings, and ask the Madam Clerk to please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Wednesday, July 30th, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Block 1, 10 a.m. through 12 p.m., the St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation. Invited testifier, Tess Richards, MD, Executive Director. Block 2, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., Department of Human Services. Invited testifier, the Honorable Averil E. George, Commissioner. Block 3, 3 to 5 p.m., Frederiksted Healthcare, Inc. Invited testifier, Masserae Sprauve-Webster, Chief Executive Officer. That ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Dr. Tess Richards seated at the testifiers table. At this time, we'll go to her for her introduction as well as her staff.
Good morning. Tess Richards, Executive Director at St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation.
CFO.
And this is my CFO, Mr. Stephen A. Mayers. You can introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Mayers, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer for St. Thomas East End Medical Center.
Very well. Thank you. At this time, we'll go ahead with the testimonies. I'll allow for roll call to come after the testimony so that we could make sure that we have maintain our quorum. So at this time, Ms. Dr. Tess Richards, you recognize for your testimony.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Honorable Senator Novell Francis, Chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, other honorable senators of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and other senators of the 36th legislature that are present, the St. Thomas East End Medical Center Board of Directors and staff, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Dr. Tess Richards, the Executive Director of St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee to present testimony on STEAM-CC's fiscal year 2026 budget. Our testimony today is a reflection of 2 years of grit, sacrifice, and hope Special thanks to our hardworking team at STEAM CC and our supportive board of directors. Together, we have rebuilt, reimagined, and renewed our mission. Ours is the story of a health center that chose to rise rather than retreat. And it is an invitation to you, our humble leaders, to co-author the next chapter with us. One where the health of our people is not determined by circumstances, but secured by collective will. While we are immensely proud of the progress we've made, we remain acutely aware that our transformation is still underway. The work before us is formidable, and the barriers to equitable care are not merely operational, they are systemic. It is our mission and our greatest honor to open our doors to serve this community each day without fail. We want to remain a sanctuary for those with no other options, and for those who trust us above all others. It is an act of endurance, of love, and of purpose, but sustaining that mission requires more than heart. As we continue striving to deliver high-quality, compassionate care to the residents of the St. Thomas-St. John District, we must also confront the fiscal realities that threaten our momentum. With your partnership, we can continue supporting the people we serve and the resilient team at STEAM CC who rise to meet this mission every day. To that end, we will review our financial situation, including our accounts payable, and the rising volume of uncompensated care that grows with each patient we refuse to turn away. Over the last 12 months, we have heard your repeated demands for improved health care within the territory, and we thank you for voicing what so many of our patients feel every single day. You've made it clear that healthcare is a priority for this body, and we are heartened to know that we share the same conviction. At STEAM CC, that conviction guides every decision we make. For us, it's not just a priority, it is our entire purpose. It's a promise we make to this community every single day, and it is the pulse that propels us forward. STEAM CC has come a long way. For years, the establishment weathered a quiet storm, trapped in a cycle of mismanagement, limited funding, and uncertainty that threatened to erode the very care our community depends on. But we did not falter. Through bold choices and unshakable resolve, we rose steadily and deliberately out of a long and difficult chapter. We streamlined operations, we deepened our services, restored stability, and began to rebuild something more powerful than infrastructure. And that is the trust of our community, our partners, and the people who walk through our doors hoping to be seen, heard, and healed. The STEAM CC team works tirelessly every single day with limited resources, limited funding, but unlimited heart. We stretch, we sacrifice, and we show up. It's not easy, but we know that this community deserves nothing less than our full commitment to serve. If dedication alone were enough, STEAM CC would be thriving. But compassion does not cover payroll. Commitment cannot expand our hours or our services, and heart, no matter how full, cannot fill a budget gap or increase access for the patients who depend on us. While STEAM CC has made meaningful strides, we know our work is far from done. We've found our footing, but stability is only the beginning. To continue this upward path, what we need now is not rescue, but partnership and your continued support. We are well aware that there is more to improve. There always will be. Many of the challenges that remain are not reflections of inaction or indifference. They are reflections of reality. A community health center doing all it can with all it has. STEAM CC is not just our health center. It's yours, and it's this entire community's. It belongs to every family who walks through our doors, every elder who counts on us to stay healthy, and every child whose first doctor visit happens within our exam rooms. The future of the only FQHC serving St. Thomas and St. John rests in the decisions made in this room that directly impact those of us who have long been doing more with less, stretching every dollar and carrying the weight with quiet determination. At STEAM CC, we do not wait for change. We create it. We know that while local and federal government assistance is essential to supplement, self-sufficiency is our responsibility. And since this leadership team began its tenure, we have taken bold, often difficult steps to reduce expenses, generate new revenue, and lay the foundation for a stronger, more sustainable future. We have had to be resilient working diligently and urgently to reduce costs, grow revenue, and build something sustainable. And we did so, even in the face of financial crisis, community skepticism, and limited resources. That is what progress looks like when resilience leads the way. STEAM-CC began by right-sizing our team, making the difficult, highly scrutinized, and very unpopular but necessary decision to restructure. In 2023, we reduced our workforce from 103 employees, 9 of which were directors, to a leaner, more efficient team of 58 employees and just 4 directors. This was not downsizing, it was right-sizing. The composition of our staff has also changed from 9% of the staff generating revenue in 2023 to 22% of the staff generating revenue in 2025. Every position at STEAM-CC now has purpose, and every dollar is now accounted for. We were also forced to make some of the hardest decisions any leadership team can make, decisions that put mission over comfort. In order to safeguard the future of STEAM-CC, we temporarily furloughed staff and implemented an 8% salary reduction in July of 2024. These were not easy conversations, and they were not decisions that were made very lightly, but they were necessary strategic measures to stabilize our operations during a time of real uncertainty. By the middle of November, however, 4 months later, we had done what we set out to do. We stabilized. We recovered, and we were able to fully restore salaries and reimburse the staff all of the money that was withheld during those 4 months, just as we had promised. To further strengthen our financial operations, we brought on a dedicated revenue cycle team, experts now helping us optimize billing, increase collections, and ensure that every dollar is reinvested into patient care. This is about building smart systems, not just strong intentions, and certainly not just talk. In addition to these financial decisions, we remained financially disciplined. Through intentional cost-cutting measures, we eliminated what was once a $300,000 monthly shortfall. That deficit could have crippled us. Instead, we closed the gap, and we did it without compromising our mission. We took bold steps to untangle ourselves from the burdens of the past, including terminating a land lease that carried an estimated $40 million liability. And that single decision cleared the path for fiscal recovery and long-term sustainability. The impact of these strategic decisions is best understood when we examine our financial performance over the last 3 years. You'll see that while our revenues remained fairly stable, we made a significant impact by reducing our expenses year over year. That's a direct result of our cost-cutting measures and improved operational efficiency. If you look at our chart entitled Revenue, Expenses, and Change in Assets, the red line shows our change in assets. In 2023, when we first started, we had a large deficit of $2.6 million that we inherited. By 2024, we nearly broke even with a deficit of about $115,000 in 12 months. And in 2025, we were able to end the year with a small surplus of $103,000. The steady progress reflects the strength of the financial decisions we've made to stabilize and strengthen STEAM-CC for the long term. While we were restoring our financial health, we also expanded our capacity to serve our unique patient population. With 99% of our patients falling below the federal poverty line, it is an imperative to embody our mission statement, to eliminate barriers to healthcare for those who are poor, uninsured, or simply lack access to doctors and basic health services. Since 2023, we have added 8 new revenue-generating providers across our clinical departments, including behavioral health, family medicine, women's health, internal medicine, dental, and pediatric care, bringing critical services closer to the people who need them most. The impact of these additions is evident in our 2024 visit breakdown. This showcases the most frequently utilized services, along with the substantial number of preventive screenings performed, reflecting both the rising demand for care and our capacity to deliver it. The downstream effects of our fiscal interventions and operational reforms are perhaps most evident in the evolving composition of our payer mix. Between calendar years 2023 and 2024, we observed a pronounced decline in patients on medical assistance, dropping from 47% to 35%. Concurrently, the proportion of our self-pay patients rose from 29.5% to 34%, a shift that is indicative of gaps in insurance coverage and greater accessibility for uninsured individuals. As an FQHC, we do not turn away individuals without insurance, and we offer several discount programs to ensure that care is accessible. While this inclusivity aligns with our mission to serve the most vulnerable, it inevitably contributes to a growing burden of uncompensated care. Notably, the share of patients with commercial insurance nearly doubled, increasing from 11.7% to 20%. This upward trend suggests improved engagement with working professionals and employer-sponsored plans, reflecting both growing trust in our services and expanded reach into a more economically diverse population. Medicare coverage, however, remained relatively consistent, with only a marginal decrease from 11.8% to 11%. Collectively, these shifts reveal a more diversified and dynamic revenue structure that aligns with our broader commitment to sustainability, equity, and community responsiveness. These shifts in our payer composition occur in tandem with a broader resurgence in service utilization. As coverage types and service providers diversified, so too did demand for care, as evidenced by the steady upward trajectory in our annual visit volume. Our visit volume has grown consistently over the past 3 years, signaling a strong rebound in service demand. In 2023, we recorded 17,814 visits. In 2024, that number rose sharply to 24,041, a nearly 35% increase year over year. As of June 30th, 2025, we have already documented 14,547 visits, which positions us to potentially surpass the previous year's total by year end. One notable enhancement has been the successful resumption of in-house laboratory services. This has streamlined clinical operations and enhanced patient experiencing, contributing meaningfully to the increase in visit volume. Our patients shouldn't have to bounce from building to building just to get a simple blood test. Now they can walk through our door, be seen, be heard, have their labs drawn, and leave knowing they were cared for and not just passed along. This year alone, 3,334 lab draws have been done in our in-house laboratory so far. That is what patient-centered care looks like, and that is what we have built and continue to build. We also added a part-time specialty service in dermatology to address a critical gap in care and improve our payer mix. And in that suite, we are identifying not just things like bumpy faces, but treating skin cancers early and giving patients a future. Furthermore, we expanded our 340B program both to generate revenue from about $1,800 to $2,000 per month that we were getting in 2024, now to $20,000 to $25,000 per month that we're getting in 2025. This ensures that our patients can afford the medications they need. No one should have to choose between treatment and groceries. STEAMCC also developed a robust care management program to ensure continuity and personalized support across the patient journey. This, too, is a revenue-generating stream, bringing in about $15,000 per month. STEAMCC's new foundation, called VI Help, Virgin Islands Help Empowerment for Low-Income Persons, is officially off the ground. VI Help has already held a few small introductory events, and we're in the process of planning our annual fundraising gala, which will kick off in 2026. Even as we strengthened from within, facing one obstacle after another, we never lost sight of our mission, who we serve or how we serve. We reached out to several government agencies and developed MOUs to provide care to their employees using innovative, mutually beneficial frameworks that benefit both our workforce and the community. We are also actively in discussions with additional agencies and private sector partners to expand these efforts and find other ways of generating revenue and bringing more of our community into care. One way we are bringing more of our community into care already is through our tele-behavioral health services, made possible by a $1.75 million behavioral health telemedicine grant awarded over 5 years that we secured in September 2024. This funding has allowed us to significantly grow our capacity and provide critical mental health support to some of our most vulnerable and high-risk patients. Our goal through this project is to reduce poor behavioral health outcomes by addressing disparities and ensuring equitable access to care in alignment with HRSA's definition of health equity, recognizing the urgent need for intervention and addressing the lasting effects of hurricanes, pandemics, and other disasters on mental health services and infrastructure is paramount. Integrated telehealth services will play a crucial role in bridging these exacerbated gaps. Through high-impact patient recruitment, leveraging targeted outreach, engaging presentation series, collaborative partnerships, and strategic social media campaigns, our mission is to broaden access to remote behavioral health mental health services, including individual group therapy, psychiatry, and substance use disorder treatment for all residents in the St. Thomas and St. John districts. We are not stopping there. STEAM-CC submitted 2 additional federal grant applications, each one focused on expanding our infrastructure, impact, and reach. We are hopeful that both grants will be approved so that we can expand access and increase services for our entire community, out east, down west, in St. John, by deploying the state-of-the-art mobile telehealth units equipped with broadband-enabled telemedicine technology, cloud-based electronic health records, and secure health information exchange networks that we requested as a part of our grant applications. Beyond the walls of our clinic, we've made it a point to meet the community where they are. Over the past year, we have hosted and participated in events focused on breast cancer awareness, intimate partner violence, HIV and AIDS, diabetes, mental health, and more, reaching hundreds and hundreds of patients. We showed up at the Carnival Food Fair, the VI Boating Expo, and everywhere in between where life unfolds on the street, at the fair, in the quiet spaces between celebration and survival. Because healing doesn't wait for a clinic door, and compassion doesn't ask people to come and find it. STEAM-CC's commitment doesn't stop at care delivery. It extends into the future of our healthcare workforce as well. Each year, we welcome local high school students to intern with us, to shadow, to learn, and to be inspired. We regularly give presentations at the University of the Virgin Islands as part of the Cardiovascular Research and Empowerment Workforce Program, sharing our expertise and helping shape the next generation of health professionals. We've also opened our doors to students in medicine, nursing, and allied health, offering clinical rotations to physician assistants, nurse practitioners, and medical students from right here in the Virgin Islands who have gone away for training but wish to return home to serve. We do not deny them the opportunity to learn, because to do so would be to deny the future of this territory's healthcare. Our collective success rests on our ability to nurture and sustain the next generation of healthcare leaders. At STEAM-CC, mentorship is how we multiply the impact of care far beyond a single visit or a single patient. It's how we make sure that the next wave of providers is rooted, invested, and prepared to serve this community. Just as we are intentional about cultivating future providers through mentorship, we are equally intentional about protecting the systems and structures that they will inherit. Our investment in the next generation is mirrored by our commitment to fortifying the present. Since this leadership team began in 2023, risk mitigation has been at the forefront of our strategy. This includes providing high-quality patient care, all the steps we've taken to improve our financial position, and extends to ensuring the security and safeguarding of patient information. From a quality standpoint, we have undertaken significant investments in the technological substratum that is the foundation of providing comprehensive, high-quality care. Foremost among these initiatives is the deployment of a new electronic health record system, which has markedly enhanced our capacity to capture, analyze, and report critical performance indicators. These include patient throughput, appointment metrics, provider compliance with documentation, and the precision of our billing mechanisms. These metrics serve as administrative benchmarks and pivotal instruments in our pursuit of continuous quality improvement and institutional accountability. I actually included a sample QA report for your review, and that's a report that we share both with our board of directors as well as with our federal partners in HRSA. Moreover, we are in the process of evaluating the integration of clinical documentation specialists, commonly referred to as medical scribes, into our care delivery model. This intervention is projected to mitigate the clerical burden borne by our providers, thereby augmenting the quality of patient-provider interactions, making each encounter more personal, while concurrently enhancing clinical documentation and maximizing reimbursement potential through improved coding accuracy. Our impact is only made possible through meaningful partnerships that strengthen our reach and improve our service. We are proud to collaborate with a range of organizations, agencies, and community leaders who share our commitment to health equity, access, and innovation. Together, we have developed initiatives, expanded services, and brought vital resources to the patients and the communities that we serve. STEAM CC is advancing plans to fortify our cybersecurity infrastructure. As the frequency and sophistication of digital threats continue to escalate, these enhancements will be indispensable to mitigating operational disruptions, safeguarding protected health information, and preserving the institutional integrity of our center. Taken together, these technological advancements are emblematic of our strategic commitment to sustainability, systems resilience, and the evolving demands of modern healthcare delivery. From the standpoint of our finances, STEAM CC has already begun to improve our billing and collections, and we continue to work on revenue-generating strategies and exploring new avenues for revenue generation. Despite the improvements we have already made, we are very aware of the need to continue to make more improvements, continue to see patients and provide quality care, continue to work on our customer service, and continue to work on our billing, collections, and revenue cycle as a whole. We've already demonstrated the improved financial position we're in today, closing the year with a surplus of over $100,000, a clear reversal from the deficits of prior years. Now let's take a look at how that revenue is actually structured. As we look at our revenue composition from FY 2023 through FY 2025, we have a chart that tells a story about how we've continued to diversify and sustain our funding streams. What's important to note here is the balance that we have maintained. For example, in FY 2023, grants made up about 60% of our revenue, while patient revenue covered only 40%. And though projections for FY 2025 show a dip in total revenue, our patient revenue is expected to rise to closer to 50%. And this signals progress towards financial sustainability and self-sufficiency. Our journey toward financial balance has not been overnight. It's taken intentional effort, deep community trust, and tireless work from every member of our organization. I would like you to take a moment to think about what we've accomplished, not with surplus, but with scarcity and through endurance. Every advance we've made, every life we've touched has been powered by our resolve. We have exhausted every tool, every talent, every ounce of ingenuity we possess to stretch limited resources into lasting impact. We have cut what could be cut, built what could be built, and we served everyone who came through our doors. Now imagine what could be possible with more, with the right support. We could expand access, extend hours, alleviate hospital strain, and reach further into the margins where unmet needs still reside. We are not asking for excess. We are asking for enough. Enough to sustain the progress we've made, enough to honor the labor of those who give so much, and enough to ensure this community health center not only survives, but thrives. This brings me to what you, as stewards of our territory, can do for us. What we need from this body is partnership. We are asking for the resources necessary to fulfill our mission, to care for the underserved with dignity, excellence, and compassion. Our vision is simple, yet profound. A community health center where every patient is met with kindness, seen without delay, treated with skill, and welcomed into a space that is clinically sound, clean, beautiful, and worthy of the people it serves. If you share this vision, if you believe that access, respect, and equity should define healthcare in this territory, then we ask that you reflect that belief in how we're funded. We are taking care of tomorrow with all that we have. But to move forward freely and fully, we need your help in reconciling the debts of yesterday. Let's go over the FY 2026 budget now, as well as the infusion of cash request presented before this body. So the FY 2026 budget will cover primarily the uncompensated care. The budget we requested will help us cover the ever-growing uncompensated care we treat every year. The number of self-pay patients has increased from 1,662 in 2023 to 2,115 in 2024 to 2,407 already seen in 2025. With more than 1/3 of our patients uninsured and ineligible for insurance, more than 1/3 of our services receive minimal compensation from our patients. It's our honor to provide care to all of our patients, but our love for our community we serve does not pay our bills. Our vendors do not send us 1/3 of their bill. And if STEAM CC is not open and operational, providing care to the underserved, where will they go? If we are unable to meet the community's primary care needs, patients will inevitably turn to an already overburdened hospital system. As primary care providers, it's our responsibility to keep patients healthy and out of the hospital, out of the emergency department. But we can only do that if we're given the resources and funding necessary to deliver that care. Our appropriation must reflect both the rising cost of health care and the growing burden of uncompensated care that we provide each year. Without adequate support, our ability to serve this community is at serious risk. That brings me to point number 2, legacy debt. STEAM-CC urgently requires strategic financial intervention to address its outstanding accounts payable liabilities, which currently total $3.7 million. Upon assuming leadership in 2023, this administration inherited a deficit of approximately $300,000 short every month, a fiscal imbalance that jeopardized the viability of the center. Through rigorous austerity measures, judicious reorganization, and a series of deliberate cost containment strategies, we successfully eradicated that monthly shortfall. At present, we are operating within our means and are able to meet our monthly obligations. Yet despite our ongoing progress, the residual burden of legacy debt remains a persistent encumbrance. While we have made consistent efforts to service this outstanding liability, the accrual of penalties and interest has rendered full repayment increasingly onerous. These debts and residual effects of long-term historical mismanagement continue to exert downward pressure on our financial stability. We have exercised discipline and autonomy over the areas within our control to work towards stabilizing the center: staffing, procurement, operations, and efficiency. To meet our monthly obligations, including vendor payments and payroll, the timely allocation of government appropriations, and prompt Medicaid and insurance remittances is not a matter of discretion. It is absolutely essential to sustaining our operations. When these critical inflows falter, the resulting ripple effect destabilizes our vendor relationships and undermines that stability we have worked so hard to accomplish. Now that we have a picture of who we are, what we do, and why we must continue to provide services to this community, the remainder of the discussion will be about our operating budget for fiscal year 2026. It is within this context that we respectfully submit our FY 2026 budget of $8,456,000, designed to preserve operational stability, meet rising service demands, and ensure continuity of care for the patients who rely on us most. The requested GVI appropriation for STEAM-CC for FY 2026 is $2.5 million, only a marginal difference from the current appropriation of $2.4 million. Salaries for our current 59 employees and projected new hires, including revenue-generating employees, is budgeted at $4.5 million. This includes providers, clinical support staff, billing and business office staff, administrative new hires, and other projected new hires. Employee benefits are a vital part of how we demonstrate our commitment to health, well-being, and long-term stability of our workforce. The center's budgeted 2026 benefit rate is approximately 24%. We approximate total fringe at $1.7 million to accommodate past due taxes. Our benefits package include life, disability, health insurance, employer FICA portion, pension, unemployment insurance, and workman's compensation insurance, and of course the employer portion of our retirement plan. Offering competitive benefits helps us attract and retain qualified staff in a competitive healthcare workforce environment and reinforces our commitment to caring for those who care for our community. Contracts and professional services have been budgeted at $298,000 and $361,600 respectively, for a total of $659,600. Professional services include our annual audit, legal fees, bio-waste disposal, security services, our electronic health record system. Contracts include IT consultants, translator service, on-call services, radiology, and behavioral health contractors. The cost of supplies utilized during patient care include items used in medical and dental services delivery, laboratory reagents for our point of care testing, immunization supplies, basic office supplies, outreach supplies, and maintenance and housekeeping supplies, and has been budgeted at $387,700. The cost of equipment, including computers and Xerox, is budgeted at $60,000. These resources are fundamental to delivering safe, efficient, and high-quality care, ensuring both clinical and operational readiness across all departments. Travel and continuing education is budgeted at $13,500 to support management development and board of directors training. This investment is critical to strengthening organizational leadership, improving decision-making, and ensuring compliance with evolving healthcare regulations and governance standards. Equipping our leadership and board with up-to-date knowledge and best practices directly enhances the strategic direction, oversight, and sustainability of STEAM-CC. Insurance costs are budgeted at $60,000 and cover essential protections like building and contacts, director's liability, valuable papers, and bond insurance. The center utilizes Federal Tort Claims Acts, or FTCA, to significantly reduce malpractice-related insurance expenses, ensuring comprehensive risk management while maintaining fiscal responsibility. Other charges are budgeted at $68,000 and include a variety of operational and outreach-related expenses. This covers provider recruitment activities, such as classified and journal advertisements, telephone listings, candidate interviews. This is allocated for advertising and events which support patient mailings, newsletters, health promotion materials, outreach efforts, National Health Center Week, open houses, health screenings, and patient engagement activities. These efforts are intended to reach the wider community, including examples such as older adults, individuals experiencing homelessness, our prenatal patients, and other underserved populations. This category also includes staff uniforms, bank charges, postage, dues, licenses, professional fees, and subscriptions, which are necessary to support daily operations and maintain community engagement. Under the facility category, we have budgeted a total of $948,913 to cover essential infrastructure and operational needs. These investments are crucial for maintaining the physical and technological infrastructure that support both patient care and day-to-day operations. STEAM-CC rentals at $743,000, communications, updating our in-house telephones, scanners, computers, patient portal at $23,000, utilities, water, and electricity at $132,000, and repairs and maintenance at $50,000, for a total of $948,000. All of these allocations come together to form our total proposed budget for fiscal year 2026 of $8,456,000. Personnel at $6,258,288. Supplies and equipment, $447,700. Contracts, $298,000. Professional services, $361,600. Facility, $948,913. And other, including travel and insurance, at $141,500. Now let's look at how the revenue breaks down with the requested GVI allotment. For fiscal year 2026, our projected total revenue is $8,328,860, made up of $3,587,280 in program income, $1,461,580 from HRSA and our 330 cluster grant, $350,000 through our behavioral health telemedicine grant, $250,000 from our 340B discount pharmacy program, $180,000 in anticipated reimbursements from DigiMed, our care management program, and $2.5 million in the requested GVI appropriation. Our corresponding operating budget stands at $8,456,000, yielding a projected deficit of $280,283, inclusive of depreciation and amortization. STEAM-CC is requesting a strategic infusion, a deliberate capital infusion of $2.5 million that would enable us to amortize outstanding debt, restore fiscal equilibrium, and position STEAM-CC for sustainable growth. To ameliorate the enduring financial encumbrances accrued prior to the commencement of our administration, we respectfully petition this body for a one-time fiscal appropriation that would enable STEAM-CC to materially reduce its accounts payable obligations and reestablish critical fiscal equilibrium. This targeted capital injection would attenuate the compounding effects of inherited debt and liberate operational resources to be reallocated toward forward-facing, mission-aligned priorities, enhancing care delivery, broadening access, and amplifying community health outcomes. We posit that this appropriation may be judiciously sourced from existing financial instruments, namely the Epstein bill and Medicaid cost report reimbursements. These funding streams were explicitly intended to fortify the financial infrastructure of frontline health institutions, particularly those serving as essential safety net providers, by promoting long-term institutional solvency and uninterrupted service to vulnerable populations. We urge this body to act as champions on our behalf, to facilitate the timely release of these funds, and to stand with us in transforming what has been a story of survival into a future defined by strength. It is easy to critique from a distance, but we invite you to look closer at what we've overcome. We have placed our faith, our labor, and our credibility on the line for this mission. STEAM-CC has demonstrated what it is possible with discipline, vision, and relentless resolve. Even with limited resources, we have restructured, recalibrated, and restored. Now imagine the possibilities for healthcare if the level of investment from this body matched the needs of the community and the scale of STEAM-CC's commitment. That concludes our testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tess Richards, for your testimony today. Let's be champions on our behalf.
That's right, champions.
I like that. At this time, I'll ask the Madam Clerk to please call the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, absent. Mr. Chairman, you have 4 members present, 3 absent at roll call.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum. I'm prepared to proceed. Any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed with reading of those correspondence.
Letter dated July 30th, 2025. Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairperson, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance. 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Chairman Francis, I will be late in attending the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance meeting scheduled for today, Wednesday, July 30th, 2025 at 10 a.m. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Kurt Vialet, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated July 30th, 2025. The Honorable Novell E. Francis, Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI 00801. Dear Mr. Chair, I regret to inform you that due to a previously scheduled engagement, I will be unable to attend today's hearing. Please mark my absence as excused, and please accept my apologies for any inconvenience caused, as well as my best wishes for a productive meeting. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated July 30th, 2025. The Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands 00804. Notice of absence. Fiscal Year 2026 budget, Wednesday, July 30th, 2025. Dear Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., please accept this correspondence as a formal request to be excused from today's Fiscal Year 2026 budget hearing being held at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, July 30th, 2025 at the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. My absence is due to an out-of-territory engagement that was scheduled prior to the issuance of the hearing notice. I do apologize for any inconvenience my absence may cause. Thank you for your understanding, and I extend my best wishes to the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance for a productive and informative hearing. Regards, Senator Hubert L. Fredericks, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. That ends the reading of the correspondence, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please record Senator Marvin Blyden as well as Senator Hubert Frederick as being excused, and of course we'll recognize Senator Kurt Vielle upon his arrival. Also, please recognize the presence of Senate President Senator Milton Potter. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. As well as a non-committee member, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. So, Dr. Richards, I certainly want to recognize the improvement in terms of your testimony as well as your financial stability at the STEAM CNC. I think that the work is commendable in terms of the upward trajectory that we're observing here, and I just wish that it continues. I wanted to ask you, have you received all of your budget allotments for FY 2025 thus far?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And have you seen any cuts in those allotments?
We have not.
Very well. In terms of your federal funds, do you have any federal funds currently in jeopardy?
Not as far as we know. Earlier in the beginning of the year, we were concerned. Everything was on hold. But we have been getting those timely. It's a couple more steps now than we've had in the past, but we are getting our drawdowns well.
What is your expected receipt of federal funds? What do you anticipate receiving? How much?
We get 1.456 every year.
1.45.
1.461, excuse me, 1.461.
Okay. Vendors payment. What do you owe in vendors payment in aggregate at this time?
3.76, 3.7? About 3.7 million in total.
$3.7 million.
Correct.
And what is the issue or difficulties in that making good on those payments?
Insufficient funding to do so, to make the payments.
We can't hear
a
you.
lot of that, insufficient funds for us to make those payments. We have, three big areas that take up the majority of that $3.7 million. That, of course, is our rent, and then IRS and IRB. And a lot of those high bills come with late penalties and interest. But we have had conversations with them all. We try to stay in contact and communicate with them. We also communicate with IRS about our difficulties. So because we've had open communication with them, they've said to us that they are willing to consider removal of things like interest and late penalties if we can make a lump sum payment.
So help us to understand, despite receiving all of your budget allotments, you still fell short. What is happening in that space? Are you underfunded, or what's happening that's causing your vendors payment to still be in the aggregate of $3.7 million?
So, we are able to make our monthly obligations. It's the old debt, the debt from a couple years ago that we are not able to bring down. And as that is still sitting there, that's where the interest and the penalties are coming from. So what we make as far as what we have from the allotments from the federal government and the local government in conjunction with our program income is not enough to wipe out a $3.7 million debt along with the rest of our annual budget, which is why we're requesting an infusion to clean that out and give us more of a fresh start. We can hold our own, so to speak, from this point on. We're doing fine with our month to month. It's the old
legacy
old debt.
debts. Yes.
It's the legacy debt. And we try, we are making payments towards the legacy debt right now, both for IRB and the mall, but it's just a dent because they're so significant that it keeps them pacified, so to speak, because they see that we're making an effort, but it's not enough to wipe it out, and it still has penalties and interests that are going up and up and up.
In terms of your GRS payments, are you finding any difficulties in individuals that's interested in retiring? Where there are some challenges in them not having the necessary funding to support their retirement?
So we have 3 employees that are still, that were vested. Remember, we're not in GERS anymore. That was changed back in 2019 or thereabouts. So we do have 3 employees that are currently on staff, and we communicate with them regularly. None of them have expressed to me their interest in retiring at this point. STEAM CC and the STEAM CC board are very committed to handling this situation. We realize the injustice, so to speak, that has been done. We don't know quite when we're going to be able to do that because, again, we don't have any money to do so. But it is something that is very important to us, and we communicate that with the staff on a regular basis, the 3 people that are here with us still. The last meeting we had with them was July 14th and July 15th about this situation so that they know that we are still planning to do whatever we can to ensure their future is protected. But at this point, there's nobody who wants to retire, as far as I know.
How much is currently owed to GRS on behalf of those 3?
It's about $400,000.
Correct. That's right.
For those 3.
Okay. Revenues, let's talk a little bit in terms of your revenues. What is your revenues to date collected?
You want to answer those?
Yes, I can get it.
Okay. Mr. Mayers will answer that if that's okay.
Mr. Mayers?
Very good. One quick second and put it up.
Let's go, Mr. Mayers.
That's
revenues. That's you, the CFO. That should be flowing.
Yes, that's true. I'm trying to get you the exact numbers
Yes, sir.
for our last monthly financial.
Yeah. And if you could do a comparison between the same time period as last year as well, that'll help.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll do that. Give me one quick second. I was on my documents I drew down were for the budget. Sorry, Chair. So I just need to check my email and pull up. But one of the things I just want to mention while I'm waiting here, something that Dr. Richards talked about related to the GRS. We actually had 4 employees who were vested at the time. One of them actually retired late last year. So we have been making payments of the amounts that they would have been vested for.
Right.
So that employee, we hope to have completely off the books by the end of this calendar year. Just the other 3 are still employed with us, so we need to make arrangements to cover them. So that's what she was talking about.
Okay. All right. If you need some time to get with the revenues,
Yes.
we'll come back to that as soon as let me know. But at this time, I'll open up the floor to my colleagues and the order. This morning, thus far, we have Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Milton Potter, Senator Maurice James, Senator Carla Joseph. So at this time, Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for your 5 minutes. You're making progress, man. You're first one up. That's a good sign. You recognize, Senator.
Yes, thank you. Good morning to STEM CC, Dr. Tess Richards, Mr. Majors, CEO, and CFO. Welcome to the Earle B. Ottley Chambers and to all my colleagues and all viewers tuned in to this hearing. I too join with you, Mr. Chair. I've seen a lot of progress in STEM CC. Congratulations. I want to get into some specifics. Your payer mix has improved dramatically. Comparing 2023, you were at commercial, which is a Cigna insurance, you was 11.7%, and now you're up at 20%. That's a market improvement, and I'm one of them, because I go to East End, and I'm proud of it. My services are received at East End, good services. I've been there 3 times this year. You know, I'm getting all my tests done. The service is good. You know, they had me waiting long. It was full. But I guess, you know, they were busy. They were very busy. The wait time was a little long. The service was good. But the billing and collections, I want to talk about that. You know, I do have insurance, but I had to pay up front before I got to see the doctor, which is very, very good. I'm glad that was there. I actually had to pay, come out of my pocket and pay cash, which is good. And this is what I want to encourage the hospitals to do, because I'm going to get into some of their program income. And this is what, when the Roy Lester Snyder Hospital and the Wang Louis Hospital, I want you to be able to say the same thing here with the program income. And as you can see here, the program income, the patient revenues that the chairman just mentioned went from 3.2 million to 4.1 million. Revenues has increased 891,674 in 1 year. 27.4 increase. And you know, when you do good, you got to say the good. So that's incredible. So now I want to get you to I want to ask a specific question. The program income is 3.5. You're billing for laboratory. Sir, what are the other associated fees in this $4.1 million? I know the patient services is one thing, but you have the lab. What are the other items?
Okay, sorry, man.
So are you asking what program income?
Yeah.
Yeah, program income is all of the money that's generated from providers seeing patients. So that's all of our medical services, behavioral health services, dental services, and laboratory services.
Okay.
Immunizations, everything.
How much is the revenue from the dental and the laboratory?
Well, we can get that to you. I don't have it broken down.
Okay,
Sure.
through the chair.
Sure.
I want a breakdown of the 4,147,802 breaking down by categories: patient, laboratory, dental, etc. Going back to the dental, because you know the dental is very important. How many dentists you have right now?
We have 1 full-time dentist and 2 dental hygienists.
Okay, good. And approximately how much patients the dentist is seeing?
I actually have that in one of my graphs. If you'll give me 1 second, I can tell you that.
Okay, because you know, when the dental clinic in the Roy Lester Snyder Hospital closed down, East End picked up that load, you know, and I want to let you know, in our community, if a young child can't have a nice, beautiful smile and they have some, you know, some cavities, is not good. So making sure that our young
1 minute.
children have good dental services. That's very important, because when I was a young child, I used to go to the dental clinic too. Of course, you know, it was a different location back then, you know, but I used to go there. So I want to ask you now, so your medical director, you have a medical director, interim, acting, or part-time, full-time? What's the status?
No, she is full-time, but she had already had a commitment, which is why she's not here today. She just started in June. So when we hired her, like I said, she'd already had this time off. She is full-time. She does her medical director work 3 days a week and sees patients 2 days a week.
Okay, so your medical director is a doctor or a physician assistant?
She's a physician assistant with a doctorate in public health.
Oh, she have a doctorate in public health. Okay,
Correct.
that's a
Correct.
good qualification, because you know I was going to then ask you, how could you have a physician assistant supervising the medical doctor? So she has a doctorate in public health.
Right, and just for clarification, the medical director position is largely administrative. It's just like the ED position. It's
Time.
not very clinical. It is about quality and policy writing, and she has many, many years of both of those things. And sorry, Senator Fonseca, to answer your question, last year the dental visits are 2,367.
Okay, good. So through the chair, I want to clarify my request. So I want to also add the dental visits and the laboratory, and I want to have a comparison between 2024. I want to see how much dental bills you had in 2024 and now projected 2025. I also want to see the laboratory, and then also you'll break down the patient revenues, because, you know, I can see a lot of improvement. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. And of course, oral health is definitely a gateway to general health. Do you have a waiting list at STEAM CNC for seeing the dentist?
We do. We also have a pretty high no-show rate, so that waiting list gets cleaned up fairly quickly. We have lots of walk-ins, and so his schedule is pretty full every day, despite the no-shows. We are able to call people in and bring them in for care.
Yeah, I know that in conversation you have reduced your footprint somewhat, again, to be a lot more accommodating. Can you speak to the efforts that were made to achieve that?
Sure. So when we started back in 2023, we had about 20,000 square feet, but a large part of that was the billing office and executive offices. So because the rent was very, very high, upwards of $80,000 per month, we wanted to streamline our expenses and bring kind of everybody back together. So at this point, it's just under $11,000 square feet that we have for the center. So we have a clinical space with medical behavioral health and then a dental space. It's not enough. We do need more clinical space because we need to see more patients, but what we have right now, we have almost cut it in half.
And of course, your patient population, of course, you deal with the uninsured, the underinsured, the vulnerable population. I know that you mentioned in your testimony your population, right, patient visits. Can you again say what that amount is?
Sure, for our self-pay or just in general?
Just in general.
So last year we saw 24,041 patients for the entire year. Through June 30th of this year, we had seen more than 14,000. So we're expecting to see probably about 28,000. So 4,000 to 5,000 more than we saw last year.
And of course, the availability of being able to see these patients alleviate individuals having to go to the emergency room and other.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you.
And
Go ahead.
No, I was saying there's definitely a correlation between patients getting primary care, controlling their blood pressure, controlling their diabetes, and ending up in the ED or ending up with complications of diabetes, like needing dialysis, like retinopathies and those kinds of things. So if we can take care of it on the front end, the government then doesn't have to spend that money later on.
Oh, thank you. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Tess. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you and listening and present. Good morning.
Good morning.
What actually is your ask?
So, yes, so our GVI ask for the appropriation is 2.5. We are also asking for a one-time infusion to address our legacy debt, to give us a better chance of more.
A one-time infusion of how much?
Of $2.5 million.
Another 2.5.
That we can get from the Epstein money. Yes.
2.5. Okay, so 5 total. Okay. Now the 2.5, the 2.4 in. Okay, March is when your fiscal year begins. So what is your current allotment to date? What's the latest allotment you received, amount?
We get $199 per month.
$199 per month. So your total is now, how much is left out of your total allotment?
So you start in September.
Sorry. What we've received to date for this financial year, and that will address the chairman's question as well, we've received about $800,000 to date. That is as of the end of June of 2025. Our total revenues.
No. Your allotment, your total allotment as of June 2025, your allotment total was $1,799,928. What was the 800 you're speaking of?
The difference I'm talking about is that our financial year,
right,
which starts in March.
Correct.
So it's March, April, May, and June. So at approximately $200 per month.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. So okay, on page 5 of the post-audit report, in the fund flow analysis. So you're saying you have received 800,000.
Correct.
Leaves you 1.6 in actuality revert. Okay. Okay, so the majority of your 2.4 that you received for fiscal year 25 goes to what? Personnel and fringe?
Yes,
All of it or most of it?
most of it.
Okay.
With funds can be fungible, but a lot of what we ask for normally, the focus is usually on personnel expenses.
Out of the 800K, what have you spent in personnel to date?
To date, our personnel expenses, or total personnel expenses, is about $1.8 million for financial
Yeah, but
year
I mean to
date.
date. Out of the 8, what have you spent to date?
Approximately all 800 has been spent on personnel and fringe.
Yeah, so give me the breakdown of what you spend for personnel and what you spend for fringe.
Our fringe normally is about 25%, 25% of the
No,
amount. So if it's 800,000, the fringe should be approximately $200,000.
No, I need numbers. There's a budget hearing.
Yes.
I'm doing budget, so I need to get a number. So when we sit down and you say you need 2.5, I need to be able to look at what you're spending, look at what you're getting, and say, hey, can we afford to give you this, or where
This
could we
amount.
plug or whatever. So that's what I'm trying to do. When I get the numbers, then we sit down and we caucus, then we could help you better. I can't go off of percentages like that.
Fair enough. Senator DeGraff, I don't have those specific numbers for you at this point, what we spent this year but I can get you those numbers.
Okay, so has anyone received wage increases?
Wage increase? Yes. Generally, for the financial year, we adjusted practically all of our employees. We've adjusted their salaries to reflect some kind of
Right. So
in our
how,
minds.
how do you cover it?
One minute.
You get 2.4 is what you get from Act 8916.
Correct.
From March of this year to June, 4 months in, you get 200,000 a piece, or 200,000 a month,
Correct.
roughly 800,000.
Correct, Chair.
You gave wage increases. This is in 25. You gave the wage increases after you received that 2.4.
Our wage increases stem from a period from about, I would say, November last year. We gave some small increases especially to the lowest level of employees. So we wanted to raise our minimum salary, annual salary for all our employees to an area of around $37,000.
Yeah. Okay. So the increase is total 37K.
Say again, Chair. Sorry.
The increase is, see, we're dealing with a budget of 2.4 for fiscal year.
Correct.
You ended one fiscal year in March. You started a next one in February. It started the next one in March.
Correct.
So I'm trying to right fit it now. So the wage increases that you give.
Time.
Number one, if I do, go ahead, Mr. Chair, wrap up. Was anyone owed retro?
No.
Okay, so you covered everyone in your 24 budget.
Correct.
Right, so now we're in the 25 budget.
Okay, sorry. Just so we're always on the same page, we're actually in our FY26 right now.
Right, correct.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So what we did is most of the increases happened in our FY 2025 period,
Right.
ending in February. So the intention of the increases was really to just raise the level of our staffing at the very lowest levels. So that was the intention, to ensure that they're getting some kind of livable salary, if I may call it that.
Our fiscal year is from October 1
Correct.
right to September. So in our fiscal year, you received the monies for your 26
Correct.
from our 25 fiscal year.
And,
Right.
and I want to add here for your
Excuse me. I'm just wrapping up, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
And just to wrap up my time so I don't abuse it. But I'm just saying, so I'm trying to follow the numbers. So in following, you're on the FY25 budget, Act 8916. But you have begun your 26 budget. I got it in March.
Okay.
You gave wage increases off of the FY Act 8916 fiscal year budget of 2.4. You had 2.4, you split it, you're carrying it on. Your wage increases, you're asking in 25, 26 from this fiscal year budget for 2.5 is what you're asking for, 100,000 more.
Correct.
That 100,000 more covers your personnel and fringe only.
Mainly personnel and fringe. And I want to just add here, and I want to thank the legislature. Our 2024 to 2025, 2024 was actually 2.1, and the legislature agreed to increase our appropriation to 2.4. So that allowed us to do some things that we were able to do at the end of calendar year 2024. And so that increase sort of coincided with that, with the increase that we got from the legislature as well. So as we move into 2026, we are operating within that 2.5 that was allotted
2.4.
The 2.4 that was allotted, correct.
Right, so
And
I got it. So I'll just come off of my time just so you could put it back over the chair. But just in closing, I'm just saying is you are basically asking for $100,000 more. Is what I'm seeing, and then your legacy is what you're trying to get at 2.5.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure in your personal and fringe that the 100,000 covered that aspect of it, and you didn't mention the other stuff that came out of it, but mainly for the personal and fringe. So I'll thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator. The graph just recognized that, in fact, the governor's proposed budget for FY26 is 2.7.
Yeah, we saw.
2.7. Of course,
Yes.
we gave them the 300,000 in the previous year, and now they have we've added another 300,000 moving forward. So now from 2.4, there's 2.7 going forward, FY 2026. Mr. CFO Myers, do you have the revenues?
Yes, the revenues for the year to date for the period from March, April, May, and June is $1.3 million.
And how is that in comparison to the previous year?
Just 1 second, my screen went blank. Sorry about that. The previous year, full year, was 4.7 million. So in essence, we are pretty much on track. So at 1.3 for 4 months, we will be at a similar number. We're trying to maintain our patient revenues, given the changes that Dr. Richards talked about, and I'm speaking about specifically the reduction in our Medicaid mix and the increase in our self-pay population. As she mentioned as well, we do have a self-pay arrangement where we have a sort of scaled down pricing for those who are self-pay. Most of them consider the physician for $50, that kind of thing. So whenever the proportion of self-pay increases, it challenges us as far as our intake of cash is concerned.
Okay.
So,
And what is the form of payment you accept at Steam CNC?
we are able to collect, get cash checks. We do have some electronic payments as well, credit cards, debit cards. So you can do that at Steam CC.
Okay. A point of information, Senator Joseph had a point of information, then I'll come to you, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you so much. I want to follow up on a question because I'm not sure if the gentleman from Savannah, a pleasant good morning to everyone, was able to get the information from you relative to the use of the government's GVI money. That's what we need to get. We need a very itemized breakdown of that use. The percentage, not the percentage only, but the actual, how much you project using for fringe, personnel, the amount that is going to be going towards paying your legacy debt, because I'm sure you're using some of it. We need to get that breakdown, because right now we are just looking at your amount that you're requesting, but you're not telling us, and I didn't see it in your presentation, the breakdown. So that's what the gentleman from Savannah was getting at, Mr. Myers and Dr. Richards. He wants to get the breakdown. We need to get the breakdown. Okay, so if you could tell us the breakdown, get us the breakdown before the end of your session, that would be great for us. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Before we get to point of information, Senator Fonseca, and then we'll come to you, Senator DeGraff. I also like to recognize the presence of Senator Committee member, Senator Kurt VLA.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, one-third of your patients are uninsured and ineligible. Okay, so I'm assuming that those you offer the payment plan. And when you say ineligible, you're talking about ineligible because the income is high, or why are they ineligible? Uninsured and ineligible.
So the vast majority of our ineligible patients are undocumented patients. So they do not qualify for
Okay,
medical assistance,
undocumented.
nor do they qualify for any sort of insurance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Would those individuals fall under the presumptive eligibility?
No, if they don't have any documents.
documentation.
Yeah. But we do HPE, absolutely.
Yeah, all right. Senator DeGraff, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just for clarification, I was asking, like I say, what was your ask? And you said 2.5. I don't know if
Correct.
you are aware that the governor recommendation 2.7?
Yes, so that was emailed to us last night at 10:49 p.m. So we had not seen that until we got in here this morning, but we had already submitted everything. So I didn't want to stray from what was there, that we had actually written to you. We read what was written, but absolutely 2.7 would be
Okay,
wonderful.
no, see, that's what I was
2.7
sweating.
is wonderful, absolutely.
That's what I was
we
sweating.
completely agree with his 2.7.
No,
But
I
we
was
didn't see
saying,
it till very, it wasn't
that's
sent
why I
till
was
late
trying,
last night.
you threw me for a
Right,
loop,
so I'm
but
sorry.
because we giving you
We didn't want
2.7,
to-
you said,
right.
but I got you. Thank you for the
We're
time,
not going
Mr.
to
Chair.
refuse
One
the
at a time, please.
2.7.
One at a time,
Okay.
Dr. Richards. Go ahead. You complete?
Yeah, he's done.
Senator VLA, you recognize your point of information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. In reference to the undocumented patients, are they charged a basic fee before services are provided?
Yes, they are. They are put on our sliding fee discount program, and they have to pay for their services before they are seen. Now, of course, if there's an emergency, we will take care of any patient without asking them for money. But if they're coming in for their routine care, they will have to pay for those services before they're seen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Milton Potter. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. A special good morning to Dr. Richards and Mr. Mears from STEAM CC. Welcome. Congratulations to you and the staff and management of STEAM CC. What a difference a year makes. And I think we have definitely seen substantial progress with regards to STEAM CC and the functioning of the organization. Now, you right-size the staff from 103 employees to 58 and cut directors in half. How has this lean structure affected your service delivery? And are there any quality of care indicators that may be showing strain based on the right-sizing of operations?
So no, I don't think so, because a lot of the staff that we had were kind of splitting tasks. Instead of one person fully carrying out the duties that they should in that role, if someone was not quite carrying out their duties, rather than upskilling and training, you just added another person. So we have streamlined, we're providing training, we're providing support, that's number one. Number two, the staff that we have added is revenue generating staff. So the quality of care is definitely not impacted because now we have providers. Well, we didn't have as many providers before. So we talked about the composition of the staff going from 9% of providers to 22% of providers. That's huge, and that's what's helped our revenue generation and helped us provide the care to the people of the territory. Now, once we continue to expand our services, then yes, we will need more staff. But at this point, it's functioning quite well.
Understood. So you're very strategic with your staff adjustments and
Correct.
reductions. You mentioned in your testimony that you terminated a $40 million land lease liability, and I just wanted to get some understanding and some clarification as to what the liabilities were tied to and whether this lease termination triggered any sort of legal or contractual consequences.
So it's an estimated 40 million in that it was about $24,000 per month, and at the end of about every September or so, the rent would increase 4 to 5% for the remainder of the 99-year lease. They were absolutely wonderful about it. They completely understood how this was not the right thing for Steam CC at the time. There were no legal issues. There's been no fallout from it at all.
Okay. Excellent. Now, between 2023 and 2024, the share of medical assistance patients or MAP patients dropped from 47% to 35%, while self-pay rose to 34%. And we just had some discussion about that. What accounts for this shift, and how are you managing the growing burden of uncompensated care?
So if you remember last year, medical assistants dropped a significant number of their enrollees. When they dropped from being on medical assistance, they typically will become self-pay. What we have done is really kind of ask patients to pay ahead of time. Part of the problem that we were experiencing before is that people kind of thought it was a free clinic, so they would come in and then just be sent a bill. We've now streamlined that, and we're really working to train up the staff to understand that this is not a free clinic. They do have to pay for services. And so they've become very good about collecting money before the patients are seen. I'll give you an example. I remember when Mr. Mayers first started, we were collecting $189 to $200 for the entire day from the front staff. Now it's a few $1,000s a day from the front staff, because now they understand and they've seen what we've gone through over these past couple of years, and they realize we've got to collect money from the patients that can pay so that we can pay our bills.
Sure. As far as persons who can't pay, it's just a regular patient off the street comes to Steam CC, I need to see a doctor, I don't have health insurance, walk me through how you would determine, I have $15 in my pocket. How would you determine what that person pays for that visit?
1 minute.
To somebody off the street.
So we have a sliding fee discount program. And as a part of that sliding fee discount program, HRSA requires that we have what's called a nominal fee. The nominal fee is determined by the board of directors. And just so you know, more than half of the board of directors, they have to be patients. So this nominal fee is not something that you or I are saying, oh, that's easy to afford. It's from people who use the center. So this nominal fee is $50. So anyone who comes in that falls in our lowest category will pay the $50. Again, we're reasonable. We want to take care of the patients. If there's some acute issue and someone really cannot pay, we're not going to turn the patient away. But the reality is that does not happen. Right. Once we tell them it's $50 for you to see the doctor, it's way better than the $462 that they'd have to pay elsewhere. So they're fine with actually paying it.
If they were to say, I don't have $50, if they were to say, Dr. Richards, I don't have $50, how does that work?
So we really don't encounter that very much. I mean, in the beginning, they'll be like, oh, I don't have any money. We're like, okay, well, let's see when we can be seen. Okay, hold on a second. And then they find it. But if somebody really, really is that desperately needing to be seen and cannot come up with $50, I'm sure we would find a way to have a payment plan for them.
Understood. Excellent. Yeah. For me, Mr. Chair, just wrap up. Visit volume increased by nearly 35% in 2024, and you're on track to surpass that in 2025. Is your current staffing and infrastructure adequate to handle this increase, or are you at risk for bottlenecks?
I think we're definitely at risk for bottlenecks. We have way outgrown our physical space. Our staffing level is fine, but we definitely need more physical space to accommodate more patients. If each provider could have 2 rooms, for example, we could be a lot more efficient. If someone has an EKG, they're stuck in that room rather than putting them in another room and then another patient can be seen. So absolutely finding a facility that can accommodate us would be much better for the community.
What's the outlook with regards to identifying a facility that clearly you've outgrown Steam CC? I mean, the mall area.
Right.
What's the outlook? What's the plan within the next, 24 hours.
Please don't say
24 months regarding transition into a facility that your patients and clients will be comfortable, as well as your staff will be comfortable in functioning?
So ultimately, we want a really big, beautiful center for the community. I mean, something where the patients can be seen on the one floor. We have exercise rooms and nutrition classes on the other floor. We have a store that we can sell goods and use that money to buy things for the other patients, durable medical equipment, that kind of thing. But that's way far off. But in the meantime, there is still a need, and the patients need to be seen now. So we've met with several of our government partners. We met with Property and Procurement yesterday, AC Alexander, to try to help us identify some spaces. We also met with Executive Director Alexander. AC Commissioner is Property and Procurement. So AC Richards from Property and Procurement, right, and Executive Director Alexander from Housing Authority, so that we can find other ways to do this. Okay. One of the things we proposed that he was very on board with was coming into the community centers and creating a space in there to see the patients. Down west, down in Tonopah, Pearson, Elton, Bovoni, so that patients don't have to find a way to get there. $3 may be nothing to us to get you a dollar ride, but that's a lot to some people. And if we're there and we're bringing the services to them, we think they're going to be a lot more compliant. We also want to outfit the vans that we have to see the patients. Particularly for St. John. We want to take one of those vans with dental services in particular over to St. John, because when I looked at Myra Keating, I didn't see that they had dental on that list. So we'd like to be able to offer those services to the people of St. John.
Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for your line of questions. Just to be clear, is it your testimony that you are unaware of what the governor has proposed for STEAM CNC before last night?
I only received the post-audit last night.
No, not from the post-audit, though. Have you not been in communication with OMB in preparation?
I have not gotten anything from OMB.
Nothing from them in regards to...
Not that we've seen. Have you seen anything from OMB?
So how are you preparing? How are you aware of what was being proposed?
We were looking at our needs and preparing our testimony and our budget based on what we needed. And this is not unique to this year. I don't usually see anything before the day before.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
Okay. All right, we got to see what's happening in that. So you have an executive director?
Yes.
You have an executive director. Mm-hmm. So who's the executive director?
I'm the executive director.
Okay, and also the medical director. I'm sorry. I'm saying executive director. Medical director.
Yeah. So the medical director is Dr. Tricia Harris.
Okay.
She's the PA we were referring to before, who has a doctorate in health administration.
Okay. All right. And there's no salary designation here for the executive director that you'll need to share with our post-audit as well. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
And because that is a new position, it was newly filled after we submitted all of our documents.
Very well. Tell me, how are you navigating the issue or the crisis in respect to Medicaid, Medicare? I know that continue to be a fluid situation. What's happening? How are you navigating that process? Are you challenged by that in any way, shape, or form?
Yes. Trying to get Medicaid to remit payments in a timely fashion has been a bit of a challenge. We're owed about $570,000 right now, $515 from Medicare, for medical, and $55 for dental. And we won't see much of anything for a little while, and then we get a big lump sum. But again, we can't pay payroll, we can't pay vendors and stuff if it's 2-3 months and we don't get anything. But the bigger issue with Medicaid is really the Medicaid cost report, which
we could barely hear you.
Sorry, the bigger issue with Medicaid is really the Medicaid cost report. That's where we want to see that big lump sum come from. And I think it's been 7 or 8 years and it has not been done. We have reached out multiple times to try to lend assistance if we need to, but we haven't gotten much of a response about that.
The chair will recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, everyone in and outside the room. I wanted to ask, first of all, I also want to commend Dr. Richards and her team on the turnaround, because this is really an impressive turnaround that's happening. I too was concerned about the change or the drop in the right sizing as opposed to downsizing. I did like that characterization and whether services were impacted. But I saw that you added revenue generating providers. My first question is, you have vacancies in what positions? Am I correct when I read from the post-audit report that you are looking, well, your vacancies are a behavioral health nurse practitioner and a pediatrician?
So pediatrician, yes, still. But since the documents were sent down to post-audit, we have actually hired a behavioral health nurse practitioner who will be providing some of the telehealth behavioral health services. She also does a lot with adolescent medicine and substance abuse, so we're very excited to have her on board. She is going to be credentialed next month, so technically she is not onboarded yet, but she will be credentialed at Steam CC next month. She already has her VI license.
Okay, great. And I wanted to ask, why is there such a difference in the physician assistant positions? I see that you have 3 physician assistants right now.
Yes, so a lot of that will be based on experience, years of experience, and other qualifications. So someone who does, women's health, someone who does family medicine with OB, those kinds of things. So it really is based on their qualifications and their years of experience. Just like other providers, when an MD comes in, their payments are based on their years of experience and their skill levels. Do they do procedures or do they not do procedures? Those things make a big difference in how we compensate.
Okay, but they're all physician assistants.
Right, but different years of experience and different skill levels.
No, Dr. Richards, the only reason that I'm asking that is because my daughter is a physician assistant. I have to put that disclaimer out, and I am very happy to see that you're making use of physician assistants. Absolutely. Just letting you know that. That's all I was going with that. Because they're just like in the legal world, there has been sometimes resistance to using legal assistants, and I know that in the medical world sometimes there's a little resistance to using physician assistants. That's where I was just really intrigued and happy to see that you're making use of physician assistants here in the Virgin Islands to the extent that you are. So kudos to you on that. I wanted to also ask, I was trying to understand where in your testimony you state that 99% of your patients are below the federal poverty line. But then you saw an increase in patients with commercial insurance. I'm trying to reconcile those two figures, and how were you able to increase the commercial insurance patients? Because from 11, you almost doubled it, 11.7% to 20%, and that increases your revenue. So what did you do? Was there marketing? Was it by word of mouth? How did that happen?
So I knew somebody was going to ask that, so thank you for asking that question. So first of all, the increase in commercial insurance is really because of our specialty service, dermatology. If you want to see a dermatologist on St. Thomas, you have to come to East End. However, the reason we still have that low number, because I looked at it too, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. It's because you can have insurance. Say you're a single mother of 4 and you're making $36,000, $35,000. A single mother of a family of 4, that's still below the federal poverty line at $36,000, $37,000. So even though they're insured and we will collect more of that money, they still fall below that federal poverty line. Because I looked at it too and didn't understand it at first either.
Yeah, I wanted to really highlight that, because sometimes we seem to think that because someone has health insurance, that in fact they're able to meet their other needs, the WAPA bills, the food bills, those types of needs that are critical, housing. And I really wanted to emphasize that. So when it jumped out at me, because sometimes we are mistaken in this community as to the poverty that people face. So I was very happy to see that. I also wanted to highlight in your testimony, you talked about, excuse me, my time is up. Just one more question, Mr. Chair, please.
You may proceed, Senator. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I am very concerned about the behavioral health. You had depression screenings, 2,934, as well as, and that's the preventative screening. But then you also had 2,118 behavioral health visits. From your viewpoint as a doctor, is that alarming for us as a community? And thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll let Dr. Richards answer in your time. But thank you. Your testimony was, well, by me, it was well received, and I appreciated it. Thank you.
You may respond, Dr.
Thank you, Senator James. So the screening is done on every patient. So we're not screening because we think you have depression. We're screening because we think everybody should be screened. I want to see that number actually higher. The behavioral health visits are not alarming to me. Again, I'd like to see more. We have a community that is hurting. We have children that are hurting. And because there's such a stigma surrounding behavioral health, they're not seeking the care that they should. This is why we want to bring it into the home. We want to have telehealth services so that you can receive those services in your safe space, wherever that is. Do you want to come into the center? That's fine. You want to do it in your car? You want to do it in your house? Wherever you want to do it, you can do it. We're actually talking to Dr. George at UVI about taking it down to UVI and putting it in the locker rooms so that our young males who are athletes who have had lots of trauma can go in there with no stigma and get their behavioral health interventions. So I would like to see both of those numbers higher, and having the support of our leaders and in healthcare, in education, in housing, and here in this room to support people who need behavioral health and push it as something that is normal, something that is accepted, I think is going to make a big difference in our community.
Excellent. We definitely support you in that endeavor. Point of information, Senator Fonseca, you recognize?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back, I remember in 2023, when you had first took over, there was some issue with supplies. I remember you had lacked pap smear supplies for the ladies doing the tests and stuff. How are we with supplies now? Are any vendors threatening to cut you off and not because of non-payment? How are we with supplies?
So we're doing well with supplies. Every once in a while when we have a big bill, it is a struggle to pay, but it doesn't impact day-to-day care because we ensure that we have months' worth of supplies. So, for example, for most supplies in the center, we have about 4 to 6 months worth of supplies. And particularly for hurricane season, we ensure that we have enough supplies to last us 4 to 6 months. So at this point, we're doing fine. I don't see that there's any delay in any of our supply requisitions.
Okay, glad to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Carla Joseph, I wanted to ask, how is morale at the center?
I think, that's what I was trying to respond to when they were asking about the increases. So the increases we gave to our salary, to our staff, were very minimal. But we just wanted to do something for the same people that we had to furlough, to same people who had to have salary cuts, the same people who have been pushing and fighting. So morale is much better than it was 6 months ago, 8 months ago, 10 months ago. I see continued improvements in our morale. When we did the increases, I personally called every staff member and I was like, I just want to thank you. It's a little bit, but I just want to thank you. And they were very pleased, even though it's only $2,000, $3,000. They just wanted some sort of recognition. I think there's more room for improvement. The more we are able to collect more revenue, the more we can change our compensation base rates. But we try to do little things, ice cream socials, fun days, those kinds of things to boost our morale.
Good. And in terms of uncompensated care, how are you documenting the uncompensated care services that you provide at the center?
What do you mean, how are we documenting?
How are you documenting? A lot of times we continue to hear about uncompensated care. We know that we're providing some level of subsidies to support uncompensated care. Is it sufficient? I don't know. Is there a precise, detailed documentation of uncompensated care that we could always refer to make a true determination of what uncompensated care look like for STEAM CNC?
So we haven't done it yet for the 2026, but certainly we have things like self-pay reports, which is why I was able to quote that number of 2,407 already for this year. So I know that self-pay number is going to be very high, and we can certainly go through that and say, well, this many were dental, this many were medical, this many were physicals. Had this been an insured patient, a medical assistance patient, this is what we would have collected. So we can certainly provide that year to date.
Yeah, we'd love to take a look at
Sure,
what
absolutely.
that look like. At this time, Senator College Joseph, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the staff at STEM CC. Definitely a pleasant good day to Dr. Richards as well as Mr. Mayers for your testimony. And I want to really echo what my colleagues have mentioned, that you have done a really great job in cutting, but also you have done an exceptional job in looking at avenues to increase your revenue, and by bringing on physicians that you're able to bill to Medicaid, Medicare, as well as private insurance. So I really want to commend you on your austerity measures and your vision, because you really want to be in a position to bill. And speaking of that, how quickly are you billing your clients, or you're billing their insurance? And do you have an account receivable on your plate that you're tracking to make sure, even though persons are uninsured or not insured or maybe underinsured, how are you tracking to see that those patients could still make an effort to pay for the cost of their services?
So, for the most part, our self-pay patients do pay before their services are rendered, particularly for something like a specialty care. That's not life or limb threatening. So before they see specialty, before they have any routine labs, they do have to pay those visits. But everything is kept in our computer systems, and we have a dedicated team of billers that are looking at that. As far as our accounts receivable, same thing. We have weekly meetings with our revenue cycle team to keep us updated as to what we own. That's why I could tell you right away, this is what medical assistance owes us, because we have these meetings on a regular basis. Running STEAM CC as a business is what we've really tried to accomplish over the last couple of years. And it's been quite a shift, but it is a business. So trying to get hard data, trying to get the numbers and the numbers to be accurate so we can make good decisions has really been a struggle for us. But we're finally starting to get there now with this new electronic medical record system. So I think more and more it'll be easier for us to answer all of those questions that you ask.
And I'm glad you mentioned the new electronical medical record system, your EMR system. What is the expected cost of this system and your timeline to implement?
So we've already implemented the system. We started it in January of this year. And Mr. Mayers is very happy because it's about half of the cost of our previous system. So half the cost, and much better at creating reports and doing data analytics and dashboards and so on that we did not have before.
Okay, so specifically again,
what
what is the cost, or what was the cost of implementing the system?
Senator, I'm very happy to tell you that the system that we had before was costing us $400,000. The system we have now is going to cost us about $160,000. It's
And this is
much
annual?
more advanced. Correct, annual.
Okay, 160. So you're seen as sizable. You're doing really great work in reducing your costs. So this is more than 100% reduction in costs. That's very good, and that's really commendable. What type of system do you have? Because I know also our hospitals have indicated they are having a migration towards a new billing system. So would you be able to share what the system brand name is?
Sure. Our system is eClinicalWorks, and it's actually the same system that Frederiksted Healthcare just switched over to. We kind of did that in tandem, along with our primary care association in Puerto Rico, just to have more of a voice. Because most of them have it in Puerto Rico, so if we have it here, we figure we have more push with them when we ask for things.
Wonderful. Very good. I'm very pleased with your responses, and I hope you will send a budget for the 2.7 million.
Yes, we will.
Okay, not the 2.5. Now, I noted, Dr. Richards, that from the post-audit report, turn to page 13 for me. I know the chairman asked about the executive director. We don't see any cost for the executive director here. I don't need to know the salary, but you are the executive director, and you are still being paid from your previous position, so you're covering 3 roles or 2 roles?
So at the time
Into the mic, please.
Sorry. At the time when we sent it down, I was covering both roles.
Okay.
We have now added, like 4.5 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, we added a medical director. So that's why the information you have there is not as up to date as it should be. So we
Okay.
can send that information as well.
Oh, yes,
I have it on
please,
here.
please send it.
Sure.
And I was looking also at...
Time.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wrap up. Thank you so much. I need 2 questions, please. The other thing I was looking at was the general fund. We have about, 44 staff members that's on the general fund? Is that accurate?
Approximately, yes.
44. And you don't have any vacant positions that you're looking to fill?
Yes.
That's going to be used to, that general fund is going to be used to absorb that cost?
Yes, the pediatrician will likely, yes, the pediatrician will come from the general fund. Once
Okay,
we are,
the
find one.
pediatrician allergist?
Correct.
Okay, good. Because it's not here also. Finally, when was your last audit?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. That's fine.
We are current with our audits. We're in the middle of our 2026 audit right now.
Hooray! Repeat that again.
We are current with our audits. We're in the middle of our
That is
2025
a
audit
very
right now.
important thing. Did you have any blemishes or findings on your audits?
So our findings over the last couple years had been that everything was late. Last year we were like maybe 8 or 10 days late, but this year we're going to be on time. Those were the only findings.
Late in what?
In submitting.
In submitting your
Correct,
audits.
correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to see that they're on schedule with their audit. It tells about the level of accountability and transparency. I really applaud you. I will be fighting and hopefully I'll emerge as a champion for the
you.
2.7. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Before we go to Senator Vielle, who will be the next senator, the 340B program improvement, can you expand and how you were able to, what you have done to improve on the 340B that have really increased some of your revenues coming in?
Sure. So we have a 340B champion, and I will say it really is her hard work. 340B program is a pharmacy discount program that allows our patients to be able to get their medications at discounted rates. When we started, it existed, but all we were really doing was paying the mediator $2,500 a month. Over the past 2 years now, we have added multiple pharmacies. So we have Medicine Shop, we have Tradewinds, we have Walgreens, and we have an online pharmacy. So just expanding the number of pharmacies we have and really creating a process within the center about how to make the 340B referrals has really been what's driven up that revenue. We're also in talks to try to expand that out to other areas and into some private entities to help them with their pharmacy programs.
Very well, good. And point of information, Senator Vielle, Senator DeGraff, you recognize. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To CFO. What I'm trying to figure out is, would it, have you ever looked into mirroring the government, the GVI fiscal year, in terms of how you operate?
We haven't looked into it. One of the reasons why we have the current time frame or calendar year, it coincides with the federal government.
Oh, okay.
And because of the way we were set up, and that's our main grant, that is probably where it came from. But at this stage, we mirror the federal government. Some of the reporting that we have to do, it helps us that we have the same financial year when we're reporting to them. We have something called an area competition that happens every 3 years. It helps that we have the same financial year with them.
Okay, because I would recommend that we look into, at least every February, a report is sent to the Committee on Budget in regards to how the funding has been utilized to coincide with your fiscal year, and for us to follow better with getting information to post audit, for us to for us to assist you, because in trying to assist you with trying to balance you splitting the fiscal year budget on our end and you coming to us for money, then we need to look at it that way. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Viola, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just made a mess of my desk.
You need a minute?
Give me a minute, please.
Yeah.
And if anybody have a point?
Yeah, I'll have a point.
Okay.
So real quickly, I wanted to ask you whether or not, in terms of your revenues of funding coming into the STEAM CNC, have you received any additional monies through ARPA, through the Office of Insular Affairs, through philanthropy, or any other funding that you have not reported to us today?
Nothing that has not been reported, no.
No additional funding coming in from any place else?
Not yet. We have the outstanding, the grants that we have applied for, but nothing has been approved. Outside of that, we do not have anything.
Do you have a budget analyst assigned to you by OMB?
Do you know who it is?
Who do you communicate with over at OMB?
We haven't spoken to somebody at OMB recently, but we do have from time to time for reporting purposes. When we had the ARPA funds last year, there was somebody that we communicated with. We do have some access to the OMB director when we want to discuss our appropriations, for example. But at this stage, no, we haven't been.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest to him as well as to you that there be some level of open communication or continuous communication there, because there's some right fitting of budget lines that would really need to be matched, based by post audit and some of the questions that we ask, so that we could all be in sync with being able to respond those. Obviously, there's some challenges that's being presented in terms of the numbers, because we so consistent in looking at the numbers because we deal with the central government as well as semi-autonomous, that really just again, they're very line item specific. So we'll like to be able to kind of marry some of that, so that we could be able to be in sync with each other.
Okay.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize your point of information?
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Chair. In regards to WAPA, I know WAPA is an issue with everyone. How are you addressing, because the government, the GVI, has a single payer account where we put monies that come right out of the departments into that. Is that something that you're looking into, or you just pay the bills on a monthly as they come the best you can?
We are paying our bills monthly. We try to keep up with WAPA. We like to support. We see the need for us to keep supporting WAPA. So we try to keep our bills up to date. We're probably a month or so behind at this stage, but we try to keep up with WAPA bills in particular.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You should be ready now.
A point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, the 340B drug program. Okay, so you have a grant of $250,000. It's to help you give get prescription drugs at significantly reduced prices. Tell me how the patient's benefits that's not what it's for?
No, it's not actually it's not a grant that we have received for $250,000. We're actually generating that much money from the 340B discount program. So very generally, if the pharmacy would sell a medication to the pharmacy for $100, because we're 340B, maybe they'll sell it to us for $75. The pharmacy might sell it to someone for $200 and make a $100 profit. But we're now buying it for $75. We can sell it for $75, and then we can make that $75 profit and split it. So the patient is saving some money, and the entities are actually generating some revenue. So it's not a grant, it's actually a revenue generator. So anytime any patient that is a STEAM CC patient is 340B eligible, whether they're, the insured patients included. So these high-end drugs, we can actually offer them discounted prices for those drugs.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Are there any federal program cuts that you're anticipating or that you know of?
Not that we know of. We hear what everybody else hears, but we haven't had any direct impact from anything yet. The grant that we had, for example, we were concerned about that, but that is full steam ahead with the behavioral health. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Vielle, and then I'll come back to you, Senator Joseph, with your point of information. Senator Vielle, recognize you for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and once again, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. A reference to the 340B program, was that included in the Big Beautiful Bill? Is it still a program that is viable?
Yes, as far as we know, it has not been affected by that.
Okay. The physicians that practice at STEAM, are they allowed to bill, or does STEAM bill for all services?
STEAM CC bills for everybody.
Okay, STEAM bills for everybody. Okay, in reference, you said that all your previous audits were fine. That includes a period when you accumulated all of this legacy debt?
Yes. So when we got our audits for 2023 and 2024, the findings were primarily that the audits were submitted late. I believe 2023, like I said, pre-us, there was something about how the sliding fee discount program was being explained to the patients. But aside from that, we haven't had anything.
So there were no findings in reference to mismanagement for the period when
Not
the
that
debt...
I have seen. Have you seen anything?
Yeah, let the senator complete his question and then respond. Go ahead, Senator.
Yeah, were there any findings of mismanagement for the period when the legacy debt was accumulated?
Senator, the answer to that is no. I think for the financial statement audits, they were looking, the perspective may be a little different. So they're looking to make sure that they are testing to the numbers that are in the financial statement, that they are correct, even when they might be averse or adverse. But it's not a finding per se in financial statements auditing.
Okay, so presently, what type of retirement plan does the employees have?
At this stage, we have something called a 403B. It's similar to an IRA type program. STEAM-CC, for the most part, matches contributions by its employees up to 100%, up to $6,000.
And most employees pay what percent of their salary into that?
Most, I wouldn't say most, maybe half of the employees, 50% of them, contribute to it. That's one of the reasons why we want to increase the lower level salaries, because we felt that some of the staff didn't think that they had enough monies to contribute to that program.
One second, I'm trying to find out what is the average employee pay into that retirement system? 6%, 5%, 10%?
I don't know that number, Senator. I could get that for you. Most employees pay in a fixed amount, $50, $100 per pay period.
I'm trying to find out the percentage, because that determines the percentage that you pay, correct?
Fair enough.
Okay.
So I get to that number.
Health insurance. What health insurance do they have?
United Healthcare, Senator.
Okay, so you moved away at that one point from Cigna.
That is correct.
And what is the percentage employee-employer?
Employer pays 75%, employee 25%.
To include family?
That is correct.
Okay, on page 18 of your testimony. Page 18, if you could turn to page 18 and you look on the employee benefits or fringe benefits. You said the center budgeted 2026 benefit rate is approximately 24%. Your personal salary is $4,506,008. The amount that you have there is not 24% of $4,500,000.
That's correct, Senator. One of the things that we budgeted for was a contribution to some of these legacy debts that are related to fringe benefits,
Hold up. So that's why I pointed out, because I realized that. Because I heard you said that you would like $2.5 million for legacy debt, but in your fringe, you have already included $600,000 for legacy debt. So if you were supposed to get an additional 2.5, you already got 600,000, because 24% of $4,506,000 is $1,081,441, and you have $1,752,000, so which is actually $600 and something thousand more. So you have embedded paying back your legacy debt in your projected fringe costs. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, so your legacy debt, if you're supposed to get this, has now decreased from 2.5 million to 1.9.
Senator, our legacy debt is well over $3 million. What we are projecting and what we're planning and what we're asking is that $2 million allows us to make some significant inroads. I can't remember the term the Dr. Richards used. Inroads into that debt that allows us to be stable financially. So that is the plan here.
So what is your legacy debt, to be exact?
Our legacy debt is, I'm going to just call the major parts of it, is rent, $1.7 million.
Total.
And I'm just doing that quickly in my head. It's $3.7 million, that's our debt. And most of it is legacy debt. Because we are paying current, we're keeping current with our expenses.
Okay, and you owe $640,000 to the Bureau of Internal Revenue?
That's correct.
And how much do you owe to GRS?
GRS, we don't owe GRS any money that I'm aware of.
Okay, if you don't owe GRS any money, how come that one employee is waiting to retire if everything has been paid up?
Senator, it's a little more complicated. Let me just explain quickly. The employees that are there right now, the 3 employees that we talked about, are employees who were vested at the time. And we didn't make any allowances for those employees that were vested. And the intention of this management team is to ensure that those employees are made whole by us going and giving the employees the employer portion of what they would have gotten if they had retired under the GRS program. All employees were refunded the employee portion.
So those 4 employees, they're vested already. Are they still a part of the government employee retirement system? The 3 employees that are left. You said 1 retired.
No, Senator. They are no longer part of the
okay, and that's totally unfair. You have vested members who put in more than 10 years, and then you now force them off of the system. So you force them to take the retirement plan of STEAM, which is going to set back the ability to retire, because they're going from one system to the next.
Senator, we agree. We felt that those employees were sort of let down, and our intention is to make them as whole as possible by they've gotten the employee portion, we're going to ensure that they get the employer portion. That is our intention, so that they can have those funds for their futures.
So if an employee had 15 years, you're saying that you're going to pay them 15 years of employer contribution to make them whole?
This is the very least we could do, Senator, in the circumstances, because they've already gotten the employee portions already.
Who gave them the employee portion?
GRS give all of the employees their employee portion.
So GRS gave back vested employees employee portion. After 10 years, you're vested and you're not allowed to get back the employee portion. Are you saying that GRS gave back employee contribution for vested employees?
As far as I understood it, Senator, all employees were provided with the employee portions.
And sir, if I can interject, this was before we started, so it's just little bits of information that we are getting. We have tried looking through whatever documents are available, and that has been quite challenging. But we agree this is not fair, which is why we are trying to do whatever we can to, secure the future of our employees. I've been there 14 years. I too was affected by this. I would not have made that decision, quite frankly. But we're trying to do what we can for those 3 employees.
Okay, so were you giving back your employee contributions from GRS based on the fact that you were there 14 years? Because you were already vested.
Right. So at the time that this was done, I think it was maybe 2018 or 19. I was not vested at that point. But I did get a check back from GRS, yes.
Okay. And I just want to say that when this was taking place, the former director was one, that it was a bad idea that he was implementing in reference to GRS. He was one about the health insurance. We literally begged him not to go through with any of that. There was total mismanagement. And you fast forward today, and that person has been rewarded and given a leadership position within central government. I just wanted to highlight the craziness that takes place on a regular basis. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Any burning questions from any of my colleagues? Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I do have a very burning question if we're looking at revenues, and we're looking at the one big, beautiful bill. Are you aware of the Rural Health Transformation Program?
Very, not enough. Sorry, I keep turning to you, sorry. I've heard of it, but I have not done research about it, but I know that we need to look at our designation and see if we qualify.
Well, typically, and I just putting on my grant writing hat, we are designated rural, the Virgin Islands on a whole. And so the deadline to apply for this money is December 31st, 2025. I would urge you to get your people together to really review your eligibility to really take advantage of this. Is $50 million? $50 billion, billion dollars that is allocated over 5 years. So I think it's about $10 billion a year. So you want to really take advantage of that and look into that to help, shore up your needs and to expand your services. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Just real quickly, I want to say that it's important that you send back whatever information my post-audit division have requested, because we need to be able to make informed decision, especially as it pertains to your legacy debt. There's some reconciliation that could be made there, and we want to make sure that we're good in those decisions that needs to be made in that respect. At this time, I'll give you 30 seconds to do your closing statement. But before that, I wanted to ask you, what keeps you up at night regarding your assignment, regarding your mission?
Bring us back. I think that's the biggest thing. And then the staff, being able to take care of the staff. I think those are the two things that keep me up, for sure.
legacy debt as
Cybersecurity.
well as your
And cybersecurity.
cybersecurity.
The
Yeah.
threats of cybersecurity are certainly very real for us as well.
Yes. And for that, I suggest that you reach out to by Teamer as well as BIT to make sure that they're supporting you in that stead. At this time, I'll give you 30 seconds to do your closing.
Thank you. So once again, this is a call for partnership. We've worked hard to stabilize ourselves and to save ourselves, and this is really about what comes next. A well-resourced STEAM-CC is an absolute necessity for the health equity that this territory deserves. At STEAM-CC, we recognize that true health equity means ensuring every person, regardless of income, language, race, zip code, has access to care and resources that they need, not just to survive, but to thrive. We have laid the foundation and the machinery is in place. What remains is the need for you to invest in its momentum, every single one of you. And I don't just mean invest financially with funding. I mean invest on a bigger level. Invest in our community with your hearts and with your commitment to truly, finally improving healthcare within this territory. We are putting our money where our mouth is, and we are asking you humbly, urgently, and unapologetically to do the same. To believe in the future we've already begun to build, to take action as we have over the last few years. Not just talking and meeting and telling everyone that we need change, but doing things. Not because it's easy or it's the popular choice, but because it's the right thing to do for our people, to finally take action. And because at this point, after all these years, it's time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, we recognize the improvement that have been made at STEAM CNC. We commend the efforts. Of course, we want to continue to be a partner. And of course, there is some opportunity for us to become champions. And we do ask that you continue to share, whatever information that you have. You do have oversight under the Health, Hospital, and Human Services Committee as well. And, the open dialogue and, honest dialogue is necessary as we endeavor to really allow for that partnership and to become champions to exist. So I recognize the improvements. I knew that there were times when you have come before us where there are a lot of acrimony occurring. I think that we have seen where there's tremendous improvement that have been made, and the right fitting seems to be acceptable. The downsizing in areas seems to be critical. Now let's start to grow the center so that we can continue to meet the needs of our community. Again, thank you for coming before us, and we look forward to our continued relationship moving forward. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess until 1300 hours, 1 p.m., where we have the Department of Human Services.
Thank you.
Pleasant good afternoon. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on record and out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up items in block number 2.
Block number 2, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. The Department of Human Services. Invited testifier, the Honorable Averil E. George, Commissioner. That ends the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Commissioner Averil George seated along with Team Human Services here. So we'll go to the testifiers table to do introductions. Good afternoon, Commissioner. If you could just introduce yourself and the rest of the staff could introduce themselves. Let's try that again, please.
Good now? Good afternoon, Averil George, Commissioner, Department of Human Services.
Ms. Benjamin.
Good afternoon, Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner, based on St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Frederick Norford, Legal Counsel.
Good afternoon, Akila O'Brien, Disaster Recovery Specialist.
Good afternoon, Tasha Phillips Dorset, Assistant Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Lydia McGrath Purcell, Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon, Erickson Brown, Assistant Director of HR.
1, 2. Good afternoon, Sean Georges, Deputy Commissioner Operations, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good afternoon, Hugh Nicholas, Deputy Commissioner of St. Croix.
Thank you very much. Again, Commissioner, welcome. And you're here to defend your budget of $69,153,007. You may go ahead with your testimony at this time.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, Senator Novalee Francis, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, other distinguished senators present and listening, my Department of Human Services leadership team, staff, and support volunteers, and the listening and viewing public. I am Averil George, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. In the well with me today, I have Assistant Commissioner Carla Benjamin, Assistant Commissioner Tasha Phillips Dorset, Chief Financial Officer Lydia McGrath Purcell, Chief Legal Counsel Frederick Norford, Deputy Commissioner of Operations for St. Thomas and St. John Shore Georges, and Deputy Commissioner of Operations for St. Croix, Hugh Nicholas. Also accompanying us are Akila O'Brien, DHS Disaster Recovery Specialist, and Erickson Brown, Assistant Director of Human Resources, along with other members of our dedicated team in the well. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you to present the FY26 budget for the U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. Established under Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, DHS serves as the designated state agency for all publicly funded social services outside of health and housing, with a mandate to protect and support the vulnerable. For nearly a decade or more, we have often said that the department serves about 1/3 of the territory's population. That was true at one time, but times have changed. Needs have grown, our programs have expanded, and today the map tells a more powerful story. With our population hovering now approximately 87,000 people, according to the U.S. 2020 Census, and DHS reaching around 40,000 individuals annually across all our programs and services, we're in fact serving closer to 46% of all Virgin Islanders. That's nearly half of our entire community who turn to us for support in some form, whether through Medicaid, SNAP, Meals on Wheels, child care subsidies, social work, Head Start, or residential care. This figures underscores both the scale and importance of our work. DHS oversees more than 84 programs administered through 15 divisions, each tailored to meet critical needs, from providing protective services and feeding children and seniors, to providing health insurance, safeguarding vulnerable adults, or preparing mass care and shelter operations during hurricanes. DHS is there, steadily and often without fanfare, woven into the everyday lives of our islands, supporting those who need us most. For fiscal year 2026, the Department of Human Services is working with a proposed combined budget of approximately $297.2 million, restoring us to our pre-pandemic funding levels, but with less flexibility and greater constraints. Of this total, $228.1 million is projected from federal sources, while $69.16 million will come from the general fund, representing a decrease of $1.8 million, which is 2.6% compared to our FY 2025. With service needs and operation costs remaining high across the territory, this year's budget will make for a difficult push as we work to keep pace with the growing demands of our community. The general fund now covers less than a quarter of total DHS operations, but those local dollars are increasingly stretched to pay for payroll, fringe, utilities, and critical support services. With every line item under pressure, careful planning will be needed to avoid gaps or slowdown in services. Personnel, $19,556,499, down 0.8%. Most decrease reflects strategic hiring and staff management without reducing core service delivery. Fringe benefits, $9,587,578, down 1.6%. Fringe tracks with personnel changes due to retirements, filled vacancies, and tighter benefits administration. Supplies, $952,111, down 23%. Major reduction achieved through consolidating office operations and tighter procurement controls, in addition to a shift of expenditures previously allocated under supplies and now shifted to capital per request from the Department of Finance. Other services, $35,694,006, down 3.3%. Reduction comes from renegotiated contracts and streamlined vendors and professional services. Capital, $192,812, up 105%. Allows for the support of urgent investments in equipment, technology, and critical facility upgrades. Utilities, $2,625,000, up 14%, reflects higher costs tied to expanded lease properties, ensuring continued operations during renovations and relocations. The budget overview provides you with charts on the next page. This table details the major federal funding streams and rollover balances that will sustain DHS operations in the coming year. Each line represents a critical resource that, if lost or disrupted, would put core services and vulnerable families at risk. For FY 2026, the federal fund balance of $228.1 million reflects a growing dependence on outside funding to sustain core programs that thousands of Virgin Islands rely on: Medicaid, SNAP, childcare, disaster recovery, and more. These federal investments are not simply additive. They are now the foundation of our ability to serve nearly half of the population. Non-appropriated funds, $2,541,360. The department anticipates receiving approximately $2,152,460 from the VI lottery for the Pharmaceutical Assistance Program for fiscal year 2026. Total collection for fiscal year 2025 total $2,210,065.38. Additionally, the department is projected a total of $282,000 in collections from the Homes for the Aged, with $210,000 for the Robert Gregg Home for the Aged and $72,000 for Queen Louise Home for the Aged. Lastly, the department expects to collect approximately $6,900 in licensing fees for child care centers. For fiscal year 2026, the department budgets include $545,000 in miscellaneous general fund appropriations. These targeted investments reflect the government's commitment to addressing urgent local needs, specifically the Energy Crisis Assistance Program, ECAP, for $500,000, and the Centennial Living Treasures for $45,000. DHS administers a diverse portfolio of sub-grantee awards funded through the miscellaneous section of the general fund, supporting a wide range of community-based organizations that deliver essential services such as food security, transitional housing, domestic violence prevention, after-school programs, and health outreach. These targeted appropriations are crucial for meeting urgent needs not addressed through our funding streams and for sustaining safety net programs across the territory. A detailed listing of all FY25 miscellaneous general fund appropriations for crisis intervention, including sub-grantee program areas and award amounts, is provided in the appendix. The Department of Human Services provides targeted support to nonprofits and community organizations dedicated to crisis intervention and emergency response. These appropriations, encumbered through the miscellaneous general fund, enable local partners to deliver vital assistance to individuals and families in acute distress. Federal legislation outlook H.R. 1 implications. One Big Beautiful Bill Act. While the department's FY26 budget request is not directly altered by the recently enacted H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, this sweeping legislation introduces a range of new Medicaid, SNAP, and child care provisions that will undeniably shape the department's long-term planning and compliance landscape. Medicaid compliance and eligibility, H.R. 1 maintains most existing Medicaid rules for the USVI, but enacts a series of new federal requirements with staggered effective dates. Reductions in retroactive coverage, limiting backdated Medicaid eligibility to 1 month for expansion of populations and 2 months for non-expansion of populations, January 2027. Amended definition of qualified aliens and updated rules for Medicaid and CHIP eligibility, October 2026, while continuing to recognize territorial status and carve-outs for COFA migrants. Loss of FMAP for specified gender dysphoria services with immediate effect. Requirements for participation in federal pharmacy data surveys if the USVI Medicaid drug rebate program is active. Implementation of a federal system to identify duplicate Medicaid enrollment across states and territories by October 2029. Prohibits on Medicaid funding for certain abortion providers for a 10-year period, effective immediately. Stricter provider enrollment checks, including quarterly debt master file reviews for both enrollee and providers, effective January 2028. Tighter eligibility verification, including a prohibition on federal matching funds, FMAP, for individuals whose citizenship or immigration status is unverified, October 2026. Updated asset limits for long-term care services, setting a maximum home equity cap at $1 million, January 2028. The territory remains excluded from several state provisions, including work requirements for Medicaid expansion for adults, new provider tax phase-downs and certain provider tax reforms, caps on state-directed payments tied to Medicaid rates, enhanced FMAP incentives for new Medicaid expansion, good faith waiver removal for perm payment era adults. The bill also introduces new federal work requirements for able-bodied adults without dependents, revises utility and shelter deduction formulas, and anticipates increased local administrative costs shares beginning in FY28 for SNAP and TANF programs. These changes requires monitoring for future budget and operational impacts. For child care, H1 creates employer-based childcare tax credits to incentivize private partnership with local daycare providers. The actual impact for the USVI will depend on the adoption of federal tax policies and the engagement of local businesses. None of our programs could function without the dedicated men and women of this department who carry out their duties with compassion and professionalism. As of June 30, 2025, the Department of Human Services employs 654 active staff members who power the delivery of services across 3 islands. St. Croix's District has 348 employees. St. Thomas St. John District has 306 employees. In fiscal year 2025, the department welcomed 46 new employees through various personnel actions, including 14 new hires, 11 rehires, 12 promotions, 6 transfers between departments, and 3 transfers within DHS. During the same period, 34 employees separated from service due to 19 retirements, 13 resignations, and 3 unfortunate deaths, which is Ada Christopher, Geraldine Cricky, and Livetta David Cole. DHS continues to stabilize and expand its workforce through targeted hiring strategies, job fair participation, and succession planning, particularly for staff nearing or exceeding 30 years of government service. The department operates under 6 distinct collective bargaining agreements, several of which currently active or in negotiation. The Virgin Islands Workers Union, Seafarers International Union, SIU Correction Officers, United Steelworkers Masters, United Steelworkers Supervisors, and Law Enforcement Supervisors Union. Salary adjustments tied to collective bargaining agreements are under review and pending approval by the Office of Management and Budget OMB. These adjustments will affect both general fund and federally funded employees. DHS is also in the process of actively addressing 7 outstanding grievances, ranging from disciplinary disputes to workplace conditions and salaries concern. The Department of Human Services could not be prouder and greatly appreciates the committed and resilient women and men who serve across our programs and facilities, delivering care and assistance to the most vulnerable members of our community every single day. We are aware of the employees earning under $35,000 and the potential impact by Bill number 36-0053. DHS will honor the proposed salary increases, recognizing the urgent need to keep pace with today's economic realities and the rising cost of living in the Virgin Islands. However, we do foresee some funding challenges post-implementation, especially as they impact both federally and locally funded positions. There are currently 107 DHS employees who would be impacted by the proposed increase in the minimum annual salary under Bill number 36-0053, which raises the minimum annual salary from $27,040 to $35,000. These employees are primarily located within the following programs: Head Start, Senior Citizens Affairs, Maintenance and Transportation, and the Youth Rehabilitation Center. These positions fall under the Virgin Islands Workers Union, Seafarers International Union of North America, and exempt classifications. For federally funded positions, federal grant awards will not increase in response to local statutory changes. The available federal dollars will fund fewer salaries, and any shortfall must be met with local funds. This issue could become even more challenging if salary increases ripple into other classifications as a result of the adjustment for these employees. That being said, the department is prepared to work with the legislature, OMB, and the Brian Roach administration to address the pay raises, but wants to be clear about the potential for funding gaps and operational strain if local resources is not increased accordingly. The Department of Human Services deeply values the outstanding individuals who make our mission possible. In FY 2025, DHS is honored to recognize 2 exceptional employees whose dedication and compassion set a standard for public service across the territory. In St. Croix, Ms. Shireen Maynard, an administrative assistant in the Office of Intake and Emergency Services, is a dedicated problem solver and involved in nearly every departmental initiative, volunteering her time and energy even outside of her regular duties. She's also Miss DHS 2025 for St. Croix, a testament to her positive presence in and outside the office. St. Thomas St. John, Mr. Robert Baldwin, kitchen manager at Queen Louise Home for the Aged, recognized for exemplary service and commitment to the well-being of senior residents. He brings daily comfort, dignity, humor, and a sense of home to our senior residents, demonstrating that true service is measured not in just meals prepared, but in lives uplifted. Office of Child Care, often referred to as Child Care or the Black Grant Program, the Office of Child Care and Regulatory Services licenses, regulates, monitors, and provides quality improvement support to all legitimate providers of child care services for children up to age 12 in the Virgin Islands, as well as after school, summer camps, and non-traditional child care services. These responsibilities include conducting regular inspections, addressing complaints, supporting provider compliance with health and safety standards, and helping to expand access to reliable child care. The division is funded entirely through the Federal Office of Child Care and Development Fund, which is projected at $9,101,245 for fiscal year 2026. This funding supports both regular oversight and child care subsidies that assist low-income families with the cost of care, allowing parents to work or to attend education and training programs, to enter the workforce. We've continued subsidy levels at the 100% percentile of market rates, meaning families face fewer out-of-pocket burdens. Subsidies at the 100 percentile of local market rates include $600 a month for infants, $675 a month for toddlers, $725 a month for preschoolers, $429 a month for school-age children. Over 550 children in the territory are currently served by these child care support grants. For fiscal year 2026, the department's Head Start program is supported by a combined operational budget of $10,351,425. The majority of funding is provided through federal sources. These federal dollars cover personnel, which is $5,873,857 million, fringe benefits, $3,235,239, supplies, $435,137, and other services, $600,775, and capital outlay of $206,500. Local support from the general fund makes up the remaining $4,564,000, which is allocated for personnel of $2,966,000 and fringe $1,598,000. No local funds are designated for supplies, other services, or capital outlay in FY 2026. This operational budget supports all program staffing, classroom activities, nutrition services, and family engagement efforts. Head Start remains one of the department's most vital programs, providing no-cost early education, meals, health screenings, and family support to children ages 3 to 5 across all 3 islands. Head Start funding enrollment stands at 794. Impacted by demographic shifts and temporary facility closures during major renovations. Despite these reductions, the department have made significant capital progress with the Federal Office of Head Start Disaster Recovery Funded construction and restoration of key Head Start sites across the territory. As many of you witnessed firsthand during the Cruz Bay ribbon cutting ceremony in December 2024, we are proud to report that the Cruz Bay Head Start facility is now fully completed and will open for the start of the 2025-2026 school year. With that milestone achieved, construction efforts continue across the territory on the remaining 5 major Head Start facilities. While this work was introduced in last year's budget, the continued development of these sites remains a top capital priority, funded by over $42 million in Office of Head Start disaster recovery funding. In Cruz Bay, St. John, we completed that at December 24. Estimated cost was $8 million. Concordia Head Start St. Croix, estimated completion October 2025, 75% completed, $7 million. Anna's Hope Head Start St. Croix, estimated completion October 2025, 75% completed, $7 million. Lindbergh Head Start St. Thomas, estimated completion October 2025, 86% completed, $3 million. Bolongo Head Start St. Thomas, January 2026, 64% completed, $11 million. Minetta Mitchell Nutrition Center St. Thomas, completed October 25, 80% completed, $4,200,000. Several of these projects will be completed in the coming months, marking an exciting new chapter for Head Start in the Virgin Islands. This period of construction and expansion positions us to boost enrollment and, in turn, help restore the federal funding levels necessary to fully support eligible children and families across all 3 islands. The Office of Intake and Emergency Services, known simply as Intake, serve as the territory's first line of defense for children, vulnerable adults, and families in crisis. With statutory responsibilities for responding to all reports of suspected child maltreatment, as well as reported dysregulation and an at-risk behavior of children, it is the gateway to the department's array of child welfare services, from advocacy and referrals to family court intervention. Intake also coordinates immediate support for families facing domestic emergencies, adults with disabilities, and seniors who have no one else to turn to. This is accomplished through a blend of federal family preservation grants under the Social Services Block Grant and locally funded federally family emergency welfare services, which together provide for emergency needs, crisis stabilization, and even final arrangements for indigent residents through cremation services. Between October 1st, 2024 and June 30th, 2025, Intake received 139 reports, resulting in 155 investigations, a number that reflects both the volume and complexity of the situations encountered. These cases were categorized as follows: 57 protective service cases, 51 neglect cases, 34 physical abuse cases, and 13 sexual abuse cases. Whenever a family, a family, or vulnerable adult is in imminent danger, Intake mobilizes resources, financial, legal, and social, to restore safety and stability. The team manages one-time grants to prevent homelessness, reparation for non-residents in distress, and initiates court proceedings for children experiencing behavioral challenges or family breakdown. Division of Children and Family Services, DCFS, is responsible for helping families at risk for separation due to child maltreatment, build capacity to reduce that risk to zero if possible, and for providing foster care and adoption services when separation is necessary. DCFS also recruits trains, and license resource families, foster and adoptive homes, and coordinate safe family reunification, and other permanency options for children in care. As of June 30th, 2024, there were 7 children in foster care in St. Thomas and 9 children in foster care, plus 1 child under the Interstate Compact on the placement of children on St. Croix. The number of active resources families was 7 in St. Thomas and 2 in St. Croix. DCFS operations and foster care services are supported by Title 4B and Social Services Block Grant. These grants help pay for personnel, training, maintenance, and support services for children in care, administrative costs such as promotional and public education initiatives. The general fund covers some personnel costs, foster care maintenance payments, contractual payments for Nana baby children homes, and other administrative and operational costs. Local funds also support emergency placements, court order services, and matching requirements for federal grant. Foster care payroll in St. Thomas is $10,100.47, 13 resource parents. St. Croix is $7,588.75, 12 resource parents. DCFS continues to face significant challenges recruiting and retaining resource families, especially on St. Croix, where the need for additional foster homes is greatest. The division also works closely with Nana Babies Children Home and similar partners to provide specialized placement and wraparound support. The Division of Intervention and Prevention Services, DIPS, continues to address the complex needs of at-risk youths, persons in need of supervision, and educated youth in both the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts. DIPS and YRC operations are supported primarily by the general fund, with a combined FY 2026 appropriation of $1,885,109. Supplemental support is provided through the Social Service Block Grant with an allocation of approximately $48,500. Between October 2024 and June 2025, DIPS served 121 youths, 80 in St. Thomas, St. John, and 41 in St. Croix, through a combination of investigations, court recommendations, treatment planning, oversight of alternative sentencing programs, and pre- and post-release support. Intervention services range from supporting youths who stay with their families to serving those placed at the YRC, which is a central part of the division's work. Of the youth served, 89 were adjudicated, 75% in St. Thomas, St. John, 25% in St. Croix. 30 were identified as at risk, and 2 were classified as persons in need of supervision. The average age for adjudicated males were 15 and a half years, females 15.9. For at-risk youth, males averaged 14.1 and females 15.5. 30% had a history of alcohol or drug use. 67% came from single-parent households. 96% were living at home at the time of arrest or petition. 23% came from very low-income families. 56% were new to the juvenile justice system. 17% were repeat offenders. 3% were school dropouts at the time of arrest or petition. 13% required special educational services, while 2% were diagnosed with a mental illness. 39% committed a violent offense, and 26% committed crimes against property. These statistics illustrate both the scope and complexity of the challenges facing the DIPS, emphasizing the continued need for targeted intervention, supportive program, and ongoing collaboration with the courts and community partners to redirect youth away from the justice system toward rehabilitation and positive development. The Office of Residential and Interstate Compact Affairs oversees the department's largest locally funded service area managing over $16 million in general fund expenditures to ensure safe, specialized placement for some of the most vulnerable Virgin Islands, including children, adolescents, and adults with developmental disabilities. 72 clients are currently in residential placements, 37 out of territory, 35 locally. There are also currently 10 ICPC cases and 3 ICJ cases being managed. The daily cost for care ranges from $125 to $1,011.17. Clients currently in placement range in age from 3 to 69 years old. DHS assumes permanent legal guardianship for residents whose conditions require lifetime care. They come into care and live in residential care for the duration of their lives. This substantial investment demonstrates the territory's unwavering commitment to ensuring quality care and protection for those unable to live safely in the community. DHS currently manages a continuum of residential placements for clients who require care outside of a traditional home environment. Of the 72 individuals served as of this reporting period, 37 are in out-of-territory placements and 35 are in local residential settings. The out-of-territory residential placements on your chart shows the largest share of clients that are placed at Sunrise Community, Inc., which accounts for 28 individuals, including 2 senior citizens. Smaller numbers reside at Devereux Advanced Behavioral Health in Florida and the George Rothenberg Center, with no current placements at Woodward Academy. The local residential placement on your chart demonstrates the department's investment in in-territory care. Placements are distributed across group homes, specialized residents including Anna's Hope, Project Hope Outreach, the Lutheran Social Service Ginger Thomas and Yellow Cedar residents, Queen Louise Home for Children, and Sister Emma Cottage. The department also continues to work towards introducing the proposed new interstate compact on the placement of children for ratification by the VI legislature to replace the existing compact, which was originally drafted in 1960. The Division of Family Assistance administers a comprehensive suite of safety net programs for the territory's low-income families, children, seniors, and vulnerable adults. These include the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF, Aid to the Aged, Aid to the Blind, Aid to the Disabled, General Assistance, and Critical Emergent Energy Assistance Program, collectively forming the backbone of support for the most in need across the Virgin Islands. General Fund for FY26 is $450,753 for personnel, $192,705 in fringe for program administration. Federal funds is $4,154,516 in personnel, $2,274,047 in fringe for administration, $6,647,122 is the matching/state administered grants for SNAP. Direct TANF and SNAP benefits are 100% federally funded, over $5 million monthly, while administrative costs are split between federal and local sources. The benefits and job program remain essential to food security and family stability for thousands of Virgin Islands. Their administration is supported by a combination of federal and local funds, with direct benefits entirely federally funded. DFA cash assistance programs reach hundreds of vulnerable residents each year. In FY 2025, Aid to the Aged provided $410,865 in support to 291 recipients. Aid to the Blind served 23 recipients with $30,600. Aid to the Disabled delivered $683,252 to 485 recipients. and general assistance reached 98 individuals, issuing 122,046 in assistance. Our Energy Assistance Program, ECAP, issued $669,877 in electric payments to seniors and disabled clients, supporting a total of 4,307 cases, 3,980 for seniors, and 327 for disabled individuals. Of this total, 306,996 was disbursed in the St. Thomas St. John district and $362,881 in the St. Croix district. SNAP and TANF both saw enrollment and benefit trends stabilize in FY25 after the COVID-related surges. DFA continues to address challenges in staffing, certification backlogs, and timely benefit delivery. TANF's new outcome-based compliance mandates will require even more intensive engagement with clients to support transitions to employment and education. Despite these hurdles, the division continues to expand partnerships, upgrade service delivery, and for the first time in a very long time, directly reach the St. John community with on-site eligibility support at the Cruz Bay Multipurpose Center. Medicaid remains the single most important healthcare coverage program in the Virgin Islands, protecting the well-being of more than 20,000 residents, including children, seniors, and persons with disabilities. For FY 2026, the program continues to anchor our healthcare system, ensuring access to critical medical services, supporting hospitals and clinics, and helping to stabilize families who would otherwise be left uninsured. For FY 2026, the Medicaid operational budget includes $3,517,915 from the general fund and $19,190,338 in federal funds, for a total of $22,708,253, supporting personnel, fringe, supplies, and other services and capital outlay. The federal medical assistance percentage, FMAP, determines the share of Medicaid program costs paid by the federal government versus the local government. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, the FMAP is especially significant for most Medicaid services. The federal government covers 83% of costs, with the territories responsible for 17%. For the adult group, the federal shares rises to 90%. CHIP is matched at 85% federal and 15% local. This high federal match allows the Virgin Islands to serve thousands of residents who would otherwise go without coverage. But it also means that any local shortfall in meeting the required match could jeopardize federal funding and, by extension, critical health care services. Federal cost-sharing percentages are designed to keep the program budget neutral, meaning the federal government provides a capped share of funding and the territory is required to cover all remaining costs, including any increases in enrollment, service demand, or program expansion. This structure ensures that Medicaid remains within the territory's fiscal capacity, but it also means any shortfall in a local match could jeopardize continued federal support. As of FY 2026, Medicaid enrollment stands at 20,202 individuals, a slight decrease from 20,302 at the start of the year. There are currently 1,699 pending applications awaiting processing, underscoring the continued demand for services and the need for ongoing administrative capacity. The number of residents accessing immediate coverage through presumptive eligibility has declined, revealing an opportunity for the department to strengthen outreach and streamline the enrollment processes, particularly for those facing urgent medical needs. The Medicaid program maintains a robust network of 1,085 enrolled providers across the territory, including hospitals, clinics, specialists, federally qualified health centers, and personal care attendants. In FY 2025, the personal care attendant PCA program served 66 members with 833 claims processed and a total of $710,447.97 paid out for services reflecting both the scope of provider network and the critical support delivered to beneficiaries through this program. In FY 2025, the Department of Human Services made significant Medicaid payments to key healthcare providers across the territory, including $7.45 million to Snyder Regional Medical Center and Myra Keaton Smith Community Hospital, $4.85 million to Wang F. Louis Hospital and its ESDRD program, $4.16 million to Frederiksted Healthcare, and $1.63 million to St. Thomas Eastern Medical Center. Medicaid remains a lifeline for Virgin Islands, but our ability to maintain this program depends on continued investment, effective administration, and unwavering support from both local and federal partners. FY 2026 will be a pivotal year as we navigate challenges and seize opportunities to strengthen healthcare for all our residents. The Division on Disabilities and Rehabilitation Services plays a critical role in advancing workforce inclusion and independent living for individuals with disabilities across the U.S. Virgin Islands. Operating as part of the territory's Workforce Development Network, DDRS collaborates with private employers, educational institutions, community stakeholders, and government agencies to expand opportunities for persons with disabilities. The division administers several federally mandated programs that offer a comprehensive array of services designed to support clients in achieving employment, education, and independent living goals. These programs areas include vocational rehabilitation, pre-employment transition services, supported employment services, older blind independent living program, statewide independent living council. During the first 10 months of FY 2025, the vocational rehabilitation program demonstrated targeted investment in client-centered services that promote skill development, educational advancement, and sustained employment. Total documented expenditures during this period amounted to $84,612, reflecting a strategic allocations of funds across 6 key service categories. Assessment accounted for the largest share of expenditures was at $35,400, which was 41.94%, underscoring the program's commitment to thorough vocational evaluation and individualized service planning. Occupational vocational training followed closely at $30,821, which was 36%, supporting clients in acquiring the technical skills and certifications necessary for competitive employment. 4-year college or university support representing $10,871, 11.95%, providing tuition, fees, and academic-related expenses for consumers pursuing higher education. Maintenance for board totaling $8,441, 10.6%, covered housing and subsistence support critical to client participation and program retention. Miscellaneous training and student travel, although smaller in scale, rounded out the budget with respective allocations of $3,870, which is 6.13%, and $4,004.42%, enabling flexibility for specialized program and transportation access. As part of our ongoing efforts to assess and improve service delivery, the division conducted a participation survey covering the first half of fiscal year 2025. The survey focused on understanding the age distribution of individuals engaged in our programs and services. The results reflect strong engagement from youth and young adults, with 42.3% of participants between the age of 19 to 24, 32.5% between 16 to 18, and 3% under 16. Together, these age groups accounted for nearly 78% of all respondents, indicating a high level of outreach and impact among school-aged youth and early career adults. The snapshot supports continued program focus on career preparation, transition services, and individualized support for youth and young adults while reinforcing the need for accessible resources across all age groups. The Senior Citizens Affairs Division is dedicated to supporting the territory's older adults through residential care, transitional support, and critical nutrition programs that help seniors maintain independence and quality of life. For fiscal year 2026, the Department of Human Services has allocated more than $8.5 million in local general fund support and an estimated $6.2 million in federal grants to sustain its core Senior Citizens Affairs program, including Herbert Gregg, Queen Louise Home for the Aged, Meals on Wheels. Local funding covers the majority of personal and fringe benefits for direct care staff, facility operations, utilities, maintenance, and specialized appropriations such as Centennial Living Treasures and Energy Crisis Assistance. On the federal side, Title III Older Americans Act funds and the Social Services Block Grant provide critical support for operations, resident services, nutrition programs, and a select portion of administrative costs. In addition, both Herbert Gregg and Queen Louise Home are benefiting from more than $333 million in FEMA public assistance for ongoing reconstruction and modernization. Herbert Gregg Home continues to provide 24-hour residential care for up to 26 residents, offering daily meals, personal care, nursing, and social support. The facility is preparing for major FEMA-funded redevelopment to expand capacity, improve infrastructure, and ensure a storm-resilient, modern environment for elder care. The expansion is a crucial response to long-standing wait lists and growing demand for a CMS-certified long-term care nursing bed. Herbert Gregg cost is $5,000 per month per resident, which equates to $2,100,000 per annum. Most residents are not able to pay the full amount of cost care. Queen Louise Home for the Aged currently accommodates up to 16 residents, maximum in a supportive environment. In FY 2026, residents are being temporarily relocated to the Palms Court Harborview Hotel as the original facility undergoes a comprehensive rehabilitation and modernization, another FEMA-supported capital project. This transition ensures continuity of care and resident safety while positioning Queen Louise Home for a stronger future as a CMS-certified long-term provider. The cost is $5,000 per annum per month per resident, same $2,100,000 per annum. Most residents are not able to pay the full amount of cost care. The department manages placement for elderly and disabled individuals who remain in hospital beds at Juan Luis Hospital or Snyder Regional Medical Center due to a lack of appropriate post-acute care placement. As of June 2025, there were 5 boarders at Juan Luis Hospital and 13 at Snyder Hospital. In addition, 6 DHS clients are placed at Casa de Salud in Puerto Rico, and 10 Medicaid clients are currently at Pines Nursing Home in Miami, Florida, receiving essential skilled nursing care that cannot yet be provided locally. These arrangements underscore the critical need for expanded long-term care options within the territory. DHS nutrition program, including Meals on Wheels, delivers daily meals to seniors at home and at senior centers, supporting health, independence, and social engagement. As of June 2025, the program served on St. Croix 300 home-delivered meals and 38 congregate meals at Richmond Senior Center. On St. Thomas, 381 home-delivered meals and 35 congregate meals, Thrive Senior Center. And on St. John, 12 home-delivered meals and 64 congregate meals at Adjourned Senior Center. Meals are provided through partnership with local vendors and community organizations, ensuring no seniors goes hungry or isolated. Senior centers promote socialization, recreation, and wellness for older adults throughout the territory, serving 60 seniors at the Richmond Center in St. Croix, 48 at the Strive Senior Center in St. Thomas, and 18 at the Adjourned Senior Center in St. John. These centers are thriving community hubs that offer far more than just daily meals. They provide safe spaces for social connection, exercise, health education, cultural programming, and lifelong learning. For FY 2026, the general fund cost is $235,934 in personnel, $146,845 in fringe, $20,900 in other services under Senior Citizens Affairs Socio-Recreation, and federal funds Title III Social Service Block Grant and National Family Caregiver Support Program. The Homemaker Program helps seniors and adults with disabilities maintain their independence by providing in-home assistance with daily living tasks such as housekeeping, meal preparation, and personal care. As of June 2025, the program served 58 clients on St. Croix with 6 staff and 2 CSEP workers, 67 clients on St. Thomas with 8 staff and 2 CSEP workers, and 7 clients on St. John with 1 staff. Clients typically receive services 2 to 4 times per week, allowing them to safely remain in their homes and communities. The program is funded through a combination of general fund appropriations, personnel, fringe, and operational costs captured within the elderly social services budget lines, along with federal social services block grant support. APS investigates and intervenes in cases of elder and vulnerable adult abuse, neglect, or exploitation. As of June 2025, the active caseload includes 118 clients ages 18 to 59 and 143 clients ages 60 plus on St. Croix, and 62 clients ages 18 to 69 and 132 clients ages 60 plus on St. Thomas St. John. For FY 2026, APS operations are supported by approximately $350,000 in personnel costs and $176,600 in fringe, both within elderly protective services lines from the general fund, along with federal funds from the Elder Justice Act and Social Services Block Grant. The Adult Protective Service Program currently oversees the placement of 6 residents in an off-island facility at Casa de Salud in Puerto Rico. APS is fiscally responsible only for these residents, with the cost of care set at $165 per person per day, amounting to $60,225 annually for each individual. This brings the total annual cost for all 6 residents to $361,350. Senior Citizens Community Service, Senior Community Service Employment Program. CSEP provides part-time employment and job training opportunities for low-income seniors with 22 enrollees on St. Croix and 35 on St. Thomas. In FY 2026, funding for CSEP includes $58,109 in personnel and $18,265 in fringe from the general fund, as well as $792,946 in personnel and $127,677 in fringe from federal sources. The Prescription Assistance Program helps low-income seniors afford essential medications, serving 166 clients on St. Croix and 118 clients on St. Thomas. PAP is primarily funded by $3,170,000 from the Pharmacy Assist to Age Fund, with additional support from the General Fund, covering $479,281 in personnel and $270,325 in fringe costs. Federal program support varies annually based on enrollment and available grants. The Office of Legal Counsel continues to provide essential support to the Department of Human Services on all legal, contractual, and compliance matters. Throughout FY 2025, the division played a central role in maintaining program integrity, strengthening interagency partnerships, and advancing initiatives to protect vulnerable individuals. The legal division has managed multiple evidentiary hearings on allegations of Medicaid and Medicare billing fraud by medical practices. These cases have led to the suspension of payments and the issuance of formal administrative decisions, reinforcing DHS' commitment to upholding program integrity and fiscal responsibility. Legal counsel reviews all provider contracts, lease agreements, and renewals to ensure legal sufficiency and compliance before submission to the Department of Property and Procurement. Notably this year, all our collaborative efforts saw the successful execution of major lease agreements for new DHS office space at Havenside and Tutu Park Mall. The office has developed and reviewed several memoranda of understanding, including agreements with the Departments of Health and Education to allow use of Queen Louise Home and Shelterbrand Nursing Home as clinical training sites for certified nursing students. Other MOUs cover health data sharing, SNAP fraud prosecution, and expanding disability and vocational rehabilitation provider networks. The division actively supports grant writing and program development. Most recently, legal counsel worked on the grant application for the Criminal Victims Compensation Program, which, if awarded, will fund dedicated staff and enhance services for victims. The Criminal Victims Compensation has approved approximately 19 applicants for FY 2025. The total amount of payments approved for these individuals is approximately $68,000. There are still 3 cases that have been heard by the Commission but are pending documents for approval. The legal division continues to address a backlog of victims' compensation cases driven by increased filings and incomplete documentation from applicants. To resolve these challenges, DHS is implementing strategies such as monthly commission meetings and more proactive applicant follow-up. The department remains committed to reducing the backlog and improving program accessibility in the coming year, ensuring that available funds reaches eligible victims as efficiently as possible. The Management Information System Unit oversees all DHS technology, managing network security, hardware and software, and IT support to ensure secure, efficient operations in all our offices and facilities. FY 2025 was a defining year for MIS, with the team responding rapidly to a major cybersecurity incident and strengthening protections for sensitive data in partnership with the Bureau of Information Technology. Looking ahead to FY 2026, a significant challenge will be managing the ongoing relocation of multiple DHS offices, moving, reinstalling, and configuring IT infrastructure across new sites of major transitions, such as the relocation of the Nude Hansen staff to Havenside Mall and Tutu Park and St. Thomas, as well as office relocations on St. Croix. MIS has already completed IT installation and configuration at the St. John Multipurpose Center to support staff and select agency program at this site. MIS will continue to improve the security posture by providing cybersecurity education, investing in security appliances, and monitoring its environment. The division will soon make upgrades to our telephone systems in an effort to centralize communications territorial, which will improve call handling capabilities, enhance security, and recognize potential cost savings. FY 26 funding and costs. MIS activities are supported primarily through the General Fund Administration category, which covers personnel, hardware, software licenses, and contracted services. For FY 2026, our MIS operations are supported by approximately $379,000 from the General Fund, which covers personnel costs at $183,953 fringe benefits, at $71,275 supplies and services, including hardware, software, security upgrades, and licensing at $137,500, and other services at $95,000. The Department of Human Services Operations and Facility Management Division is responsible for the daily functioning, maintenance, and security of all DHS buildings, vehicles, and physical assets territory-wide. This includes oversight of both leased and owned facilities, vehicle fleet management, major repairs, capital improvement projects, disaster recovery repairs, safety and ADA compliance, as well as logistical support for core programs such as senior nutrition and residential care. Operations and facility management activity for fiscal year 2026 are supported through a combination of local and federal funding sources. The primary funding stream supporting personnel, maintenance, custodian, supervisory, fringe benefits, routine and major facility repairs, lease payments, vehicle operations, supplies, and compliance-related projects. Select federal grants supplement local funding for capital improvements and disaster recovery. FEMA public assistance funds major disaster-related repairs and reconstruction at key sites such as Herbert Gregg Home, Queen Louise Home, and the Nude Hansen Complex. The CDBG DR program provides local match for capital and recovery projects, while Older Americans Act grant and the Senior Citizen Fund help maintain and upgrade senior centers and program spaces. FY 2026 stands as a turning point for DHS operations, disaster recovery and infrastructure modernization portfolio with several major prudent replacements, full rebuild, projects advancing through critical design, procurement, and pre-construction phases across all 3 islands. With more than $333 million in FEMA public assistance obligations, these efforts represent some of the largest capital investments in the history of DHS and the Virgin Islands. At the heart of this capital transformation are 3 flagship projects: Nude Hansen Complex Rebuild, which is $128 million, Queen Louise Home for the Aged, $73 million, and Herbert Gregg Home for the Aged, $131 million. Queen Louise Home for the Aged is a full replacement and modernization that is underway, with a qualified contractor leading planning and regulatory steps. The project is advancing as part of the broader Rebuild USVI initiative, with construction mobilization set for the next phase. Nude Hansen is also a full replacement project. DHS main St. Thomas hub remains on track, with the project team progressing through design and compliance milestones. Design activities are moving forward in coordination with the Department of Health. Herbert Gregg Home for the Aged, prudent replacement and redevelopment of this long-term care nursing facility is currently in a technical design phase. A qualified contractor is in place, and the project is preparing to move into design phase. Palm Court Harborview Hotel relocation. DHS preparing for the upcoming temporary relocation of the Queen Louise Home residence to the Palm Court Harborview Hotel. This transition, funded by FEMA public assistance, is essential to ensure the safety, comfort, and continuity of care for residents while major repairs and constructions are underway. St. John Multipurpose Center is also preparing for the upcoming remediation of Cruz Bay Multipurpose Center. FEMA has awarded $2.5 million to DHS in the interim while the designs are being completed. Plans are being put in place to move staff into temporary modular offices while remediation takes place. Additional capital efforts including preparation of temporary lease facilities to maintain operation during construction, Nude Hansen, St. Thomas. DHS continues to work closely with the Office of Disaster Recovery, FEMA, Rebuild USVI Super PMO, and our key partners to align our projects with federal reimbursement guidelines, address architectural and procurement hurdles, and ensure that construction timelines are met. As our work progresses, we remain committed to providing safe for mass care, emergency sheltering, and the coordination of disaster feeding and assistance for vulnerable populations. This mandate requires DHS to mobilize staff, open shelters, manage the senior citizens disaster registry, and distribute emergency commodities across the territory, often on short notice and during the most critical times. ESF6 has played a pivotal role in strengthening the territory's capacity to prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters over the past year. From October 2024 to June 2025, DHS has led a series of preparedness, training, and operational activities in close coordination with VITEMA, FEMA, the American Red Cross, and other partner agencies. This includes training and preparedness, October 2024, ePulse refresher training provided. Facility readiness was done in January through February 2025. Shelter inspections conducted on St. John, St. Thomas, Water Island, and St. Croix, including Bertha Sebo Shelter Middle School. Regional and national collaboration was in April 2025. DHS participated in a national hurricane conference, strengthening best practices in mass care. In June 2025, DHS took part in the capstone event with FEMA and VITEMA, testing GVI's core capabilities in individual assistance, disaster recovery, shelter operations, and distribution points. Public awareness in June 2025, DHS Commissioner launches Public Hurricane Preparedness Media Campaign. DHS on June 17 through the 18th, 2025, also coordinated a hybrid pulse training with over 60 attendees across multiple agencies. Pulse technology is critical for tracking shelter residents and evacuees during emergencies. As we close, I want to extend our deepest thanks and appreciation to the exceptional women and men of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. It is our employees across every division and at every level who work tirelessly and often behind the scenes to ensure that our programs function and our most vulnerable residents are cared for. Our gratitude also goes out to our dedicated support staff, the many volunteers who step in moments of need, and our agency and community partners, whose collaboration makes our work possible. We are especially grateful for the unwavering support of the Brian Roach administration and the guidance of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Above all, we give thanks to God for carrying us through another demanding year and granting us the strength and wisdom to serve. The past year has been one of extraordinary pressure and constant adaptation. We have managed budget reductions, shifting federal requirements, and operation obstacles, while never losing sight of our purpose: to provide a safety net for children, seniors, families, and individuals facing hardship. The programs and services discussed here today are not just numbers on a page. They are lifelines for thousands across our territory. Our responsibility is great, and the consequences of falling short are even greater. The Department of Human Services is and always will be at the heart of the Virgin Islands social infrastructure. Every dollar appropriated, every policy decided, and every day's work contributes to the resilience and dignity of our community. We stand ready to adapt, to advocate, and to deliver whatever the future brings. Thank you for your continued support, your trust, and your partnership. We now welcome your questions and look forward to working together to protect and uplift the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for that very, very comprehensive testimony. Again, defending your budget of $69,153,007. Commissioner, I too want to join you in commending your Employees of the Year, Ms. Shireen Maynard and Mr. Robert Baldwin. My first question is to you. How are you doing, Commissioner? How are you? You have a lot on your plate. How are you? You have a lot on your plate. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
You're doing good?
I'm doing good.
Surviving it?
Surviving, one day at a time.
You must be from Shabbat. So, my first question is in regards to your budget allotment. Have you received all of your allotment as appropriated for FY 2025?
I refer the question to CFO McGrath.
Good afternoon, Lydia McGrath Purcell, Chief Financial Officer. We have not.
So you'll need to get that mic on, or you might have to turn on your computer screen a little bit, but you'll need to get that mic squarely in front of you. Yes.
My apologies.
No worries. So you have not received all of your budget allotment?
We have not.
What is the delta? What are you missing?
Every month, we are taking a deduction of $564,000.
Say that again?
Every month, it's a reduction of $564,000.
Is that as a reflection of your requirement to pay a single player's utility?
The utilities funds are removed from the accounts at the beginning of the year.
The total amount?
Total amount.
Okay. And what have been your communication with OMB in respect to that delta?
We have drafted a letter, and we have a complete analysis to submit.
How have
this week.
that impacted services?
We're able to, the thing is we're shifting, so we may have to wait an additional month in order to go back and pay. So you kick the can down the road until it finally catches up with you.
Okay. How much do you owe in vendors' payment in aggregate to date?
We owe approximately 7 million? 10 million.
And that includes the Molina run.
And that includes our regular Molina runs.
$10 million. What is the communication with Department of Finance, OMB, in respect to this large amount?
We have been getting assistance from Department of the OMB and Finance in regards to paying our bills. It's just a work in progress.
A lot of these is for off-island services as well?
Some of them are off-island services as well.
Have you been notified of any threats of patients being returned or services being delayed or withdrawn as a result of this?
We have not. We continue to work with our providers and make sure that we stay in good name with them, even if it's not paying all, but paying some of what is owed. So it's a work in progress, as I stated earlier.
Okay. Do you have any federal funds in jeopardy?
At this time, I'll say no, we don't have any federal funds in jeopardy.
Any that have been clawed back thus far?
Not as yet.
Not as yet, okay. So I see based on the post-audit report that you have increased rental space. Your rental average about $2.4 million. As a matter of fact, it's $2,467,714.24, which represent about 14 different rentals. And of course, this allows for or lends to fragmentation. How are you coping with all of this fragmentation, decentralization of services and employees?
I'll first say that we just got a post-audit report last night, so we didn't get a time to dig deep in it.
This information came from you, though, or
yeah,
from OMB?
We didn't. Yeah, but we didn't cross-reference.
Okay.
We are coping good. Some of the rentals are needed to place our individuals out of the Nude Hansen complex that is being demolished. We're putting our individuals that are facing community at Tutu Park Mall and those that are not facing at Haven site. We also had to relocate some of our staff from damaged buildings in St. Croix to areas that are more safe and conducive. So you will see an increase in our rent, but it's just to make sure that our facilities are repaired so our employees can return to a safe and conducive working environment.
Okay. How many vacancies do you have currently?
I'll refer that to Assistant Director Erickson Brown to answer.
Hi, Erickson Brown. We currently have 51 vacancies. 51 vacancies.
51 vacancies. How much vacancy savings as a result of that?
I will have to get that number for you.
Okay. Yes, if you could get that vacancy savings amount for us. Commissioner, in terms of utilities, and I see, of course, with all of these, the various rental agencies, you have a large utility. Who is monitoring to ensure that the utilities that's paid out is accurate?
We rely heavily on our operations and maintenance division and our deputy commissions to hold accountability of what we pay in utilities.
Is there any plan, even with the new build-out, to seek for alternative energy, solar panels or anything else, some other means?
We have just, we're going through the process with Department of Energy, Director Fleming and his team in regards to solar panel, grants for solar panels on our buildings as well as our Head Start facilities, etc.
Okay. I'm going to open up the floor to my colleagues for some questions. But before I do that, I just want to say it's a profound perspective of service that you actually provide service to 46% of the Virgin Islands population. That is significant. And yeah, that's from cradle to grave, but that is a significant amount of service provided to this community. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Right.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to you, Commissioner Averil George, and the whole.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
No.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, thank you. And good afternoon to the Department of Human Services, Commissioner Averil George, and the whole team. Congratulations. I know this is a tough division. This one here is very, very complex. This Human Services Department gets more federal funds than any other department in the entire Virgin Islands government. It's a lot of issues. And yes, Mr. Chair, 46% of the population. So I got a couple tough questions. Okay, so I want to start with Medicaid. Is anyone working from home? Is anyone authorized to work from home, Commissioner?
At this point, since we newly acquired Haven site, we have asked all employees those that were working from home, we have made it a priority to place them at Haven site where it's ready and available for them to work out of.
Okay. I was trying to, and if you can't answer this question, don't answer it, because I know there's a lawsuit filed with that physician based in Doral, Florida, with delayed payments with the Medicaid services. So let me ask you, if you can't answer it, just say no, but is part of the local match the reason why this is existed?
And I will answer by saying the Department of Human Services has yet to be served in regards to that pending lawsuit. So until we're served and we'll be able to dig deep, we're going to say that we don't have any comments.
Okay. So let me then ask the question. Is the local match a problem with being able to pay vendors? Because one of the most common complaints that all the senators receive is regarding Medicaid payments.
I'll have A.C. Dorset answer that question for you, Senator.
Good afternoon, Assistant Commissioner Tasha Phillips Dorset. Senator, that's a very good question. If you're referencing certain medical providers, the answer is no. We do have funding available. Sometimes we have slowdowns with getting our budgets online in an interest of transparency. Other times we have put in the payments to be made, but we have to wait as it moves through the process of GVI. There are other times there are slowdowns because the claims are being reviewed by our partner with our MMIS system, which is Gainwell.
Okay, thank you. Sticking with Medicaid, so you have 1,699 applications pending. I know the program used to be like 27,000 plus, now you're down to 20,000 residents, but you have now 1,699 applications. How long is it going to take? What's the average wait to get a response with your applications?
Tasha Dorset, Assistant Commissioner. From the global perspective, we are facing a workforce shortage within the Medicaid division. We have a lot of churn that also contributes to a slowdown in review. I'd like our Medicaid director to come up and answer your question about the turnaround time.
No, on the chair's time. Answer that on the chair's time, Mr. Chair, if you would permit. Okay, I want to continue with my line of questioning. Okay, so the new building in Savannah, right, where you're relocating the residents to Harbor View. Through the chair, I'm going to request a copy of the contract for the work that's being done at Harbor View. Through the chair, I need a copy of that, the contract for the work being done at Harborview. Now, at Harborview, was there any mold, and has any mold remediation been done at Harborview?
1 minute.
You know? Huh? DC Georges?
Good afternoon, Sean Georges, Deputy Commissioner, St. Thomas, St. John. There was no mole in the area that our seniors are going to be placed in.
Okay,
Senator.
thank you. Now, just for my acknowledgement, the ramp, does the ramp meet the Section 4 requirements of the handicap? Have you checked that out? It does?
Sean Georges, Deputy Commissioner. We've had that been brought to our attention by DPW, and we are meeting with the vendor to address that situation.
Okay, so it does not meet the requirements?
The concern is the landing portion, not the length, but just the landing to be leveled.
Okay, good. I want to go real quick. I was trying to, maybe the post auditor might help me with this, Mr. Chair. I was trying to find the total lease costs right now. What is the total lease cost for the human services? And also, Commissioner, I'd like you to tell me what your lease costs were last year as opposed to what the total lease cost is this year. And when do you project that the lease cost will be back to where it was?
Post auditor may respond initially to the Senator, and then we'll get the Commissioner to weigh in.
Good afternoon, Dr. Theodore Phillip, in response to Senator Fonseca.
You right?
Good afternoon, Dr. Theodora Phillip, in response to Senator Fonseca. Senator, the information received by post audit outlined 14 lease agreements totaling $2,467,714.24.
And you know what it was last year?
No, I do not have that information. Well, hold on.
Through the chair, Kim.
I actually do have something open here. Last fiscal year, the Post Audit Division received a record of 13 lease agreements totaling $1,584,700.28.
Correct.
Okay, so it's about an $800,000 increase. Mr. Chair, may I just wrap up?
You may.
Thank you for being so lenient. So, Commissioner, I know you're moving out of the, the old hospital and a lot of things. So, when do you figure the lease cost is going to go back down? Or it probably might go even less once you get a new facility. What's your projections on that?
Our projection is that, Averil George, Commissioner, is when the Node Hansen building is rebuilt, which that's going to take a couple of years. So to say it's going to go down immediately, won't be a fair assessment.
Okay, so 2030, more or less.
Akila O'Brien.
Akila O'Brien, Disaster Recovery Specialist. Newt Hansen, specifically early 2029, first quarter 2029.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Vieira, you recognize your point of information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Georges, is there a contract for the work being done at Harborview through an RFP process?
Disaster Recovery Specialist Akila O'Brien, no. The contractor or Palms Court, they are doing the build out to suit our needs. They're covering the cost themselves.
So the owner is doing the build out, but is the cost going to be paid by the government of the Virgin Islands through FEMA, or is FEMA paying for the cost of the build out?
FEMA, Akila O'Brien, Disaster Recovery Specialist, FEMA has provided us funding to obtain a generator, to get some shutters, but other than that, that cost is going to be solely on the owners of Palms Court.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Vieira. Before we go on to Senator DeGraff, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, what's your aggregate of revenues to date so far in this fiscal year?
I'll refer to CFO McGrath.
Lydia McGrath Purcell, Chief Financial Officer. Our collection and revenues is pretty much from the homes for the aged. And if you give me just 1 second, I'll be able to provide that information.
Okay, let me know when you have it. I'll go ahead and proceed. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Commissioner, what is your ask for your budget this year?
What's our ask here for McGrath?
The total ask, general fund.
General fund. Give us 1 second, sir.
But that should roll off your tongue. You should know. Because based on what you see in the paperwork, I totally disagree. You don't got to sell me on this one. But, okay, so we're going to get to it.
69,153,006. 69,153,006.
Okay, so I respectfully totally disagree because your 25 budget is 70,674,294. So when I see, money is going down for human services, they get me scared. So I need your actuals for your actual expenditures for personal fringe supplies, as of what date is the most recent. And while you're looking for it, has anyone received wage increases, any raises for 2025?
Director Erickson Brown.
Erickson Brown, Assistant Director of HR. Yes, those included individuals in SIU corrections, officers, the nurses, as well as GS increases.
Okay, so how many GS employees you have?
8.
Is anyone all retro?
Well, the NOPAs for the GS increases were finally approved this week. So they're going to see their hourly rate change, and then shortly after, yes, they would be owed retro.
So they owe retro from October 1?
4 of them, yes.
Okay.
The other 4 were tied to a federal budget that was since...
Okay, no, just general fund. Okay, so retro is owed. And when you say that retro be paid?
Typically, it's paid a pay period or 2 after they see the hourly rate.
So when is typically? I don't like them words typically.
So the next payday is next week, Thursday. The payday after that?
After that, retro be given for those individuals. Fine. How many employees total does Human Services have on the general fund? 25, you had 382.
341.
341. So you lost 40-something people?
We lost...
Okay, while we're getting into that, how many employees you have under 35? I keep tallying what all the questions I ask. I'm going to come back. How many employees under 35,000?
100. Sorry, Erickson.
Me and this phone here.
100 what?
107.
I got to drop it on the ground. Yeah,
Average charge is 107.
107 employees under 35,000.
Yes.
Okay. You have 51 vacancies. How many vacancies do you have under 35,000? Of those 51.
Erickson Brown, I will get that answer to you.
Okay, good. Meals on Wheels vehicles. I get a call, you got to be borrowing cars to do the Meals on Wheels run. You got $110,000 in the 25 budget for Meals on Wheels. What's the latest word on that for those vehicles?
We're in the process of purchasing those vehicles, Senator. We went through the quotes and everything, and we're hoping to get these vehicles as speedily as possible to help assist the team.
What is the quote you got?
I don't have that readily available on me. They can run us up to 65,000 or more for the Meals.
Okay, because we gave you 110 for 2. That's all I'm making.
And that's where we're going to be able to purchase the 2.
Okay, so they're in order.
Just for your information, we've decided to go electric for the Meals on Wheels vehicles.
That sounds good, but the borrowing of vehicles from around the place.
1 minute.
Taking too long. Utilities. What do you average paying utilities a month?
Got it. Lydia McGrath, Purcell, Chief Financial Officer.
Wait, use the mic, please.
Sorry, give me just a second. I have a large spreadsheet with a lot of information. So.
Boy, I had to ask this list of questions. Every department come. So next time, you check these things and ask these questions for 9 years consecutively. So I have no excuse.
It's not an excuse, Senator. It's a matter of putting up the spreadsheet to give you the information.
Yeah, but
we track it based on expenditures to date. We have 600 and.
Ms. McGrath, you'll have to speak into the mic.
Sorry, 621,00211 for the St. Thomas, St. John District for electrical and water, and for St. Croix, 1,157,236. Combined to date, it's $1,778,328.49, with a projection for the remainder of the fiscal year of $592,776.16. So that brings us to $2,371,104.65. Our allotment, or sorry, our budget for 2025.
Wait, slow down. You all wound up now. We're going to go my pace. I go a little slow. I want to make sure I cover. If you don't mind, wrap up, Mr. Chair. Okay. So now for utilities to date, as of what date?
June 30th.
June 30th. Okay. And give me a total number again. Please.
1,778,328.49.
And you started mentioning 2,000,003. What was that?
That was our general fund budget for 2025.
Oh, okay. No. Okay, so 1,778,349 is up to June 30th. 329. 1,778,329. Oh. No. Okay. Start from the top again, please.
778 328.49.
328.49 cents. Okay.
And that is a combination of electrical and water.
Electrical and water. Okay. Now, the actuals, expenditures, personnel, as of what day? June 30th?
Yes.
Okay. What is personnel?
Personnel as of June 30th is 12 million. This is general fund. 12,900,778.28.
778.
Yes.
0.26. Okay.
0.28.
28. Okay. Fringe.
9,995,006. Sorry, I'm giving you the revised budget. My apologies. 6,119,630.12.
Okay. Supplies.
$242,980.48. Please note that this does not include the encumbrances, which is, as of June 30th, $124,822.
Okay. Other services and charges.
Other services, 12,713,877.96. Again, this does not include encumbrances and allocations.
Okay, capital outlay.
We have spent nothing in capital outlay.
Okay. Mr. Chair, since it take a little time, I just have basically one question remaining with a caveat. For your Commissioner, if I may, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, in regards to your miscellaneous funds, I see that you have for miscellaneous funds $2,070,000 miscellaneous recommendation. But then in the Act 8916 25 budget, what has happened to mission outreach? I hear an echo, somebody. Oh, somebody watching on TV? Man, I could change our position, you'll be able to see me just fine. See me right there. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, some of the things are left out of from the 25 budget, such as mission outreach, $40,000. Yeah, so basically I want to know, mission outreach is out, the village partners in recovery, VI Resource Center for the Disabled, Women's Family Resource Center are all out of the 26 budget. Then we have some that are St. Croix Women's Coalition. I think there's a reduction in that from 750. There's also Catholic Charities. There's a reduction from 120 to 60,000. Hearts in Service Transitional Housing. There's a reduction from 150 to 100,000. Are you aware of these things? And do these organizations exist in 26, or you just decided, or they were just decided and deleted by OMB? And that's my final there, Mr. Chair.
The list that we got was given to us, the Averil George Commissioner, the list that we got was given to us from Office of Management and Budget.
Right, so, but I'm saying based on what's in the 25 budget, I named off the things in the 25 budget that we allocated funds for that are not a part of the 26 budget, and they render services in our community. Are you good with those services being taken out your budget altogether?
Some of the names you call are in our crisis intervention sub-grantee appropriation for FY25. So we have to look at the list that you gave us.
Yeah, just through the chair, if you could compare the Act 8916 to those services in particular, and if they're in your budget someplace else, then that would be fine. But I know your budget is taking basically a $1.5 million cut. So I just wanted to make sure we have these services covered because of what a big, beautiful bill is removing from human services across the board. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Ms. McGrath, real quickly, in terms of the encumbrances for other services and charges, what was that amount? Encumbrances.
The encumbrances,
You have to speak into the mic.
I'm sorry, Lydia McGrath Purcell, Chief Financial Officer. The encumbrances are $1,301,545. This does not include the allocated amount, which we have several contracts that are not executed. So we have to wait until the time passes to write the justification letter to the Department of Property and Procurement. And once that's approved, then we enter it into the system.
Okay, but the current amount is $1,301,545 and
545 in actual purchase orders.
No, okay, POs. Okay. Very well, thank you for that. Mr. Brown, you had the vacancy statements. You got that information for me?
We actually took a cut for our vacancies, so I'm going to have to get that information back.
You guys send it back to our
Yes.
post audit division. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the vacancy savings from Act 8916, where they're removing the monies in the 26 budget for the vacancies, I got it at about $2 million, where you combine the personnel and fringe in 8916 and came up with. So I don't know if that's so along the line, but that's what I'm looking at, 'cause that was removed from the budget from 2025 is not going forward into 2026. So again, you could check Act 8916 So if I'm along the same lines, we like to get that information so you can have.
All
Okay.
right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This time, Senator Milton Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to request equal time as the mayor of Savannah received. Good afternoon to you colleagues. Good afternoon to you, Commissioner George, and the members of your executive team. I wanted to start by asking you, Commissioner, DHS had 46 new employees and 34 separations in FY 2025, with a gain of only 12 and a freeze on vacant position funding. How do you plan to meet expanded service demand? I know you run a very complex agency, serving, I believe my colleague said, 46% of the territory.
We did some restructuring, and we were able to look at some of our federal budgets and are doing some realignment in regards to being able to hire more individuals to fill those slots. So even though we only have that amount of vacancies, as our budget go through, we do have individuals in the pipeline for replacement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, I know one of my colleagues previously asked about the minimum wage, the new proposed minimum wage of $35,000. Have you done any calculations as to what the projected general fund impact would be? I think you mentioned like 100 something persons would fall in that category.
It was 107 employees. I'll get that number for you.
Okay, with the dollar value. Okay. I wanted to ask regarding Medicaid, and why you look for that number. I see Gary Schmidt is right here to the left of me, so you could probably answer that question while you search. DHS relies on $138 million in federal Medicaid claims funding. What contingencies are in place if H.R. 1 Medicaid reforms result in eligibility restrictions, asset cap changes, or loss of FMAP reimbursements?
Good afternoon, Gary A. Smith, Medicaid Director. So the big beautiful bill is not going to impact the Medicaid program funding-wise. Work requirement is not required for any of the U.S. territories as well. The only FMAP impact will be on the undocumented population. We are allowed to provide emergency medical services to undocumented citizens. You know, you may have a green card and you don't have your 5 years, you're considered undocumented, or if someone without documents. So that FMAP is going to be reduced from 9010 to our base FMAP, which is 8317.
Okay. So you don't anticipate any huge impact of this bill?
No. You know, the perspective from CMS and the folks on the Hill is the territories are already receiving disparate treatment of their Medicaid program. We're capped, as you mentioned, and there are also other, benefits that the Medicaid programs in the nation have access to that we don't have access to. So they made that decision not to burden us with those changes that are applicable to the Medicaid programs in the state.
Understood. Commissioner?
Can I have AC Dorset add some point to that question, please?
Tasha Phillips Dorset, Assistant Commissioner. To add on to Mr. Smith, we did do some analysis, though, on if the administration changes their view and decides to put us under the work requirements of the 20,512 Medicaid recipients. Only 3,258 are documented as currently working. There are 7,064 clients that fall under age, blind, or disabled, so they would be automatically exempt because of their disability.
Okay, thank you for that. Queen Louise Home, Nude Hansen and Herbert Grigg facilities, they're in various phases of design right now with over $330 million in combined project costs. Commissioner, what's the timeline for completion? And are these funds already obligated in all phases?
I'll refer that question to Akila O'Brien.
Akila O'Brien, Disaster Recovery Specialist. Okay, first part, the St. Thomas and St. Croix projects are on different timelines. The St. Thomas projects are a part of the healthcare bundle initiative going through the Super PMO. So that's Queen Louise and Nude Hansen. Queen Louise, both are looking to be between the first quarter of 2029, like I stated. And then Herbert Grigg will be at a later point. We're thinking about 2030. It's still in the beginning phases. We're waiting to get some CMAR contractors on board to get that going. So that will be after the Nude Hansen and Queen Louise facilities are built. The second part of your question was?
It was really, what's the timeline for completion? And are all the funds already obligated for all phases?
Yes, all the funds are obligated for all projects.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, you had that number?
Yeah, the total amount is $526,489.
Okay, thank you for that. Just one more question, Mr. Chair, if I may ask. With over $2 million in nonprofit sub-grants, what mechanisms do you have in place to track outcomes, prevent duplication of services, and ensure compliance with funding terms? Just in terms of just program monitoring.
We're bringing on board a director of nonprofits that are going to be doing analysis of each agency. They do have financial records and stuff they have to documents that they have to submit to us prior to getting the release of the funding. So it's a monitoring process by us and Office of Management and Budget.
So you're bringing somebody on board?
Yes, we're in the process of bringing back. We lost our director of nonprofits, and we're bringing them back on board. We also want to state that some of these processes are going to change in regards to how we disperse these funds.
Okay. What's the timeline for bringing that person back on board?
We're looking at next month.
Okay. Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senate President Milton Potter. Ms. O'Brien, the dates that you gave the Senate President is for completion. The 2029, 2030 date is for completion, respectively, in the districts, or that's when you intend to go out to RFP and those type of things, to be clear.
Akila O'Brien, Disaster Recovery Specialist, construction completion.
Completion. And real quickly, Commissioner, how is morale? How is morale over at DHS?
Morale has improved. Is it where we need it to be? No, but I'm sure by the employees being moved out of Nude Hansen into a more safe and conducive working environment, I expect it to increase tremendously.
Okay.
And by the hiring of additional staff on the team to reduce the burnt out from the members of the team currently will also help. So it's I like to say improvement, but not where it needs to be.
And is that the same for St. Croix? I know you mentioned Nude Hansen, but is that the same in terms of morale in the St. Croix district?
In the St. Croix district is Masserae as well, where most of our employees are. We are experiencing significant challenges there, and we're in the process of doing some fixes and repairs that will increase them as well, and they were able to bring on additional staff, which has helped tremendously. So it's across the board.
Okay. We've been encouraging the community to call in with information or requests as they monitor the hearing. And one complaint that have come into my office is that received complaint that Head Start spending is not the same in both districts, despite St. Croix serving more children. Will there be more parity in the upcoming fiscal year?
You want to answer that? That's a straight. You want to take that one, AC? AC Benjamin.
Assistant Commissioner Carla Benjamin. I don't quite understand your question. Spending did they talk about a specific area? Or?
The question is, I'll read it again. We've received complaints that Head Start spending is not the same in both districts, despite St. Croix serving more children. Will there be more parity in the upcoming fiscal year?
Okay, so I'm not sure where they're getting their numbers from. The spending would depend on staffing in the personnel area. The spending would depend on, let's say, food for children in the different centers. I'm not clear what the perception is about the lack of parity in spending, but the funds are spent where the need is. Pretty much, like I said, we're paying staff wherever the staff is, and we're paying for operations and nutrition, meaning food, wherever the need.
So the line item doesn't separate the districts, it just have it across the board and you apply the funding as required, or as needed.
Correct, Senator.
All right. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues, staff, everyone in and out the room. I wanted to first of all ask some questions based on the post-audit report. I saw in the criminal victims compensation FY25, you got 100,000. None of that was used.
We just got released, right? We, Senator James, Averil George, Commissioner, we just recently received the release of the funding from OMB.
So there are persons who would be paid out of this criminal victims compensation fund?
Yes, we have a commitment to pay, and we have some approved cases with, I think, about 3 pending cases. So we are working to get those funds out to those cases that was approved already.
Okay, great. That's good news. With respect to, I'm also looking at the report again, and I saw where the rental machines / equipment showed $352,469 in 2025. And then it drops to $61,835. Can you explain that for me? I'm not knowledgeable regarding that specific item.
Lydia McGrath-Purcell, Chief Financial Officer. I think the difference is pretty much in right sizing. When we enter the budget, sometimes the line items are not available in the OpenGov platform, and the information is placed in other categories because of the fact that it's a roll-up budget at the end of the day in each of the categories. So this year we tried to be very circumspect in ensuring that we line item each so we could have accurate figures, budget numbers to see exactly what our spend is.
So the accurate, the 2026 is what would be more realistic, the $61,835, is that what you're saying?
Yes, for rental of machines and equipment.
I also, thank you. I also understand that a lot of your, well, this again is simply what information is information. You can verify whether it's accurate or not. But your office equipment is not as in good condition as it can be, and therefore services sometimes for participants in programs is slowed down by the equipment not functioning at peak performance, I guess is what I would call it. Is that, are you having challenges in maintaining or not having up-to-date equipment or equipment that's functional?
Commissioner George, we went through an analysis of all areas within DHS to see where we were leasing equipments as well as being able to get the supplies needed for these equipments to operate. I think it's more on making sure that the workload that we have, that we get equipment that can accommodate that workload and not spend 10 printers when we can just buy one big operational printer that can help. So there was a lot of misspent in buying equipments all over the department that wasn't really being able to accommodate the workload that they have. So the analysis that was done is to do a reassessment to find out what is really needed instead of buying all these little printers that can only do minimal work.
Okay, that makes sense. You work efficient. And also in terms of spending, let me ask this with
1 minute
overtime that is in your department, what programs are you accruing a lot of overtime in, or can you just give me an idea? On page 19, it shows overtime of 382,157, and then 253,000, and then 12,000. What areas in your department or programs are you spending the most money in terms of overtime?
Commissioner Averil, Judge, a lot of overtime accumulates from our 24-hour facilities. We have to be able to have coverage, and we had a staff shortage, which we recently did some testing for our officers, as well as we were able to bring on additional staff to cut the overtime. So that is going to decrease tremendously.
Along that line, Mr. Chair, I have just a couple follow-ups.
You may proceed, Senator.
In terms of that, there's always a concern when you're asked about morale and overtime. It leads me to also question the well-being in terms of your employees.
And that's
from 0 to 10. How are you addressing
in our
area?
In our Commissioner Averil, Judge, in our earlier question, that's what I said when they asked about the status of the morale, and I said it has improved, but there's much improvement needed, and some of the improvement are going to come from us bringing on the additional staff that we have in the pipeline to reduce the burnout of the employees that are working tremendously hard, as well as putting the employees in a safe and conducive work environment, which means getting them out of New Hansen, which has a lot of issues, and also Masserae, which we're doing a lot of repairs on. So we do check on the well-being of our staff. We have started doing wellness events to make sure that even though we're going through these changes, that they're in a good space.
Yeah, the subject area and the areas of concern of your department just leads to, in my opinion, it's probably the most stressful types of work than in any other department. So that's why I focus on that. And just one more question. Do you have anyone at YRC? Any residents?
What's our count? 7. Our count at YRC is currently 6 individuals.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, and your team.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator James, for your line of questions. Commissioner, real quickly, I know that there have been several assessment of YRC, and is there some push or some move to consolidate or move YRC to another agency?
At this time, no, Senator.
At this time, no. Okay. Just real quickly before we go on to the next senator, also along the line of with the victims compensation, we also had the homemaker program, and of course there's a note that the allotment just was released in July, but there's $200,000 sitting in that as a balance for the homemaker services. Is that something you intend to use before the end of the fiscal year?
Yes, Commissioner Averil, Judge. Yes, Senator.
Very well. All right. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator College J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the hardworking men and women of the Department of Human Services. My most recent stomping ground. Also, a pleasant good day to our listening and viewing audience. Commissioner, I really want to commend you and your team for the work that you do. You're all social scientists. You are providing key and critical service to those who are the most vulnerable in our population. And so I deeply appreciate it. I deeply appreciate your work that you do. Now, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions regarding the employees, because I was a former employee there, and I remember we had issues with mold on the second floor where I worked. And in fact, I had an employee, several, maybe two, who couldn't come in. You're relocating the employees to where and when?
We've started the process. We have 2 locations, which is Haven site, where we're putting our divisions that are not facing the community. The other facing community employees are being placed at the old Via building by Tutu Park Mall.
Okay.
And we have started moves already.
How much is that going to bump up your budget?
I'll have to turn that over to CFO.
Lady McGrath, Purcell, Chief Financial Officer. Our rental budget actually reduced this year. We did some modifications in the St. Croix district where we're moving to a different place. Additionally, the bulk of the costs for the Via location and the Haven site location are being picked up by FEMA. It's
Okay.
a 5% match on the general fund side.
Okay, so, but tell me, Ms. McGrath, don't eat up my time, please. How much is it costing the government of the Virgin Islands, GVI? I know you have that number, and if you don't have it, I'll move on while you get it. The other item I wanted to ask is when do you plan to do that move? Is it something that those 2 facilities in the St. Thomas district have to, the landlord had to bill out? What is the timeline to start moving the employees?
Commissioner Averil, George, we have already started moving employees in our Haven site location. The lease has been signed for Tutu Park Mall. We just had a discussion. While we cannot relocate all the furnitures at the current New Hansen because of the condition as well as the space, we're gonna move them out using tables and chairs.
Okay, but just be specific.
We're looking at October to start.
October to start.
October
Okay.
to start.
So you've started some and you're looking to start the remainder in October, correct?
You're correct.
Okay, great. Now, I also wanted to ask about the SNAP program. I'm going to start off with the operational. I understand that there's an issue with the postage with the SNAP program, mailing out to the clients. Is there an issue with that?
That issue has since been fixed. We had some issues with the equipment that has been repaired, and we constantly just rotate between the different islands to make sure that our postage goes out.
Okay. Ms. McGrath, you have the number for me yet?
Yes, I do.
Kindly indicate it.
The Tutu Park Mall, the Via location, it's $27,500 on the general fund side.
$25,500?
$27,500 is a general fund
Gotcha.
cost.
Mhm.
The phase 1 of Haven site, it's $11,302.50, and phase 2 is going to be $38,499.46.
Okay. So this is going to be an increase outside of your requested amount?
It is included in our request.
Okay. 1 minute. Okay. Next, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner and Ms. McGrath, you mentioned on page 9 here about the increase, I think it's page 9 of your testimony about the increase in the costs with Act number 8995, which you said was Bill number 360053, which it is, but it's now an act. And have you done an analysis to determine how much it's going to cost DHS, and how many employees are going to be affected? You said 107 employees.
Commissioner Averil, George, it's 107 employees, and our costs, we're looking at $526,489 for that increase.
Repeat it again.
$526,489.
Okay, got you. And that's for the whole, any of these employees are going to be federal?
Time.
Mr. Chairman?
We do have, Commissioner
Thank you.
Judge, we do have some federal employees, but our federal budget won't change. Whenever we make local laws, it's under general.
Okay, but I know you could always do a budget revision. You could always ask for budget modification through the federal partners based on the law. That is something that you can ask your federal partners for. Have you explored that? Have you had any discussion with your federal partners regarding that?
We have had continued discussions. We are still modifying our budgets, so we're gonna take that into factor.
Okay, all right. So you're gonna take that into consideration?
Yes, we will.
Okay, great. Now, Mr. Chairman, my final question. Thank you so kindly. I noticed. I'm going to the post audit report now. There was this major cost, this relief to individuals. I'm on page 4 of the post audit report. Relief to individuals. Your actuals for fiscal year 2024 was $1,195,138. And now we're seeing for fiscal year 2026, it has jumped maybe about 300% over 300% to $11,354,311. What is causing that huge jump, about $10 million? Ms. McGrath, kindly indicate.
Lydia McGrath Purcell, Chief Financial Officer.
Speak closer to the mic, Ms. McGrath Purcell.
It is a matter of right sizing and putting the information in the right budget category. The map specifically was not being carried under relief to individuals. It was being carried under grants to individual government agencies or other services. So we placed it under the right category.
Oh, so you just reclassified. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for your responses, and thank you for your very comprehensive report and presentation. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator College Joseph. Before we go to a 2-minute recess for the change of the reporter, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, in Act 8985, there was an earmark of $1.6 million from the Epstein Settlement Fund to the Department of Human Services for renovation, staffing, and supplies for the expansion of Herbert Grigg Home for the aged. Have you received that money? Have you applied for that funding?
1.6 million. Yeah, we went within the team. We did a budget in regards to how we can spend it, and we are requesting that funding.
Okay, you haven't requested it yet, or?
Yes, we have requested.
You have requested the funding. And you intend to utilize it, of course, for Herbert Grigg?
Herbert Grigg. We are going to use it for Herbert Grigg.
Very well. All right. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on record and out of recess. Point of information, Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Relative to my question regarding the postage, Commissioner George, I just got a text from an employee who says that the postage for the SNAP program is still inoperable. In fact, they said it's not working, and they were told to call the clients. This is very troubling because this is coming from persons within your trenches. So I believe you need to have a personalized look at it to just verify what you are receiving as information. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for that point of information.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Any response from Human Services on that?
Senator Joseph, what we've been doing, even if one district have an issue, we've been using the other district. I myself has reached out to the team to assist them with postage if we have issues. So if you can text the employee back and tell them, please see Commissioner George to discuss the postage issue they have. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, with the Queen Louise relocation to Harborview, it's going to just be temporary. We're going to fix Queen Louise, and then they're going to go back. They're not going to wait until the Queen Louise new building is built over there by the Paragon building by the hospital. So how long do you project they're going to be there? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Commissioner George, we anticipated the residents to be at Palm Court for a period of 6 to 9 months, and then they'll be relocated back to the Queen Louise that has been repaired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. At this time, the chair recognizes somebody who had something else to add.
Mr. O'Brien had something to add.
Akila O'Brien, Disaster Recovery Specialist. I wanted to clarify what Commissioner stated. It's going to be the contract is for 9 months, so they're going to be temporarily housed at Palms Court for 9 months, then relocated back to the Queen Louise current facility.
Right, that was yeah. That was clear. That's we understood, correct? Yes, yeah. I'll go to Senator Viela and come back to you for point of information, Senator. Senator Viela, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 9 of the post-audit report, quickly. I'm seeing outstanding vendor payments, and I'm reading confirming order, services rendered with no PO in place. How did that occur?
We're trying to change our processes. Some of our services, we realized that we had some outstanding bills prior that we're trying to justify. We did justification letters as well as get PO to make sure they're paid. So we're going through the procurement process to make sure those vendors are paid regardless of our situation.
And I understand that, and I applaud you for doing that. But my question really was, how were those services rendered with no PO? That means that the individuals that asked for those services to be rendered did it without a PO in place, and some of them for $149,000, $100,000. There's some substantial amount that was executed without a PO. So whoever is in charge of that, they need to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed before they render service. Were any of these monies supposed to be paid with federal funds?
I'll have to look at it, Senator. We're bringing on a chief procurement officer. We're doing a procurement audit that will hinder us from going through these processes again. The team was notified going forward that no services are supposed to be rendered without a PO. That individual will be held responsible for paying the bill per the administration guidelines. So I think it's just making sure that we put a procurement unit in place to make sure that we follow the right procurement laws. And I'll have to look to see if any of them was federal funds.
Most people know what the procurement laws are. No? A lot of people are just doing stuff that they're not supposed to do. And at some point, we're going to have to make sure that stops. Whoever is over the block grant, if you could have them come in the well if they're not there. Is a person over the block grant for childcare present?
Yes, I'll ask Tishma. I'll ask Ms.
Okay,
Tishma Tuckerlands to come forward.
Okay. Well, while I'm doing that, the monies that were allocated for the 2 vehicles to the Meals on Wheels, have that been procured?
It's been obligated. We're going through the procedures and the codes to get the 2 vehicles, but it's there.
Okay. Now, I am a bit concerned about the monies that have not been spent. We're right now, July, August, September, we're in the last quarter. And when I'm looking at the monies for other services and charge, we spent $12,713,877 with the next $1.3 million in encumbrances. That is really only $14 million. And in the category, we had allocated some $36,923. So, Ms. McGrath, what is the reason why we're still like $20 million in the last quarter to spend?
Lydia McGrath Purcell, Chief Financial Officer. Again, we have several contracts that are not executed, so it's a process.
Okay, Stop 1 minute, Ms. McGrath. We know it's a process, but it's the same process every single year. So why haven't those contracts been executed? This money is for this fiscal year, you know. So if we don't have those contracts processed within the next couple of weeks, this money doesn't roll over to the next fiscal year. So which departments don't have the contracts that need to be processed?
Lydia McGrath Purcell, Chief Financial Officer. What we have been doing, if the fiscal year, like in this instance, is quickly approaching,
1 minute.
we work with the Department of Property and Procurement, and we encumber the funds to the Department of Property and Procurement so we could have the funding to pay the obligation for the current year while we work through the details.
Okay, so hold up there, because I got to go to the block grant. We know these contracts need to be executed. We got to come up with a better plan in terms of getting the contracts executed, because the monies are earmarked. And then we have individuals that are still providing the service for the entire year while these monies are earmarked. They're not getting paid, and then it adds our outstanding vendor payment. The black grant, the person is there?
Yes, Senator.
Is the black grants 100% federally funded for those individuals who provide child care?
Tishma Tucker Lance, Administrator for the Office of Child Care and Regulatory Services. Yes, Senator.
So why do we have payments outstanding from last year for vendors that have been in the system for years? I'm not talking about no individuals. Vendors that have been paid already. What takes so long to process 100% federally funded program to individuals who are providing services?
Time.
Senator, there are several different situations where there may be payment delays. It may be a matter of payment vehicles that were not submitted in a timely base. I will say...
No. Stop. I'm not going down that road again. I'm talking about established vendors with DHS that have been paid from this fund for years. For years, that have submitted documentation, email after email, and no result in terms of timely payment. You're going to tell me that your office could have payments backdate to last year for 100% federally funded program and they're not getting paid? Do you have proof of emails where you're sending these individuals saying that they're lacking documents or they're lacking anything?
Yes, Senator. Tishma Tucker Lance, Administrator for Office of Child Care. Yes, Senator, we do have documentation, emails, invoice dates. Invoices for some months may come in partially, may come in at the beginning of the month, they may come in the middle of the month, depending on when vouchers were being issued. Processes has been changed.
1 minute now, 1 minute. So you're telling me you have a vendor that has been under your purview for years, and that vendor has all these outstanding documents from last year, and you don't have a system to remedy that?
Senator, yes, let me answer yes. Providers have turned in documents late, not until even this year for 2024. The Office of Child Care staff have reached out in several occasions to the individuals to assist them. But please understand, it starts first with making sure that they keep their DHS license up to par for us to move forward.
Individual, you're picking up all type of excuses. The long and short is your office is not producing. I am seeing emails, the same emails over and over from the same individuals to your office and no movement. I just actually called you up here because I want you to know that you cannot have federal funds from last year 100% funded and it's not being paid to providers, and these are providers that provide service to you for years. And every time you ask you the question, you have the same exact answer. We're missing this, we're missing that. Well, I'm going to ask, send us the emails where you are sending to these individuals saying that they're missing documents, and give us a list as to how much how much monies have you paid and how large is the grant for Black Grant. You getting what, $4 million a year for Black Grant?
Yes, Senator, and again, I want to express emails have been sent out, correspondence has been sent out, and again, it is not just Office of Child Care, it falls back as well on the provider, sir.
How much have we paid?
I will have to get back to you with those numbers.
You know that, that's your department. Well, you got to get back to me, and that's the only thing that you're on, and that's your department. You should know how much you pay.
One at a time. Only the recorder could only one second, Ms. Lance. The recorder could only do one at a time. You have to allow the senator to come.
$1,697,166 for a 2-year from 10/1/25 to 9. Okay, what was the award for TANF for last fiscal year? Because this one I'm seeing is 10/1/25 to 9/30/26. So this got to be for next year. How much did you receive for TANF?
Lydia McGrath, Chief Purcell, Chief Financial Officer. The entire TANF, it's capped at $3.5 million, which is broken down into two areas. We have the aid to the age blind and disabled, and then we have the actual TANF program. But the grants are available until expended. For 2025 to date,
how much is available for 2025?
give me just 1 second, Senator, so I can pull the information. For the 2025 grant, we received $2.1 million, and we've spent $573 with $1.5 million available.
For the next 3 months?
It's available until expended.
Yeah, but that's not, you know, I hear all of that, but that's not the excuse. The word TANF means temporary assistance for needy family. And there are a lot of needy families on St. Croix, and St. Thomas, and St. John. And we got to come up with a mechanism as to how we could be able to spend that entire money, because those are monies that are going to go into our stores and help with our groceries, eat, and everything else. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Can I answer?
Thank you very much, Senator BLA. Assistant Commissioner. Yes.
Good afternoon, Tasha Phillips Dorset, Assistant Commissioner. Through the chair, on the TANF question, we only currently have 138 recipients within 50 households, and there are strict guidelines. You must have a minor child, at least one in the household, and at times to be eligible, if you do not have your partner on child support through the paternity office, then that you become not eligible for the program. You have to demonstrate that if you're a single parent, you have your partner giving you child support. Sometimes that causes a restriction in the number of recipients we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lance, you wanted to respond to?
Yes.
Yeah, you may proceed.
Okay. Tishma Tucker Lance, Office of Child Care and Regulatory Services. Just want to make clear that, again, several of our standing providers who have been in several business with the regionals for several years providing services, again, have delay. We are here to work with those providers. It is our mission and our goal. And to all just leave the blame solely on the Office of Child Care, I will next step away from that because there has policy and procedures, steps and measures, federal guidelines that we have to answer. And at this present time, I will uphold to that as long as I'm standing in this position. Thank you.
What's the quality assurance commissioner when individuals having issues with this area, this division, who can they appeal to so that we can make sure that there is a check and balance?
It's through me, through myself, Office of the Commissioner.
Okay, all right. So again, we want to strongly encourage that because there seems to be individuals that's pushing back, that they're not satisfied with the level of services that they receive or the fact that they're receiving email asking for the same documentation over and over and over. So again, we'll encourage them to make sure that they're seeking.
Also, Senator, let me refrain. Assistant Commissioner Carla Benjamin is over that division, so we do ask sometimes that if the providers have issues, that they direct their questions to her so they could get some relief on their issues.
Point of information, Senator Fonseca. I'll come back. I'm sorry. Let me yield to Senator Joseph. You recognize your point of information. My apologies. Please recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph's mic.
Thank you so much. I did do a move, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair. You are forgiven. Now, I wanted to ask a follow-up question from the gentleman from Savan and who relocated to Bavonia. You're not an original. So you're not an original Bavonian, so don't even try it. So the question I wanted to ask is relative to the building, the new build-up of the Queen Louise home. You have identified a site. We understand it's behind of the hospital. Where are we with that? When is that projected to begin? Is that the same or be completed in 2029? Ms. O'Brien?
Disaster Recovery Specialist Akila O'Brien, yes, it's slated to be completed in 2029. Right now, we're working towards our 30% design. It's a part of the St. Thomas Healthcare Bundle, so we're getting assistance through Super PMO and other partners.
And when is when is the Queen Louise home in the back in hospital ground slated to be completed?
Akila O'Brien, Disaster Recovery Specialist. So the current facility that we're in, that we're going to be doing temp repairs it's working hand in hand with the relocation. So once we relocate the staff, then the work at the at the current facility will begin. So we're looking to have that started within the next month or so, and then a 9-month time frame, 9 to 10-month time frame from there.
Gotcha. Thank you so much, Ms. O'Brien, for your response. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Fonseca, you recognize.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and also thanks to the fellow senator from Bovoni who chairs the Rule Committee. I wanted to go quickly to the Social Security Fund account at Banco Popular, 919,897. Who has control of that fund? Is it OMB or is strictly Human Services?
It is Averil George, Commissioner, is DHS.
DHS, okay, good. So those money come from your senior home collections, and is it in a CD? Give me some more details on that.
Lydia McGrath Purcell, Chief Financial Officer. It is in an account based on Social Security rules and regulations. We are going through the process right now of building out a SharePoint where we can keep individual records of each of the wards of the state, so we can shift some of the cost to the general fund to assist in caring for these individuals.
Okay, so you're saying that those persons that are ward of the state, you collect the Social Security check?
Yes.
And it's 919,000, and the commissioner controls the expenditures.
And that is an account that has not been used for a very, very long time, except for medication costs and giving the stipends to the wards of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Commissioner, real quick, are you aware of Pavia Hospital stop accepting patients because they have not been paid? Is that something that's in the pipeline to be addressed?
No, I was not aware of that. Thank you.
Is anyone aware? Are you Mr. Gary Smith?
Gary A. Smith, Medicaid Director. We have not had an agreement with Pavia for a couple of years now. So as a matter of fact, right now there are no existing provider existing provider agreements, active provider agreements with any of the Puerto Rico hospitals right now. But there is a trip planned in the next couple of months to remedy that.
Okay. Real quickly, Commissioner, before I go to round two, I wanted to ask you in regards to the miscellaneous recommendations, Catholic charities, if they receive their
How far are we? Second quarter?
their miscellaneous funding?
Were we on the third quarter?
The third quarter was just released.
Commissioner Averil, George, the third quarter was just released. We're working on the fourth quarter release.
Okay. My Brother's Workshop, St. Thomas?
It's all nonprofits that we got funding for that we released. That we don't do it individually.
All they released one time?
Yeah.
All right. So
That is based on if they turn in the needed documents.
Yeah. All right. All right. Real quickly, any burning issues? Senator DeGraff, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. One is in regards to along the lines of what the chairman asked in terms of where monies are owed to an entity. Now, I received information about a federal check bouncing for a vendor for Meals on Wheels. Is there now, if that happens, I don't know if it happened, but is there local funds that we would have to cover that check if something like that were to happen, or did it happen?
Averil, George, Commissioner, we had some incidents with some checks, and since then we have remedied, and all individuals that are affected was paid.
Okay, so were there any need for a substitute of local funds?
No, it wasn't.
No? Okay, that's one. And in regards to the wage increases, I've been told that there were people who were waiting for the wage increases to come through from, I think, 23, 24, 24, 25, something like that, and they haven't received those wage increases as yet. So the number that
when Director Brown spoke, Commissioner Averil, George, when Director Brown spoke, he did say that we have some budgets up by OMB that we're waiting for USW, and once we receive that budget, everybody will be online in regards to the increases. So
no, but he mentioned for 25.
We went back to 23 for some of our increases.
Yeah.
Yes, we did went back to 23 for some. Whatever they're owed, once we get the budget approved through OMB, we have been releasing them increases. We're not picking one year to do it. So if we're up to 25, that means 23 and 24 are being processed.
Okay, but the questions I asked weren't answered properly then, because I asked if there were wage increases in 25, you said yes. Then you never mentioned about 23 or 24 to me in terms of persons owed increases and retro. You told me there were 8 people owed retro. 4 nurses were owed retro for the 25. So how much people total are we talking about for wage increases from 23, 24 going forward into 26 now that have not received those wage increases? Are the costs of it, and what would the retro be? And the cost, because if you're not paid in 26, they're going to lose all that. Okay, so if I could get that, any answer now, or do I need to request that through the chair?
You can request it through the chair and we'll get that number for you, but our intention is to be up to date with all our union increases prior to the end of the fiscal year 2025.
You have funding for that?
Yes, we do.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Fonseca?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, okay, so there's 919,000 in that Social Security fund. We got testimony, it hasn't been used in a long time. Remember now, we're trying to find $90,000 for the stroke and those other elderly residents that are at risk for that necklace. So, could this fund be used to purchase those necklaces?
Commissioner Averil, George, no. I'll say we keep going back to that necklace stuff. We didn't have a problem with implementing it. It's just that there's a cost for maintenance and additional stuff on that necklace. And can the Social Security Fund be used for that? No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Maurice James, do you have any burning questions, or do you have recognized for 2 minutes?
Mr. Chair, thank you. The only, I don't have a burning question, but I have the same message that I had given to Housing Authority when we're dealing with people who are vulnerable and need our help. And the sin is indifference. When we are indifferent to them and we simply ignore their needs and find all the excuses when in fact our paycheck is because of our pledge to provide services to them. So let's not be indifferent anymore, especially in these times where we're facing national policies and where our people will really need us. That's the only thing that I want to say, especially for a department like this. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for that again. When there's the level of frustration in our community, and when senators get a call, it's because they've already exhausted all the other avenues, and the frustration continues. Hence, they start to come to the senators to, hopefully provide some relief to them. I don't think that we are the first option in them, seeking out to us. Senator Carl J. Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My question goes to the Director for Medicaid. Our first block today, we had a discussion with STEAM C, and they mentioned the Medicaid cost support. What is being done to really look at the Medicaid cost support? Because they said that that's one of the areas that definitely can be beefed up so that they could provide additional services and pay for costs associated with providing current services.
Gary A. Smith, Medicaid Director. So they're referencing the cost reports. We have completed up to fiscal year 2019, which we have to officially submit to CMS. We're working currently, formulating the contract to have the vendor begin the work again to get caught up.
So what is your estimated time to complete the work to get this vendor in place, Director Smith? Because 2019 is what, 6 years we look at?
Yes. So we, I would say the first quarter of the new fiscal year by November, December, and then they can begin to work. They developed a technology to assist. So, I would say within 12 to 18 months, we should be able to get caught up to we're ending fiscal year 2025. So, we should be able to accomplish that within 12 to 18 months. But I would like to add, the cost report is an avenue a process where we're reconciling services provided by our public facilities, which include the 2 hospitals, the 2 FQHCs. The 2 FQHCs. Reconciling the cost for providing those services, and if we paid more than what paid the provider more for the services, we have to give back. So we had that between fiscal years 14 to 16. So we allowed time running through fiscal year 2019 to offset. So, we're in a good place as a territory where we will not owe any funds back to the federal government. But, I think what STEAM CC is referencing is that when we pay less for the services, there is funds to be returned.
Yes, and I think that's what we may hear from Frederiksted as well. And so in 18 months, you think you'll be all caught up and be at least 1 year, minus 1 year current?
Yes, and it's something that you're supposed to perform on an annual basis. So with the technology, we'll be able to do that. If there are any changes, we'll definitely provide updates.
Okay, and that's 100% federally funded, this contractor?
No, it's a split.
It's a split
yes,
based
50,
on your match?
50-50, yes.
50-50. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time, and thank you for your response as well.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Fonseca. Please recognize the mic of Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, a request through the chair, I request the Commissioner of Human Services provide an accounting of account number 193-006707 listed at Banco Popular and the name Social Security through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll send that forward. Senator Vieira, you recognize? 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard there's 100 plus employees making 35,000 or less. What is the cost to bring them up to 35,000?
Commissioner Judge, we were looking at $526,489.
That includes French?
No, that doesn't include French.
So, and what's the fringe? 200 and something thousand?
It'll be approximately over 200,000.
Okay. I'm looking at the amount you have spent for personal service thus far, which was $12,900,778. And that is after 9 months. At that pace, Ms. McGrath, what is going to be your projected amount at the end of the fiscal year?
Lydia McGrath Purcell, Chief Financial Officer. Our projections for the remainder of the fiscal year is $5,398,695, with a balance at the end of the fiscal year of $1,506,431.04.
Okay, I have it a little less. You spent an average of $4.3 million for each of the quarters, which is a 12.9. So you hired additional individuals, or so how you came up with the 5 point something million, or were increases given?
No, we have a formula, Senator, that we use based on the allocations at the beginning of the year, and then because most of our federal grants are on, we have to take into consideration the encumbrances and back it out at the beginning of the year and then add in the days at the end of the year. So it's a formula that we can share with you, Senator.
Okay, so at the beginning of the year, you use the federal and then the local match comes in at the end?
No, Senator. We have a lot of employees that are cost allocated between federal and general fund.
I know. So I'm asking if the bulk of it, the federal portion was for the first 3 quarters and the local portion for the last quarter. If not, then your money should be relatively the same each quarter unless you hire an additional person if the rate of spend is the same. But I'll move on because you said you have with a potential savings of $1 point something million.
Time.
We're projected to have a savings of $1.5 million.
Okay, and I want Mr. Chair, and put it out on the record because the cost of implementing the increase for all 100 is $500,000, and we have a savings of $1 million. So we already have it right there. Okay, so when everybody was screaming this or that, look at the numbers don't work out. So it is right there. Now, Mr. Smith, I'll finish with you. MEP, the cap is what, 100 and what, 14 million?
Gary A. Smith, Medicaid Director, our cap this fiscal year was 139.4 million.
139.4. Have we met the cap yet for this fiscal year?
No, Senator. We project that we will get to about probably 125 million.
Okay, and 125, and the local government is then responsible for 17% of the 125 as a match?
That's our base, but you have claims at 90-10, you have claims at 85-15. So, we'd have to do an average. I would say the average match is probably around like about between 15-16% or even less.
Okay. We seem to be having an issue with providers who are denying service for MEP recipients because of lack of payment, or they're not able to provide service for 2-3 weeks and then they get a check. How can we improve that system? Some of the mental health providers are saying that they're not accepting MEP because of late payment. How can we make the system more effective that we don't lose providers? Because the last thing we want to lose is providers when we barely have providers. Well, what are you doing to make it more seamless? And I'm not going to call names and anything, but I did reach out to you in reference to a couple of those individuals.
So there are a couple of reasons why a payment may not be made. For instance, when a provider submits a claim, if the claim is clean, i.e. all of the codes are correct, the diagnosis code and the procedure code matches, there may have been an authorization. The authorization may require medical notes for the claim to be paid. If you don't have all of the necessary documentation attached to the claim is going to automatically deny. And the providers are also required to go in and address that and resubmit the claim. But then also on our end, there is a bottleneck as far as us addressing authorizations. Staff shortages. We have to backfill our nurse position. We've been without nurses for a couple of years. So they're contributing factors, but then also the process as to the claim. We process the claims. DHS, we work with the Department of Finance to release those payments. We can't release another payment until we receive the return file from the Department of Finance. So there are a lot of different contributing factors which we are working on to improve.
And you're having a discussion with the Department of Finance in terms of getting these stuff to turn around quicker?
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you so much, and we'll try to assist in that process. We got I'll just close with everything that's 100% federally funded or 83%. Let's begin to just make sure those monies circulate and hit the street, keep the economy going. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Just real quickly, Commissioner, the centenarians, the $45,000, that's not carried over into FY26?
FY26 or 45? Yeah. Lydia McGrath Purcell, Chief Financial Officer. We did not have we paid out for 8 persons last year, and we've paid 4 for this year. Additionally, we paid out because of the right sizing of the bill. We had a $1,000 payment that was owed to those folks that had only received $4,000. So we paid out all 9 of those in last fiscal year. So we're running pretty even this year.
Yeah, but the question is whether or not we carried over, or at least we allow for, we don't see the centenarian listed in FY 2026, so it was discontinued. There we just questioning because we'll definitely put it back if we need to. But
it's in our, yes, it is included in our budget.
Okay, yeah. I saw there was a balance of $25,000 remaining as it stands right now, but I'm saying for FY 26, we want to make sure that it remains in there. All right.
45,000.
45, yeah. It was 25 is remaining for FY 25.
Correct, because we just received the releases, so we will work with Senior Citizen Affairs to see if any other folks qualified to pay them out.
Commissioner, we didn't talk a lot about KPIs, key performance indicators today, because we had a lot of other ancillary discussion. But who is tracking, especially with all of the federal funds that you receive? I'm sure that KPIs is something that you ultimately tracking.
Yeah. We have individuals assigned just to tracking it. We have 2 individuals assigned to tracking the KPIs, and they meet regularly with OMB and the team in regards to changes needed.
Are you satisfied with the progress that's being made based on your KPIs?
Yes, I am.
Okay, very well.
It's in the performance index is in the appendix in the charter.
All right.
Senator, before you move on, I'd like to inform Senator Joseph. I'd like to inform you that our postage stamp was replenished in both territories, so the team does have postage stamp. Okay. And we'll make sure that we do better to make sure that we don't be in any situation again.
Thank you so much for that update, Commissioner. It's applaudable, and I thank you so much for providing that information to your team. Thank you.
Very well. I think we'll wrap up at this time. Commissioner, I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up at this time. But before I allow you to wrap up, I just want to ask you, what's keeping you up at night these days in regards to your mission statement? What you're trying to accomplish there, your challenges that you're facing? What is it that keeps you up at night?
Actually, nothing keeps me up at night. I'll say that this is the job we sign up for, and it's not the matter of keeping up at night.
Use the mic.
This is the job that I signed up for, and it's not keeping me at night. It's just making sure that we are readily accessible to individuals in our community that needs our help. For me, it's relocating our employees to the new facilities to put them in safe and conducive working environment, and to staff up the employees to make sure that they're not burnt out and we have adequate staff to continue the services we perform.
Okay. I've seen you at the hospital at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I've seen you at the airport at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I know things are keeping you up, but of course you're able to process it. What are you doing to support your employees in terms of their behavioral health? Do you have services available to them? Are they being recommended to EAP? How are you addressing, making sure that your employees continue to function optimally? I know that they're exposed to a lot of the challenges of this community, and obviously they're human beings as well with emotions. So how are you ensuring that they continue to function?
I say we use 2 words at DHS: compassion and empathy. We know a lot of stuff is going on with our employees. We had deaths in our department of employees, and what we've been doing is making recommendations for employees to use the EAP process. Through Division of Personnel, they have the Employee Assistance Program, which help them in regards to counseling and in regards to wellness, as well as us doing wellness check on our employees to make sure they're good. We say, if you see something, say something.
In terms of your procurement process, I heard you talk about the need to bring on somebody on board just to make sure that your procurement process is carried through. But some of the complaints I've heard, over the last several months is the time in which, it takes for purchases, POs and purchases to occur. How are you navigating that process to make sure things are done in a timely fashion? So one, you don't have cost increase as a result of delayed payments in a timely fashion, or 2, that you're limited in terms of providing services to this community. What is happening in terms of ensuring that these POs are processed in a timely fashion?
I think it's twofold, Senator. It accounts for structure and accountability. Our employees should be following the procurement laws to make sure that whatever we put in the system is accurate and in a timely fashion, as well as our vendors need to make sure that they submit their invoice in a timely fashion to be paid. So it's twofold: onus on the employees to make sure they do the right process, and onus on the vendors to make sure everything is submitted in a timely fashion to be paid. We are bringing in our Chief Procurement Officer. We have interviews scheduled, and it's just making sure that we make the necessary change to make sure our processes flow.
Okay, I'll give you 30 seconds to wrap up on this.
Wrap up. Right now, the Department of Human Services is managing hundreds of millions in capital projects, and we strive to spend all federal dollars provided based on the rules and regulations that accompany each award. Has there ever been a time that we have witnessed the agency take on the scale and scope of projects and secure more federal dollars like we are in the present? I do not think so. But chances are we will never see a unique opportunity like this again, because moments like this do not come around often. We are not just building for tomorrow, we're fueling the local economy today. Now, as we speak, our construction projects are putting people to work and driving up wages in the labor market. The jobs created, the paychecks earned, and the business flowing to local suppliers, this is what real economic impact looks like. DHS is just not moving the needle for working families, but also for small businesses and every sector that relies on a strong, active labor market today. The entire DHS team continues to take on a large scale of responsibility, and we continue to deliver results that come with many internal and external challenges. With all that is going on, and we are not just improving infrastructure, we are building opportunities, stability, and a stronger future for the entire Virgin Islands. Believe me when I say we do have our challenges, but it's a work in progress. This could not have been possible without the hardworking employees at DHS, along with the Brian Roach administration, my colleagues from the various government departments, and our external partners, and also members of the 36th legislature. I continue to ask for the community's patience, as we know the changes needed were not going to be automatic, and it takes a lot of work and time to produce the results needed to take DHS where it needs to be. I would like to thank my entire DHS team for persevering during our challenges and even during our successes. I stand committed and optimistic to the work that I have been chosen to do and the direction that the Department of Human Services are going in. I would close this out by saying, DHS on the rise.
Thank you very much. And again, from us here at the 36th Legislature as well, we want to commend the work that's been done by DHS. We've seen a lot of PR out there, a lot of information about things that's happening. We appreciate that. However, there's still always that opportunity. I don't know if you want to do town hall meetings or whatever. We're still hearing, from certain vendors, providers, or whatever, that they're not getting enough information. But we truly appreciate the work that's been done here. We know it's a Herculean task. And we truly want to continue to make sure you deal for 46% of the population is serviced through DHS. You have the third largest funded agency within government, 600 plus employees, so truly I know that there is a tremendous amount of work to be done there, and I just ask that you continue to put your best effort forward because we're dealing with individuals at the low point. We're dealing with individuals that's vulnerable, and certainly they need us all to be able to support and assist them in this endeavor. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands at recess for 5 minutes, and when we come back, we bring it on the Frederiksted Health Center. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is out of recess and back in record. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 3.
Block number 3, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., Frederiksted Healthcare, Inc. Invited testifier, Masserae Sprauve-Webster, Chief Executive Officer.
Masserae, Sprauve-Webster, good afternoon. Welcome. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers table, and again, they're here to defend their proposed budget request of $3 million. Ms. Webster, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sprauve-Webster, Chief Executive Officer.
And can you have your team introduce themselves?
Hi, good afternoon. Jacqueline Ryman George, Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon. Tara Graham Hodge, Chief Human Resources Officer and Corporate Compliance Officer.
Very well, good afternoon to all. At this time, Ms. Webster, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Novelli Francis Jr., Chair of the Committee on Finance, other committee members, all other senators, and our listening and viewing audience. My name is Masserae Sprauve-Webster. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Frederiksted Healthcare, Inc., otherwise referred to as FHC. With me today is Ms. Jacqueline Rymer George, Chief Financial Officer, and Ms. Tara Graham Hodge, our Chief Human Resources and Corporate Compliance Officer. We are here today to testify on behalf of the Board of Directors of Frederiksted Healthcare, our staff, and our patients. Frederiksted Healthcare is an independent 501c3 nonprofit organization which was created in 2000 to provide primary care services on St. Croix. FHC is a community health center funded under Section 330 of the Public Health Service Act. We are happy to share that we are celebrating 25 years of providing services to the island of St. Croix. Our shared vision for the work we do is a healthy, vibrant, resilient community. To accomplish this vision, Frederiksted Healthcare provides patient-centered, non-discriminatory, evidence-based, and affordable health care to the community of St. Croix. This health care includes primary care, obstetrics, dental, psychiatric, behavioral health counseling, and enabling services at 3 service delivery locations on St. Croix. In 2024, Frederiksted Healthcare provided services to nearly 9,000 unduplicated individuals, more than 98% of whom have incomes at or below 200% of the poverty level. We care for the community from prenatal to the elderly, with nearly 1,000 children aged 5 and under, and just over 2,000 seniors aged 65 and over. In 2024, our patients represented 1 out of every 4 residents on St. Croix. Many of you may know that I'm a social worker by education, and I feel I would be remiss if I did not put the concept of poverty level into context. The poverty level is determined by the U.S. government taking the cost of a minimum food diet and multiplying it by 3 to account for other necessities. Allow me to translate into dollars and cents. In previous testimonies, I have shared the concern regarding the poverty rate of our patient population. For a single individual, 200% of the poverty equates to $31,000 annually, or $2,600 per month. Rent, utilities, food, medicine, clothing, and all other basic needs are covered with $2,600 per month. It will come as no surprise to any of us that the cost of groceries is 30% higher in the U.S. Virgin Islands than on the mainland United States. Electricity is about 3 times higher than the average cost on the mainland. Imagine making ends meet on $2,600 per month with our cost of living. Even more astonishing is the fact that for the last year, 71% of our patients have incomes at or below 100% of the poverty guidelines, which translates to $15,650 per year or $1,300 per month. Although poverty is the #1 barrier to care faced by our patients, many of our patients are also members of marginalized groups, which increases their needs. We cared for 86 individuals who are being treated for HIV/AIDS and 109 individuals who are chronically homeless. FHC is known to be a safe and welcoming environment for all, including these and other marginalized groups. We consider it our honor and our responsibility to provide care to the most vulnerable among us. Frederiksted Healthcare is part of a network of nearly 1,400 community health centers across the United States and territories that provides healthcare services for individuals who face barriers to care. As shared in a letter we recently sent to you, we are racing against a September deadline as our federal funding expires, creating unprecedented strains. The recently enacted One Big Beautiful Bill Act is projected to cost billions of dollars in higher uncompensated care and will jeopardize coverage for many of our residents. Our CDC grant, which is being used for comprehensive high-impact HIV prevention programs, is a 5-year grant which provided $500,000 a year to support our HIV prevention program. This grant is expected to expire on June 2026. There is no provision for this grant to be used. While Frederiksted Healthcare will never turn away patients, the loss of these grants and the reductions in Medicaid will result in budget choices that could impact the lives of members of our community. Next week is National Health Center Week, a time when health centers reflect and celebrate on our past, present, and future services to our communities. National Health Center Week provides another opportunity to recognize the contributions our staff makes to our community. We would not provide the care we do without our dedicated staff. I'd like to publicly thank the staff of Frederiksted Healthcare today for their continued hard work. At FHC, we are always focused on ensuring access to care for our community. Our organization is being highlighted as a case study by the St. Croix Foundation in efforts to showcase organizations who have used ingenuity and innovation to achieve progress in the face of broken systems using workarounds that bypass barriers. Our resilience as an organization is highlighted, as is our quick response to emerging health crises. The case study concludes that FHC has created a robust safety net that bypasses systemic failures, ensuring that vulnerable populations have access to the care and support they need. In spite of our work, our community continues to face many health disparities. The Health Resource and Service Administration, HRSA, has developed a system for measuring unmet health needs, which ranks the western half of St. Croix as having the highest levels of unmet health needs in not only the United States, but also its territories. Life expectancy in the U.S. Virgin Islands is 5 years less for males than in the United States, and males in the U.S. Virgin Islands die 11 years earlier than their female counterparts. Health disparities are linked to social vulnerabilities such as poverty, unemployment, lack of education, disabilities, minority status, language barriers, and access to transportation, which are significant for most of our community. These disparities and social vulnerabilities challenge Frederiksted Healthcare's ability to realize its vision. Our growth as an organization has been directly linked to overcoming these challenges. I highlight for you some of the challenges that we have experienced over the past 25 years. The past year has been one of continued reinvestment by Frederiksted Healthcare, with several projects designed to increase access to care on St. Croix. Most visible to the outside community is our newly completed Outreach and Administration building. immediately next to our North Shore Community Health Center. This new construction will house expanded behavioral health services and will house administrative staff relocated from both the Ingeborg-Nesbitt Community Health Center and the North Shore Community Health Center. This will free up space in both of those community health center buildings to support expanded clinical services and increase administrative efficiencies, as those staff will now work in close proximity to each other, fostering communication and cooperation. Although federal funding was received, which supported a portion of this project, the vast majority of the costs were supported by Frederiksted Healthcare. We will be holding a ribbon cutting ceremony next week, Thursday, August the 7th at 6 p.m. And we take this opportunity to invite all of you to join us as we dedicate this building. Many of our patients are challenged with accessing care during the work week. In early 2025, Frederiksted Healthcare significantly expanded operating hours to include hours on both Saturday and Sunday at the Ingeborg-Nesbitt Community Health Center and the Mid-Island Community Health Center. Services are available on a scheduled as well as a walk-in basis and provide patients with access to regular primary care and serve as an alternative to the emergency room for non-urgent needs. These hours have been well received by our patients, with many expressing gratitude for this expanded availability, including one individual who shared, and I quote, "FHC has the pulse of the community," end quote, when discussing the expanded hours. We are currently expanding our behavioral health services to address the high demand for mental health and substance use disorder services in our community. We will be significantly increasing our behavioral health staffing over the next several months. Timely preventative dental services are key to reversing our oral health disparities in St. Croix. Dental hygiene positions have been difficult to fill. We continue our partnership with Health Partners of Western Ohio, which brings dental hygienists from their school-based program to work on St. Croix during the summer season. In 2025, we provided care to 224 individuals through this program. We recently closed our Lena Schultebrand location. The board and management of Frederiksted Healthcare continues to recognize the need for access to care in this area of the island, which continues to have no primary care providers at all. We are actively searching for a suitable facility or property in the area to relocate the clinic. Please be assured that the name Lena Schultebrand Health Center will remain. This year, Frederiksted Healthcare is requesting support from the Virgin Islands Legislature in the amount of $3 million, which represents the same level as approved in FY 2025. Please be reminded that our annual allotment is not a gift. It represents the local share of the Medicaid match required for the services that we provide. Additionally, it represents financial support for the uncompensated care that we provide to uninsured and underinsured patients. Frederiksted Healthcare recognizes and appreciates the financial support we receive through the efforts of this body. However, it is important to mention two outstanding issues. In September 2024, $1 million was earmarked to support Frederiksted Healthcare in Act 8920, the disbursement of the Epstein Settlement Fund. To date, Frederiksted Healthcare has not received those funds. Any efforts to secure that funding would be most appreciated. We recently experienced electrical problems at our Ingeborg-Nesbitt location. We currently hold a 99-year lease on that building, and we are responsible for the vast majority of the maintenance and repairs of that building. In our testimony last year, we reported the building was temporarily closed due to a water leak. This incident necessitated the replacement of all the plumbing in the building. All of those repairs were accomplished without government funding. The electrical problems in the past several months resulted in repeated tripping of external fuses and the use of generator power 24/7 for 3 full weeks. This bore a cost of $15,000 for diesel fuel. The cost of repairing the external wiring was $22,000. Our lease for this site specifically indicates that the government of the Virgin Islands is responsible for all electrical issues outside the building. But to date, we have not received any support or funding to pay for those repairs. After a month of power interruptions and 3 consecutive weeks of no power, FHC decided to underwrite the repair costs because FHC needs continuous reliable power to serve our patients. FHC is the only medical provider in Frederiksted. The cost of diesel fuel posed a financial burden, and the wear and tear on our backup generator impacts reliability during emergencies. We are seeking reimbursement from the Virgin Islands government. We trust this body will make every effort to rectify this situation, which limits our ability to continue to increase access to care for the people of St. Croix. Sadly, we are compelled to close our testimony with tragic news of another maternal death in our community. As a significant provider of prenatal care in St. Croix, Frederiksted Healthcare sees the impact of demographic changes and ongoing challenges with the healthcare system on a daily basis. Despite our best efforts to provide high-quality prenatal services, including on-site ultrasounds and the inclusion of a perinatologist on our care team, maternal morbidity and mortality appears to be increasing. We cannot accept this as a fait accompli, and neither should this body. This is a public health crisis and a failure of our healthcare system. We offer some observations on the factors that are driving the increase in maternal deaths. Skeleton staffing, including obstetricians, pediatricians, anesthesiologists, experienced support staff, including nurses, respiratory therapists, and other specialties. A lack of supplies, rising maternal age, and increased comorbidities such as obesity, hypertension, diabetes, etc. Increased number of undocumented pregnant individuals who often present for care late in pregnancy. Conspiracy theories and patients avoiding evidence-based management, including attempting home births, not taking prescriptions, and not accepting vaccines. We must develop and implement a comprehensive strategy to address maternal child health that includes actions across the continuum of care in the Virgin Islands, including both the health and social support systems. We must provide services for this vulnerable population and change the trajectory of our prenatal morbidity and mortality. We urge this body to require the creation of a task force to address this issue. FHC stands ready to participate in any and all such efforts. I'd like to ask if we could take a moment of silence for the tragic loss of life and turn this family's unbearable loss into action. Thank you. We look forward to continuing to work with this body on matters related to our important mission. Ms. Rima George, Ms. Graham Hodge, and I remain poised to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sprauve-Webster, for that riveting testimony there, especially to the end. And we too join you in extending our condolences to that family. And I believe that we have all heard your plea for some action to address this particular concern as we see the issues with maternal health care, especially for the unborn babies. And I'm certain that we'll have some follow-up discussion especially with the chair of the Health Hospital and Human Services in that respect. So we'll definitely be in touch in that on that matter. So you spoke about the $1 million funding under Act 8920. Have you requested that money from OMB?
Yes, we have.
Okay, and when was that request sent, and what was the feedback?
I've sent several requests, and I have not received any feedback.
Okay. All right, so we'll definitely get on the bullhorn, and because the funding is there, and certainly even the original passage of Act 8920, that portion of it, Section 20, was approved by the governor initially, despite us having to override some of the other portions of it. Certainly, that initial approval was made by the governor at the time that he signed the bill into law there. So just trying to find that date, which was October 10th of 2024. So definitely I'll find out what's going on there. I'll personally call OMB tomorrow morning and find out what's going on there with that. And I guess the same will hold true for the St. Thomas Eastern Medical Center as well. Have you received all of your allotment to date for FY 2025 thus far?
We received, Jacqueline Reimer George. We received the first 3 quarters for this fiscal year.
Okay. So that's pretty much on time then, because we're right now entering into the 4th quarter. We have just entered it. What about federal funding? Have you heard of any clawbacks or any withdrawal of your federal funding?
We have not received any notice to date.
Okay. Vendors payment. I saw from the post-audit report there is some vendors payment that's due. What is the amount that you have in terms of vendors payment?
The accounts payable that I pulled was as of June 30th. It's about 300,000 on there. We're pretty current with our payments. Anything that's not paid is current contracts or projects that we have that's ongoing.
So from this report, there's nothing over 90 days. Is there substantial over 60 days that's due?
So again, it would be, if there is anything, let me see if I have it here. It would be projects that we have that we're paying in installments for the project with our vendors or our contractors.
Okay. Have you received any other funding from ARPA, from the OIA, which is Office of Insular Affairs, from philanthropic organizations? Have you received any funding?
No, we have not.
What is your total revenues for FY 2025 to date?
I thought I had that. I do not have that with me, but I can get that numbers to you.
Okay, that's very important. If you could get that number back to us. Is there any pending litigation or judgment against FHC at this time?
No, there is not.
Okay. And in terms of your behavioral health expansion, is there a cost association directly that's linked to your behavioral health expansion efforts?
Yes, we received a grant from HRSA for $600,000 for this behavioral health expansion services.
Okay. So is that sufficient at this time, or is there any ask in terms of support, any match that's required?
There is no match that is required, but behavioral health is rather expensive, particularly in the area of hiring a psychiatrist or psychologist, who we have been trying to hire for almost a year and have not been able to hire, as the salaries that they're demanding is almost, the amount of the grant. So we have not been able to hire anyone as yet, so of course, additional funds would be able to help us to hire psychiatrists and staff the program appropriately.
Okay. With the $1 million that's earmarked from Epstein account, will that help to support that endeavor? Or you have already budgeted for that funding?
That would most definitely help us with that. Absolutely. We want to provide additional services to the homeless population. We also are trying to replace the facility that I told you, the Lena Schulterbelt facility. Our preference would be to build as opposed to rent. So there are things that we are looking at in terms of how that monies would be spent.
Okay. And that $1 million, do you have a budget already prepared for how that would be expended?
No, we do not have a budget. We can prepare a budget for you, but we have been discussing the type of things that we would do.
Yeah. I think that will help to drive the issue. I think that if you had some deliverables, expectations of the use of the fund, just to make sure that it falls within the compliance areas of the funding, even though there was not specific mention in the 8920, I think that will help to, again, drive home the issue of the funding. So I'll recommend that you start to put something together. Like I said, I'll definitely make some calls tomorrow to find out what's happening with that funding. At this time, the chair will open up the floor to a 5-minute round, and Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to Director Masserae, Sprauve-Webster, and the other staff from Frederiksted Health Center, and to all the public tune in to this program, this hearing. Okay, Frederiksted Health Center, good performing clinic, 3 different locations. I think that's the model that the testimony we received earlier from STEM CC, and I think is a good model to have several locations because you serve about 16,000 persons and a lot of them underserved. You know, I want to go from your testimony here because you spoke about the 200% poverty level being the 31,300 annually, and then you came down to the bottom where you say, imagine making ends meet on 2,608, which is, you know, a lot less than the poverty level, which is 15,650. So I said that to say I checked all of your staffing levels, and you do have one employee that's at 31,200. So that one employee is $100 below the poverty level. So give them $100 raise. So that will bring all your employees above that 200%. So that employees do $100 raise. Okay, so your accounts payable, how long do your accounts payable average last? The aging 30, 60, 90 days. How long does it normally take for you to pay your bills?
Normally, our bills are paid within 30 days. Amounts that's still on there are projects that are ongoing.
Okay, so I was over there and we did an inspection of your different location, and I saw that you were doing the mental health unit. You have a very busy dental operation over there, and again, congratulations. I saw it in operation. Basically, this is a well-run organization. What's the total balance of your accounts payables?
As of June 30th, the balance was $303,630.
Okay, so and the average payment you say is within 30 to 60 days.
That is correct.
Okay, so I want to discuss the particular incidents with diabetes, because I do agree with your statement that in de facto, Frederiksted Health Center actually supplements the Wang Louis Hospital tremendously. I've seen it. If it wasn't for Frederiksted Health Center, the emergency room wait lines, which is already, you know, unbearable, would even be worse. And so you do a very, very important service to the community, and you're located on 3 different locations on the island. One particular question here: do you plan to have a psychiatrist, or is it going to be telehealth? How are you going to manage that?
Presently, we have a psychiatrist through telemedicine. He does come in person 3 times a year, but the bulk of his services are telemedicine. He provides services 1 week a month. We definitely have a need for more than 1 week a month, but this is all that he can provide. He works full-time on the mainland. So we've been advertising and trying to recruit a full-time psychiatrist. As I shared, thus far we have not been able to. We are looking at psych NPs. As a matter of fact, I shared in my testimony that we have 1 nurse practitioner right now who is studying to be a psych NP, and we are supporting her in those efforts. So the hope or the intent is that once she completes her coursework and she becomes certified, then she'll be a provider for us as a psych NP.
Yes, and I asked that question because I'm an advocate of the telemed, especially for the psychiatric services. I think that's the model where the Division of Mental Health, Alcoholism, and Substance Abuse should pursue that model, because with the psychiatrists and the volume, it kind of like we can't afford it, especially with the child psychiatric issues. So I'm pushing that telemedicine. How many dentists do you have in the clinic there now?
We have 2 full-time dentists, and then we have 3 part-time dentists.
And you do the full gamut of services, root canals, everything that a dentist will do in a regular private office?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Well, I've been there. I've seen the organization. Frederiksted Health Center is one of those organizations in the government semi-private corporation, where actually they get an A for services. One final question before I wrap up. When was the last time your staff got an increase?
Our last increase was February of 2024. I would like to correct that we are a nonprofit organization. We're not semi-autonomous or semi-private. We're a nonprofit organization.
Okay, well, I like to borrow on my fellow Savanero questions, because they are good questions. But there's one employee that is $100 below the poverty level, below the 200% poverty level. So get an employee a $100 raise. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Non-profit, yeah, that's for sure. Definitely non-profit. So, Ms. Sprauve-Webster, Executive Director, in regards, have you had any unforeseen budgetary issues since the budget was passed in FY25?
So as I shared, the issue that we just recently had in reference to the electrical problems down at our Nesbitt facility, those were definitely unexpected. It was not something budgeted for, nor is it FHC's responsibility.
Okay. And what's the cost of the repair, you said?
The total is $32,000.
$32,000. Okay. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Classmate, good to see you. CEO Webster Sprauve-Webster. In the post-audit report, I didn't see your salary. Was it indicated in the personnel as part of your acts?
So the salaries that we list are the salaries that are paid under local government. The salaries that are paid from our federal grants are not listed.
Okay, so yours covered.
Additionally, if I may,
Sure.
I think it really becomes an uncomfortable situation, especially when you have cases like Senator Fonseca just pointed out, where there's staff that is at 30,000 or below. Well, no one's below 30,000, but I can send that information to you if you'd like, but I'm very uncomfortable with that in this public setting.
No, I'm not asking you to give it to me. I'm just saying I didn't see it. Is it covered by the federal monies or?
It's covered under the federal, yes. I'm
Okay.
sorry, it is covered under federal grant.
No, that's all I need to know, because I was looking at the general fund. So that's covered. That answers that for me. In terms of raises, how many employees do you have total?
We are at 160 employees.
Okay, so and has anyone received any raises for 25?
No, we do raises every 2 years.
Okay.
Our last raise was in 2024, so the plan is for 2026.
Right, is budgeted for the 26 budget? In the 26 budget?
It is. We will make those adjustments. We submitted the budget at the same level of 2025.
Right, that's what I'm getting at.
So no, it's not, but we will probably make the adjustments through our program income.
Okay, so since you jump ahead, the $3 million consists of personnel, fringe, professional services, dental, and utilities, correct? From the general fund.
That is correct.
Okay, right. So that's what I was saying. And the 25 appropriation is $2,023,911, and that's your request in 26. So would that encompass what you are talking about in regards to some wage increases that's supposed to be in your 26 budget?
So I was sharing what we have done in the past is made the adjustment through our program income funds.
Okay, good. Like I said, I just wanted to make sure we have it covered. Now, 160, how many vacancies do you have?
Tara Graham Hodge, Chief Human Resources Officer. We currently are at about 10 full-time position vacancies.
10 vacancies. Okay, how many vacancies under 35,000?
So the full-time positions, all of those are above 30,000. We do have some no, none of our part-time positions are mostly, if they were full-time, they would be around 30,000, but because they're part-time, they're going to fall under the 30,000.
No, we're saying 35.
1 minute.
Under 35?
Part-time positions would probably fall under the 35s because they don't work, they would be working on a very limited schedule.
Okay, and of your 10 vacancies, any of them are under 35?
No, sir.
No. Okay, good. Is anyone owed any retro money?
No, so we do not have a retro situation.
Okay, good. Now, what is your actuals to date? When is your fiscal year? Is your fiscal year also for March?
Our fiscal year is January to December, the same as a calendar year.
Okay, January to December, calendar year. Okay, so your actuals on personnel, fringe, and utilities, could I get that if you have it with you one time? As of what date also?
Time.
Yeah.
The actual for this current year, because the
Correct.
2024 is in the report.
Yes, for 25. What has been expended to date, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, for personnel, fringe, and utilities?
So to date, from what we see from our local allotments, we've spent
$2,152,845. 1.7 of that is for personnel.
Oh, okay, could I get the exact number for personnel, fringe, and utilities, please?
Okay, so salaries, 1,425,000. I'm sorry, $1,377,918. Fringe, $358,258. For a total of 1 million. What is it? 1,738,000. Medical supplies, 156,431.
Okay, no, excuse me, no, medical supplies don't come out of this 3 million for your budget.
Yes, it does.
It does? Oh, okay. What is medical supplies?
What is medical supplies?
Yeah, so again, yeah, the amount, please.
156,431.
Okay. And what are you paying
Communications.
on average for utilities?
About 14,000 a month.
14, okay. And you had other services or coming out of this 3 million? I was only seeing personal, fringe, utilities coming out.
We also pay for the specialty dental services that we have. So the expenses to date is $70,450.
Okay, for dental. Okay. Good. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Real quickly, how many federal funded positions do you have, Ms. Sprauve-Webster?
How many employees that we have that's paid on federal?
Yes.
42.
42. How many vacancies? Any vacancies?
There's no vacancies.
No vacancy. Okay, very well. The chair will now recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon again, colleagues, staff, everyone listening inside, outside the room. First of all, I want to commend you on that building that's in Princess. Even more so when I read that the vast majority of the costs were supported by you. How long did it take you to put that building up? Because it seemed to me as if it went up pretty quickly.
About 20 months. Just shy of 2 years, about 20 months, yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's a model of how things should be done. And you were able to fund it on your own and within the budget that you expected, more or less?
Definitely, absolutely.
Wow.
As a nonprofit, we put the monies we collect, we put back into expanding our services, and our board decided that we would invest in this building.
Do you, CEO Webster, do you have you probably don't right now, but can you provide information, maybe you can, on the payer mix, in terms of Medicare, self-pay, insurance? What percentage do you know of your patients are covered by insurance? Do you have that information?
I usually...
And
you have it there, right?
So our current payer mix of the patients that come through our doors, 57% have MAP. Okay. 12% Medicare, 10% insured, and 21% is our self-pay. What was the MAP? What was MAP? Sorry. 57. 57%. The other thing that I wanted to point out, because this morning we did have the health center on St. Thomas. You I want to make sure I'm saying it correctly because you provided services to nearly 9,000 unduplicated patients.
Yes, that's correct. 1 in 4 patients.
Yes.
Or 1 in 4 people that live on St. Croix are our patients.
I mean, just saying it actually gave me goosebumps just now. That's like, and it was like 3,000 more than was provided on the island of St. Thomas. And then it just, as a Crucian, you know, it tells me though the need that we have on the island of St. Croix in terms of poverty and people needing medical services. So I want to commend you on that too. That is amazing that you've provided those primary care services.
It's important to note also, as Ms. George shared, 21% of our patients are uninsured, and with the present administration or situation, more than likely those numbers are going to grow because our Medicare and Medicaid will be reduced in the coming months.
I was going to go there and say, how are you going to be, you are going to be affected by the national policies and the cuts we're going to see. Do you get funding from, for example, donors? Do you fundraise? Do you do any of that type of philanthropic fundraising that you see sometimes?
Right.
On a national level. It's very hard here in the VI, I know.
Right, exactly, because we're all knocking on the same doors.
Right.
And it's limited, you know, in terms of who is out there in a position to donate. We have created on our website an area to donate. We send information every now and again. We will do mail listings. We'll contact some of the EDC companies and send out. We have not been as aggressive maybe as some of the other organizations, but I think people know our work, people know what we're doing, and some people send us donations every once in a while.
1 minute.
Okay, that's good to hear. Your employees, what type of retirement plans do you have for your employees?
Graham Hodge, Chief Human Resources Officer. So for retirement, we have a 403B program, which works similar to our 401k program, where employees can take money out of their paychecks and invest in a retirement plan. We do have a dollar-for-dollar match up to 6% of salary. The employees are immediately vested in any money that they put in, and the company's match is vested over a period of time. Additionally, individuals, when Frederiksted Healthcare was initially started, individuals who were on the GVI's retirement plan had the opportunity to stay on the GVI's retirement plan. So we do have some employees who are also taking advantage of that.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. So you still have remaining employees that are GERS beneficiaries or government employees. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. First of all, I want to commend you again. You know, when I read the services you provide, the things you have done without the support of government, local government. But I do agree with you that the government should, in fact, reimburse you. And I will be in support of that. Just letting you know, because you need to be reimbursed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And, you know, these conversations continue to just highlight the issues of medical care in the territory. I attended, over the weekend, I attended the ribbon cutting of the Diabetes Center, Virgin Islands Diabetes Center of Excellence. And again, a significant turnout of individuals that attended there to seek their services as well. I know that the Frederiksted Health Center, you know, again, have a large population of this community. But everywhere you turn in all of these facilities, even when the Department of Health did it when the Seventh-day Adventist Church do it, there's always this need, and you know, there's a significant turnout. So we can't do enough to continue to support, you know, make these health centers in any way, shape, or form to be able to provide some service to this community, because, you know, it's very much needed and welcome. At this time, we recognize Senator Kurt VLA for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. First of all, I want to commend you on the work that you're doing. I think that
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair. First, let me, as usual, congratulate Frederiksted Health Center. I'm happy to see you expanded your hours this year. So on Saturday and Sunday, what are the hours?
On Saturdays, it is 9 to 5 at both our Nesbit as well as the Mid-Island, the Science Farm site. And on Sundays, it is 9 to 5. That's the only site that's open on Sundays, the Mid-Island site at this time.
And the site, the dental site by St. Dunstan's is closed?
It is closed, exactly.
Okay. And where are those services being provided now?
They're at our Mid-Islands, our North Shore, at our North Shore site, as well as down in Frederiksted at the Ingeborg Nesbit.
Okay. And you stated a number of patients, but how many patient encounters total?
The encounters are at about 45,000 for 2024.
Okay, and I really wanted to make sure we have that number on the record, 45,000. Colleagues, I wanted to point out something that I think is very important for us to keep in mind as we go through this budgetary process. We just heard from Department of Human Services, and in their testimony, and we will do some more research, they said that Medicaid is not going to be affected by the work requirement for the territories. So I really want to, I got to research that. If it is, it's good for the Virgin Islands because then they won't have to worry about the work, the volunteer portion. But we got to check and double check and make sure that that is in fact what is included in the bill. But I looked at the numbers from Department of Human Services in reference to MAP disbursement. And I think it was for 2025 thus far. I gotta look and see what it is. But I looked at the numbers and I look at the ratio of the numbers. And at Snyder, the number was 7.45 million in Medicare already given to Snyder over a specific period of time, but it was all the same period of time for all the institutions. GFL, 4.85 million. Frederiksted Health Center, 4.16. East End, 1.63 million. So if you really look at the numbers in context, Frederiksted Health Center don't operate hospital rooms, and they don't have an operating room. They don't have as many services as provided by GFL or Snyder. But yet Snyder numbers were literally less than, it was 2-point-something million more. GFL, I'm sorry, 3.3 about million more. GFL is 4.85 in comparison to 4.16. Okay, 4.85 so it's literally the same. You would expect that GFL and Snyder, if they bill in properly, they should be generating 4 times what Frederiksted Health Center is generating. So they should be generating a minimum of $16 million. And just think about all the services. So when those two institutions come before us, you know that the biggest issue we're facing is they're not billing. And they're not timely billing. You know, there's no way that an entity that is not a full-time hospital could be generating just about as much money as the hospital. So that is an issue we have to have a discussion with both CEOs as to how are they going to be able to improve their billing services, which very, very, very low. You have 3 individuals below 35,000. You know, we just passed legislation, but we didn't put in nonprofit. But because you're a good custodian and you're good to your employees, so you're going to raise all of them to 35,000 as the other government employees?
We'll look at our numbers and evaluate it.
I know you and Ms. Rama can make it work, okay? So I'll make that work so that we could say that they're also making the same as the government of the Virgin Islands. I found it a little bit strange that you had some vendor payment over 91 days. Ms. Rama, that's not usually you. What's up with that?
So as I shared, those that are showing over 91 days, it is something that is ongoing that we have with these vendors.
Jerome Jackson?
So, and he works with us with
Okay.
installing ACs,
Okay.
chairs.
Concord Career College?
So that is a employee that we putting through school for hygiene school.
Oh, that's the dental hygienist?
Yes.
Okay, I was going to ask you that question and say it again. Say it loudly. What you're doing.
So we have a grow our own program where we're trying to send our staff to get degrees or certifications in areas of need. And so right now we are sending one of our dental assistants to a hygiene school, and she would be completing in December of this year.
And how long was the program?
2 years.
And the person agreed they want to become the dental hygienist. They're going to go to the program. You're going to pay for it, and they're going to return to serve Frederiksted Health Center.
Yes, that is an agreement on the front end.
Okay, and I say that, colleagues, because we just said the same thing with fire EMS, where we said we needed individuals to become paramedics. And would they be interested if the government of the Virgin Islands is supposed to pay for the training, to go for the training and come back? And we heard a resounding no. They don't want to do it, they this, they that, they think. But I tell you guys, it's just excuses. So you have other entities that come before us that show you that it's possible. And I will end on a note because I don't have a lot of questions for you and my time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. And just real quickly, because we also have a flight to catch, but I wanted to ask you, Ms. Sprauve-Webster, in respect to expansion of services you're moving forward, is there any service that you're looking at within the next 12 to 24 months that you will be able to, that you're considering expanding to? And perhaps we could support, subsidize, or assist in that funding. Because again, I believe the need is there, and we certainly want to continue to be in support of the health centers.
Our behavioral health, for sure, as I shared earlier, dire need. It's very difficult to find persons with the skill sets and who will work for the money that we can offer. So definitely that's a major area. Dental continues to be a challenge for us. We have long waiting lists as we are the only public dental provider. These 10,000 patients that we were talking about before, 9,000 patients that we were talking about before, we only have 11 chairs.
Yeah.
11 chairs cannot see 9,000 patients in a timely manner. All of those patients should have at least 2 visits a year. Many of them have a lot of dental work that requires more than 2 visits to get it completed. So that is another large area area that we are still trying to fill that gap. And our pharmaceutical program that we have also is another area that we need to expand in, and we're looking at how we can expand that service.
Okay, so it's just expansion of the services that you currently provide. There's no service that you're looking at being able to tap into.
Yes, sir. There's one additional service. We are looking at expanding into some fetal cardiology. So we are in the process of bringing on a fetal cardiologist to work with our OB team.
Oh yeah, that's excellent. That's excellent. Yes.
I like it. And that is really critical. It slipped me, but we have had quite a few moms or prenatal, pregnant moms with high-risk pregnancies that we have sent out for fetal cardiology exams, and they returned, they didn't have it because they couldn't afford it.
Yes.
So to make it accessible for these patients, we are bringing someone in. This will be a part-time basis. It's not a full-time position, but at least we'll be able to provide the service to these these moms that are at risk.
Excellent, excellent. Very well, thank you. Again, we don't have a whole lot of questions. We believe that Frederiksted Health Center always bring a clean perspective to what they're doing and really just kind of expanding. I too want to extend my hearty congratulations. I've had the opportunity to visit most, if not all, of the ribbon cuttings. I mean, certainly the Sunshine Mall, the Sign Farm, the Princess, and now we have the other location that's getting ready to ribbon cut as well. So I'm sure I'll be there. So again, congratulations to your expansion for those services. So at this time, I'll just give you 30 seconds to close off.
Thank you. Again, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. I ask that you take into great consideration the concerns that we shared, particularly the concerns that are around our maternal health care. That is definitely a serious issue that we're facing with the challenges that we're expecting with the reduction in our Medicaid and Medicare systems. We have too many persons on island that are uninsured, that are going to continue to be uninsured. These are people that we know, our friends, our cousins, our neighbors. It can't be that, I have insurance, so I don't have to worry about anything else. We have to improve our healthcare system overall. We are sending too many people off island for care, and then those that can't afford it because they don't have insurance then have to stay on island, and that's it's a serious concern. We can't just leave people here to die, and basically that's what's happening, and it's really a concern for us at Frederiksted Healthcare, and I'm sure for you too as a community as a whole. Absolutely. So we ask you to keep that in your considerations as you try to improve healthcare across the spectrum for the entire Virgin Islands. Again, we thank our team at Frederiksted Healthcare, those here with me today, as well as those back at Frederiksted Healthcare for all the hard work they do every day. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. Again, thank you to the team, as well as thank you to the board that continue to provide oversight to the team. Thank you to my colleagues who participated today. First, we had the St. Thomas Eastern Medical Center, as well as Department of Human Services, and we're wrapping up with the Frederiksted Health Center. Thank you to Post Audit, Central staff, my personal staff. We look forward to our session on Friday. So again, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance of July 30th, 2025 is hereby adjourned. God bless. Get home safe. Bye.